Economic Forum. Before we get started, a couple of important safety instructions. So in a case of an emergency, the most important thing is to stay calm and follow our instructions. There are 3 exits in this theater. So from where you sit, there's one to the back left, there's one on the left through the front entrance, and there's one from where you came in. So you take the nearest exit to you. Good. Before we get started, a couple of words from GreenUp, the NGO here in Switzerland. I mentioned that it's important for us to take action, and let's take action and wake up. It's an early morning. We're in Switzerland. Do you know how we do facial recognition here? It's as simple as you turn to the person next to you and check if you know each other. So let's do that and just say hello to your neighbor and share with him or her what you're expecting from this day. What brought you to Davos and what is your expectation for today? Excellent. I think we are all awake now and it's time to give the stage to our speakers. The first session is hosted by our partners and guests, IUCN, and let me welcome the first speaker, Paula, to the stage. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Apologies for being slow. Bear with me a little while. So welcome to this session. It's really my honor and pleasure. Before we deep dive into the subject, I just have an announcement for this group. We are experiencing huge delays with the people coming in. You know why? I don't have to tell you. Do you know who's coming to town today? So we will wait 4 more minutes, but I would like to take this opportunity to just take your questions, if any. What brought you to this session? What are your expectations? What would you like to leave the room with in terms of insights, knowledge? And let's take this opportunity to have a few minutes amongst us, the early birds who woke up and came on time. So my name is Paola. I work for the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, and we are here today to talk about nature-based solutions, which I guess you are very familiar with. I'm accompanied by my colleague, Charles Karangwa, who's the director of the Nature-Based Solution Hub at the Secretariat in Switzerland. If you have any questions, doubts, expectations, or anything you want to share with this group, let's take this time.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Dorota Retelska. I'm a scientist and I write a lot about climate change, extreme events and tipping points. And this week I wrote an article on another change of the climate system, which are clouds, low-level clouds, cooling clouds, which are dissipating. And it seems to be a feedback of the climate system, so it might accelerate climate change. And there are many things so that show that climate change could be faster than expected, the tipping points could be could happen faster than expected, and also taking into account the extreme event that already happened. I think it's going to be we'll see huge extreme events in the next 10 years. And, you know, the reason why I came to Davos is because these huge extreme events will probably totally destabilize, break the global economy. Roads will be damaged, cities will be destroyed, and people, I mean, it will totally, it will cost whole countries' budget. It will become impossible to rebuild roads and so on. And it's, I would like the economy to realize that it can only function in a stable climate.
So thank you very much. I think most of the audience here is sharing your concerns. And I've been attending and speaking at several events in the past couple of days, and this is a concern shared by everyone. And I think only through a nature-positive approach, we are going to be able to counter-effect those kind of... But we are all in it together, and we really need to take our own piece of responsibility to make sure that we bend the curve. And we move from nature negative, as we are right now, to nature positive. I don't know if anyone else in the room would like to address the point raised by our colleague. Any other comments or questions? Do you have any questions about the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, IUCN?
I think that that kind of sharing that we just hear is very toxic on so many levels, and on a psychic level first, and when someone adopts such a position, what most humans tend to do is to close up. So maybe it's to see how we can reframe the storytelling in a way that people stay open to it, because that's something that I see very much also in the climate change discussion. If we want people to be engaged, we need to adopt a language that is more positive, I would say.
Anyone who would like to address this point about reframing communication in a more positive way, remaining realistic and pragmatic, but turning probably communication around action rather than inaction and inertia? Anyone else who would like to?
I know that there was a psychology studies that showed that people, you know, if people think that climate is very bad, they will be paralyzed or give up. And it was done like 30 or 40 years ago. And the last 30 years, people try to be positive. I mean, I love nature. I'm totally for, you know, natural materials, vegan food, and so on. But I think it also happens that economy didn't care about being positive and liking plant food, and they need facts. They need plain facts. But I mean, I'm totally for a positive lifestyle and all the solutions.
So thank you. There was another hand raised. I'm not sure. No, that's fine. So you give me a sign when we are ready to start, because we are under time pressure. Off we go. Okay. So again, welcome to the people in this room and to the people online who couldn't make it here. Thank you so much for joining us from wherever you are. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, everybody. We are here today, and I feel honored and humbled to open this session, which has a very intriguing title and is about advancing credible nature-based solutions for a sustainable and resilient future. This is what we are here for. This session is organized by the International Union for the Conservation of Nature in partnership with Infinitude. We will have a very dynamic conversation, what we hope is going to reach you, and we all leave this room with a common goal of addressing those kind of issues. It's going to be about high-integrity nature-based solutions, and now they can provide also benefits for people, planet, and climate issues around the world. The setup is very simple today. I please ask everyone to be on time, because we really have nearly 2 hours, and we are also starting a little bit late. We will start with some key opening remarks and presentations from esteemed panelists. And then it will be followed by a panel discussion moderated by my colleague Charles Karangwa. And then we will get into the Q&A. Note down your questions. We will address them towards the end. And otherwise, I think a QR code will be displayed at the end of the panel. You can stay in touch, you can connect with us, and we are more than happy to continue the conversation after that. Without further, and I also need to acknowledge the support and the presence throughout the panel and in the room of IKID, AXA Group, Infinitude, of course, our partners, SCORE, Blue U, and this is a tricky one, Twanga Foundation. Okay, hope I pronounced it well. Let me invite now to the stage Professor Thomas Anderson, who's the president of IKID. IKID stands for International Organization for Knowledge, Economy, and Enterprise Development. I hope I pronounced it well. Before that, Professor Anderson held very high-level position in several respected institutions like OECD. He's also visiting professor at Harvard and in many other academic institutions. He's going to walk us through the challenges and opportunity of MBS and investments in this field, and he's going to tell us more about the development of the pipeline of MBS solution. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Professor Anderson.
So, good morning, everyone. And thank you first for the invitation from ICN to be here and have the, not quite the pleasure, but the task of addressing this huge subject that we have in front of us. And of course, we already had an appropriate start with some, in a sense, perhaps pessimistic, but unfortunately also realistic observations about the seriousness of the situation we're in and reflections how we move forward from here. Now, I obviously don't have much time, so I will just be able to give you a couple of snapshots from my end about, what is the issue here, how can we find a way forward that is proportional to this challenge that we're up against. Okay, so let me see if this works. The next one, all right. Yes. So now, what are we dealing with here? We cannot just, judge the situation from a just instantaneous observation. This is a long path. It's an ongoing process we're dealing with, and really what it boils down to is this dichotomy between, on the one hand, economy and on the other hand, nature. The problem here is that the benefits of nature are enormous, but they are also multifold. They diffuse in all kinds of directions forever and ever. The economy, on the other hand, is very focused at getting at assets, at exploiting. And the benefits that you get from exploitation tend to be very concentrated. So on the one hand, you have intensive activity to gain primarily in the short term. And on the other hand, you have these benefits that, accrue to everyone, to our future. Now, a couple of 1,000 years ago, or a couple of hundreds years ago, this didn't matter, Nature was like, had endless provision of assets and values. But today, the situation is different. Humanity has evolved. Our economy is expanding by the day. The limits that nature, are up against are crumbling. And still, this necessary adjustment, to take account of the bigger picture and the long term is not quite happening. Now, so nature-based solutions is, of course, in a sense, a tool, but it connects with nature. It's about using nature for specific purposes, for generating value. And what you have in here is basically information, collected by IUCN and our friends Charles. I don't have to go through this. the benefits of bringing, restoring and bringing nature back in this kind of way are enormous, because it is about reconnecting with nature. Now, so what about the resources? What about the engagement, the innovation, the value creation that can come around nature-based solutions? So today it's primarily public, money. It's about government putting some money in. And as you all know, the guy who's arriving here in Davos today, what's happening in the world, these resources are also drying up. But already before that, we knew that if nature-based solutions are going to have a chance, there has to be involvement by private sector, by people on the ground. And this kind of map of the proportion of resources, public versus private, was drawn up, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And there was this vision that by 2030, we have to have this kind of amount of private funding, not just to scale in terms of resources, but also in terms of getting that engagement, that innovation, that capability and management and engagement of people and stakeholders to manage and create value out of nature-based solutions. Now, but like for nature itself, it's really hard because, again, those value chains are complex. And it's hard for private investors to put in that funding and to get the kind of return that is the kind of the logic, as we already and that the economy is sort of based on. Now, so of course there are tools, and these tools are more and more researched, and they are studied. They are also experimented with, and there are cases where private sector engaged, and there is blended funding, and there are nature credits or carbon credits, and risk has to be managed. Insurance companies are there. They are talking about it. Some of them are doing some things. Even central banks are talking about how insurance companies need to act. So there is this entire portfolio. And don't misunderstand me here. This is very important. And progress needs to continue. And we have to work with this. But it's still very hard. Now, so let's take a look at the financial sector. This is going to be very simplistic in a sense, but I think it's quite critical. We talk a lot about the funding not being available, and then there is this incredible paradox with all that money that is out there in the world. The liquidity is just it's just unbelievable. The money is floating in billions and billions, day by day, hour by hour, even minute by minute. But it's not hooking on. It's not supporting, what's there for the long term. So what's happening? We have the financial intermediaries. They are managing trillions and trillions, but their KPIs are totally different. And when it comes to nature and those benefits, of course, the challenges of measurement, of valuation, of managing those risks. The financial intermediaries, lack those competencies, and they are not connected. We are living in we talk about silos and separated worlds. So, people don't connect. So, the costs of due diligence. The European Central Bank, was asked by the European Commission a couple of years back to make a study of the means, the way forward for private sector to invest in nature-based solutions in Europe. And Central Bank observed that 3% only of the funding in Europe comes from, these kinds of financial actors. And they observed that, the cost of due diligence for these institutions means that you would have to have at least 10 million euros in a project, for the financials to even look at it, because the costs of due diligence are just, too high. So the problems of disaggregation are very serious. And then, you have all of that of greenwashing, the problems with disinformation. So how are you going to know, how are you going to verify what's real and what's not? But, the financial intermediaries are not just, what we can talk about when we talk about finance. So on the one hand now, you have the project developers, those people on the ground that are out there, and they're actually working and trying to get things done. And there are many, there are millions. And IUCN is trying to support them. And, there are many others who are trying to work with them. Then you have those financial intermediaries. And then you have the population at large. And we already heard the remarks here, and we saw on the slides that you have in the beginning. Most people out there in the world actually are concerned. They may be scared totally off, if it's, they're confronted too fiercely by what's going on. But they actually care, and there are a number of studies to show that they are also willing to invest. But they don't have the channels. And how are you going to verify? You see something, you're going to give money. How do you know that it matters? So the population at large is actually holders, although now you have all that inequality. But they are the ones who hold the money that the financial intermediaries play with, and they care. So a point here is that if we're going to get out of this, we can't have the finance just disconnected on the left-hand side, and you have humanity there and you have nature. You have to work out the ways of connecting with real value generation and care for long-term and the wider benefits in mind. There are various kinds of financial instruments. There are market prices, there are means of commercializing some benefits, but there are also public goods. And you need a spectrum of instruments developed. And with the general public, AI and the tools that technology bring to put in our hands, if we use them for this purpose, can connect people with projects in a direct way, bypassing the financial intermediaries, and subjecting the financial intermediaries to competition in this regard, and realizing project development. There are examples of this. There is in France. We are working on some of them. We are discussing with partners. So this we have to advance on. And of course, in parallel, we mustn't forget, but it's very hard. The wider systemic issues also have to be addressed. The cost of capital, actually, acting, punishing back, against those who are free riding and who use leakage strategies to actually dismantle and prevent others from taking action. There are the insurance companies, that really, today don't do their job because, moral hazard. Governments will bail them out, or they just stop insuring when the time comes. So we have a huge systemic failure. We cannot just, wait for that to be resolved. People have to be engaged, and people also have to put the pressure on, institutions have to put the pressure on to also address the systemic issues, and at the same time work bottom up. Not easy, but we have to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Andersson. I think it was really enlightening to see this linkage in between the financial flows and the need of having system solutions for green funding. It's also interesting to see that the general public has a role to play, and today we do have technology, we do have everything we need to just combine actions and drive systemic change. Let me now hand over to my colleague Charles Karangwa, who's the head of the NBS Hub at IUCN Secretariat. Charles comes from a very deep experience in the regions. He was operating in the regions of IUCN. Beyond being the director of the hub, he's also the advisor to our president on climate, nature, and NBS-related challenges. Over to you, Charles.
Thank you.
Give us a deep dive on the NBS, IUCN NBS High Integrity Standard.
Thank you, Paola. Good morning, everyone. Very happy to be here and pleased to address you this morning. More importantly, I'm very happy to see our former boss, always a boss, Dr. Bruno Oberle, the former Director General of IUCN, but also a very good mentor and friend of mine, to be specific. So thank you, Bruno, for joining this session. I would talk about, it's a continuity really of what Thomas mentioned. We have a problem. Nature-based solution is no longer a concept. It's under action from private sector, from public sector, from communities. Everyone is talking about nature-based solutions. And the bigger question is, what is it? How do we scale it up? And how do we actually implement credible solutions? My first slide really is to tell you about IUCN. It's always important to know who we are talking about. We are talking about the network of members. We are quite a large organization, which is composed of governments and civil society members. But more importantly, focuses really on influencing policy, delivering action at scale for nature, but at the same time, making sure that people are at the center of everything that we are doing. And you will know pro-IUCN from many of the tools and instruments that we do. We don't talk about this a lot, but we are very known from all these amazing tools that exist and are used globally, from the global biodiversity framework to climate to development pathways to investment. And nature-based solution is part of that ecosystems tools and frameworks that IUCN have been developing and working on for many years. I work for a global nature-based solution management hub, and I want to mention a couple of things we do before we start. We really focus on product delivery, at the same time strengthening leadership on this topic of nature-based solution, which actually IUCN have been developing for the last 2 decades. So mostly working on prospecting high integrity nature-based solutions, deploying a pipeline of investable projects to investors from public sector to private sector, but at the same time capacitating institutions to deliver on this promise of nature-based solutions. We do have more proximity to countries, to regions, through what we call regional nature-based solution hubs, which are really there to support policy, invest in innovation, catalyzing finance, and also curating on nature-based solutions. And these slides will be available. That's why I'm not delaying. So far we are present across the globe. From Europe, we have a regional hub for Europe in Germany, and actually looking forward to a national hub, hopefully in Switzerland very soon, unveiled. We are in Africa, in Asia, but also looking forward to South America and North America as well. And going to nature-based solutions, I just want to demystify that nature-based solution is not new. So this has been evolving over the last several decades. And what just happened was to have a multilateral framing of this through the United Nations Environmental Assembly, but also through IUCN constituency. And as you can see from 2000, the terms have been used all through, and until it was mainstreamed across all United Nations decision, from biodiversity to UNCCD, which is the land, to climate language from the early 2000 going to 2025. IUCN was part of this process and very, very, very proud partner and of being part of the co-founders of this concept. And IUCN launched a powerful tool or framework to help this in early 2021, where we launched the global standard for nature-based solutions, and I'll come back to that. But what is it? What are we talking about? Again, people have different definitions, but I will stick to what IUCN have actually availed and what multilaterally have been agreed as the definition of nature-based solutions. And nature-based solutions are not just words, they are actions. And that's, for me, very important. There are actions to restore, to protect, to manage ecosystems, at the same time deliver on biodiversity promises, very important, deliver on human well-being promises, but also deliver on investment resilience, deliver on adaptation, deliver on climate, etc. So they are really actions. It's very important to note that. They're not just like, we keep talking about it. We have to do it. And they deliver on several of the goals. The good thing of nature-based solutions is that it doesn't allow silos in action to happen. It has to deliver on both climate, but also on biodiversity, but at the same time on human well-being. People are always at the center of nature-based solution impact. So how we measure that, that's why Sustainable Development Goals are part of the puzzle of nature-based solutions. And as a matter of fact, nature-based solution was framed within that framework of Sustainable Development Goals, delivering on SDGs together with nature and people at the center. And again, one of the big questions, why we're talking about the credibility here, and is addressing the question of, can nature-based solution actually be a transformative framework for banks and private sector companies? I think it's no longer really a question. Nature-based solution provides huge benefits to investors. They are no longer questions. There have been a lot of studies on this. There are facts, there are numbers behind nature-based solutions, not only from risk management of investment, not only from a dependence of supply chains, but also from actually return on investment as it is. And of course, some people asked me questions about why would investors care? Why does it? Is it really investable? Does it work? Does it not work? And we will hear more details today on a panel where actually private sector will reveal and talk about why they are interested in this framework and this concept. But there are a couple of areas that we need probably to consider here. Nature laws absolutely, as Thomas said, represent a big systemic threat to investment portfolios. And we have seen that already across in the last few months. This is in the UK in 2024 in January. When that flood hit hard the UK. And insurance such as Aviva will tell you how much actually they invested in that particular situation. And this is a big eye-opening when we talk about resilience of investment, resilience of different people, etc. And I just was reading this. This is in Myanmar, when the whole supply chain got interrupted by just a road cut because of the heavy rains and the likes. And I would imagine how much loss that happens in that particular week. So there are big signals that unless we take action and work with nature, we won't be able to be more resilient. So there have been really a lot of signals over the last many years. But what are the risks? If we are talking about nature-based solutions, all of us, from big banks, they're all like, we are going nature-based solutions. And I sit a lot in this conversation globally. I talk to many people. In fact, I spoke to one of the big banks recently. They told me, for us, bank, we love solutions. And I'm sure everyone loves solutions. That's why we are actually fully interested in nature-based solutions, because we think there is a solution there. So, but what are the risks? What are the blind spots? And I think the truth is what Thomas said, the greenwashing is likely another risk that we need to afford. And we need instruments that can help us to actually manage that. So IUCN have worked a lot on that. We have unveiled the global standard, which helps to counter those risks of greenwashing and develop credible investments. And the objective of really this standard is to provide a robust, evidence-based, science-based framework to measure, to design, to implement credible nature-based solutions. So this is available, and as you can see, we have 8 criteria, very amazingly well designed. We have updated it recently, more user-friendly and seamless, and happy to talk about that. And what does this do, basically? When you apply that, it gives you a clear picture of how you comply with this, and the risk and how you can improve on your investment. This is just a visual way on how you see your report when you use this standard. You can see where you are weak, and you develop measures to actually improve that. And there have been already companies and institutions that are already applying the global standard. And this is just an example of Société Générale, which is using this standard to assess and make decisions on their investments. They're already doing that. We have already worked with the Coca-Cola on similar, a huge, big fund for nature-based solution to address water replenishment issues. And of course, we are also working with other development banks and other companies, and we look forward to work with you on that. So one of the opportunity going forward we have is, of course, to continue and collaboratively. We are seeing signals of big funds on nature-based solutions, and they want to support that to make sure they are credible, they invest in really high return, not only return from financial return, but also impact on biodiversity and people. We are setting up and looking forward to develop a recognition scheme which will be allowing people to claim that they are doing nature-based solutions, and we are also putting a lot of emphasis on deploying this capacity to national level in Switzerland, but also in many other countries in the world, and hopefully offering a capacity building to private sector and everyone who is involved in implementation of these solutions. I will leave you with this last slide. If you're interested in more, you can scan that, and looking forward to the conversation. Thank you very much, Charles. That was really... Get all the applause which is for you. Thank you very much, really.
looking at how everything evolved since the launch of the IUCN Global Standard on Nature-Based Solution and where we are right now, and the partnerships and the need of using the framework more and more also in the financial sector is really exciting, but it's also very encouraging because we need all the actors. We need, I cannot stress more what you just said, we need to explore further collaborations to apply this framework and to address this kind of dichotomy between economy and nature, and to look at nature as a valuable asset that comes with that. Now, let me give the floor to Mark Vaught, who's the Managing Director of Infinitude. Voilà. And I also want to acknowledge Bruno Oberle here in the room as the chairman of Infinitude and a friend of IUCN. Over to you, Mark.
Paula, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, to be here, despite Trump visit today. You're here. That means the CIA, the NSA, the Swiss spy service didn't arrest you at the border of Davos. So I'm really happy to be with you, and thanks for IUCN to have supported this initiative today. Thanks to SCORE and AXA Group to be with us, Anisette to be with us, Blue Yuso and Thomas. It's unfortunately not too much people, but we will get to quality, and from small we can be big. So, and Switzerland is small, but somehow is big. And I want to introduce you to the collaboration under the lead of IUCN, a project that is doing IUCN, Infinitude, and Ecolance. Quartzlance is here in the room with us. And we want to establish a hub for Switzerland as part of really this dynamic. Yesterday I was at the Nature Positive film premiere, and we are at risk. Okay, so there's a transition now. We are close to a tipping point, and we have now to take our responsibility about the issues of our society, and especially about our respect for nature. Charles is always saying nature is our partner, so we have to treat our partner as it is really a partner in life. And why a Swiss hub now is actually, hey, Switzerland is very far with environmental topics. We have clean technology, we have the laws, we have a lot of NGOs, companies, we have a framework, we have a biodiversity strategy. So we have everything to really enhance this dynamic, and why not collaborate with IUCN and the world to share our knowledge and make those projects in a way that is our resilience and bankable. And therefore, Switzerland can have a big part in this process. As Thomas already said before, and Charles, I mean, I don't need to rewrite recreate the wheel. It's a strategic asset. NBS helped to really define value and on-site by having a recognized standard. Then we have an overview about what is the resilience of the project and how I can copy actually this, how could I say that, capacity to create long-term efficient value for society, environment, and economic. And by the way, now we can see the market require that. In Switzerland, FIDMA have made a risk analysis about climate and the portfolio and the economy in Switzerland. More banks are interested. SCORE today is going to make an announcement about the strategy about nature. Now every system, organization, and people are aware that we are at threat, and we have to develop something together. So, as Charles already explained, 8 indicator, 27, 8 criteria, 27 indicator, easy framework to implement for planning, for auditing, for controlling, for participating, for communicating too. And that's why this holistic approach behind the certification of the standard or the recognition of certification behind the standard is great, because we have a common holistic vision how to implement an environmental project or a nature solution on site. So the role of the Swiss hub, as Charles before said, it's going to be like a regional hub. What we want to be is how can I say and I'm sorry with my English when I'm have a talk like this. It's very sometimes emotional. So we want to be the layer between the Swiss IUCN's know-how and Switzerland's know-how in order to be able to really gain access to data, to methodology, to expertise on both sides that helps to make the quality of those projects more resilient. And to be a technical assistant organization that help all other organizations that can be public, private, or non-profit to be able to really master the implementation of the standard. So the core function is going to translate the IUCN into operational framework and practice to support the project from the early stage until implementation, to enhance the building capacity of those projects and the people around it, because one thing that is really important is to understand all those criteria, all those indicators, which information do I need, how to respond, which kind of expertise should be involved in order to enhance the quality of my project, plus to have a complete transparency about how to implement, who is participating, because actually transparency is a key as data, knowledge, and experience has to be shared, because it's a common problem that we have to solve quick. And if everything is secret, or if everybody keep it on their own, we will not have the possibility to create a really strong dynamic in order to preserve nature. So it's really important that we have this transparency and that can all organizations be involved in a common goal. So why to engage on site? For insurance company, it has the advantage to better understand the risk, to make their models on measuring risk stronger, to participate to the common good, because resilience is at the core of insurance business, and to be really able to masterize the risk and give a value on this risk. For bank and investors, two is like, okay, in which portfolio do I invest? Is my portfolio stable? What are the return on invest? And sometimes it is not seen as a benefit to sustain nature-based solution, but actually, as Charles before said, no, it's worth it to invest in nature-based solution. Latest publication was made with 83 studies on the Alpine region and how nature-based solution actually foster an increase from $1 invested to $3 outcome. So it has a huge potential even in Switzerland to implement nature-based solution. On the side of consultancy, that's a new business. Okay, you have new auditing possibility, you have new methodology that you can implement, you can combine all the standards inside the process of the standardization of the IUCN standard, and you can develop new innovative product or promote your product in a new innovative way. And last but least, but NGOs can use the standards to make data more credible, to test if some projects are really NBS implemented, yes or no. So all of those actors can have a benefit by engaging in this hub. And now we are setting up, or the idea would be to set it up for 2026. We are looking for a pilot project that will involve multiple stakeholders. And we are looking for partnership that want to participate as a pilot project, as we are in discussion now with René here from Blue U, as others, but we're in discussion with the Swiss government. We have other projects in the portfolio, and you are welcome to contact us if you are interested to implement the standard inside your activities. Thank you very much. Paola?
Thank you, Mark. That's really exciting to create, to set up an NBS hub in Switzerland, which I couldn't agree more, provides an amazing ecosystem to boost partnerships, but also to make sure that we share transparently what's going on at project level, and also, I mean, the huge potential for all the stakeholders we saw. Now, let me give the floor to Aurélie, excuse my French, Fayon-Saint-Lô and Henri Douche, respectively from AXA and SCORE, for an announcement. This is what we were waiting for, right? Over to you.
Sorry, so I don't have any micro, but... okay, perfect, sorry. So, yeah, I am Aurélie Fayon-Saint-Lô, Head of Sustainable Underwriting for AXA Group. So you know that as an insurance company, of course, we are directly impacted by climate change and the physical risk of climate change. But what is really clear is that more than the more frequent and severe natural and climate events we see, the main factor is the change in exposure, change in land use, change in urbanization that drive really the huge amount of increased cost due to climate peril. So what is now very clear is we need to restore nature. More than half of wetlands worldwide have disappeared. So we have lost good concrete tools to, as it has been explained, to reduce flood risk and many other benefits. So as AXA, we invest in research, more than 60 million euro a year. We invest in philanthropy to restore nature. We are investor in nature restoration, but as an insurer, and I am in the underwriting part, we wanted to have concrete solution, concrete insurance to, secure the potential, the future and current financing in nature restoration. And before few days, there were no solution for investor to secure their financing in nature restoration. So I met Henri 1 year ago at the COP 15 or 16, this one, sorry, in Cali, because we had at AXA this idea, but not. It was still in R&D, and because the urgent is there, and we need effectiveness, and we need to be very quick to act now. When I met Henri and he explained me what they have developed in SCORE, we thought, okay, seeing the market, which is very small, let's not duplicate and compete on this key solution, but let's partner and join our capacities and strength, AXA SCORE, to deliver an innovative and concrete product to restore naturation. So I will let Henri explain you his baby, but we are both passionate about this product now, and we hope you will like it. And we are very happy to hear your feedbacks as well, of course.
Good morning, everybody. So my name is Henri Douche. I'm the head of product and innovation at SCORE, so a reinsurance company, new partner of AXA. We announced it to the press yesterday, so we are very proud. My challenge is to summarize 3 years of work in 5 minutes. So this morning we heard nature-positive finance, nature-based solution, standards-based approach, right? So I'll try to show what we did exactly in the same logic, so it fits very nicely with everything we've seen this morning. So everything started, and I will go very fast on this one because I don't think I have to convince anyone that ecosystems are important for all kind of ecosystem services. This is something we discovered, right? When we start to do our homework, they are at risk of collapse, but there is hope because we see some stakeholders investing, as we mentioned, investing in ecosystem restoration. But, as always, money is often the issue, right? Financing is missing. So on one side, we found people willing to restore ecosystems. On the other side, we had people with capital willing to invest. And the flow is not perfect. So our role was, can we bring something to the table? Can we ease the financing by de-risking part of this investment? as already was mentioning, if you want to invest 100 million to build a highway, you will need a construction insurance. Of course, nobody will do a project of a highway without construction insurance. Today, there is a project of 100 million in ecosystem restoration without insurance. If something goes wrong, what do we do, right? So the first thing was to understand how people in the ecological world thinks. They think long-term, 20, 30, 50 years. First, you're going to take an ecosystem at a low integrity level. You will implement plan, and then you will bring at a high integrity level. That means, at the contrary of construction, for example, that your level of vulnerability is going down because your ecosystem is older, more installed, more stable, more resilient. Capital, you invest a lot at the beginning, and then you manage, and then you have a stable monitoring conservation plan. The story here was when we talk with a lot of organizations, including IUCN, WWF, Society for Ecological Restoration, they understood and said, yeah, this is how we think, right? And now the next game was on our side, how do we see that as insurers? If you look at that as an insurer, you think, well, the risk profiles are different, right? So we turned that into 3 different products. One specialized on the implementation phase, the second one on the monitoring, the managed, sorry, and then the third one, we are still working on it. It's not really, because there is some tweaks that we need to do to the product to be very efficient. I'm an agronomist. I love weather data, plant models. I love parametric products, insurance, parametric insurance. It doesn't work for everything. So when we started, I thought this is great. And then finally, some people told us, well, maybe you should think in a different way. We decided not to go for a parametric in this specific case. It's not to say that parametric is bad. Parametric is good, but not for everything. Here, how does that work? We have a plan in order to bring our ecosystem from low integrity to high integrity. If something goes wrong, fire, flood, heat wave, frost, bit of property, bit of agri, bit of forestry, then the insurance will kick in, and the claims money will serve to re-implement the work that has been destroyed. So you invest 10 million. After 2 years, you have a big flood. 50% of the saplings died. You need to replant. This is paid by the insurance. So basically, we help the projects to go back on track, without having to reinvest from the project side. One comment we had from people from the ecology world was, you're going to make projects easier. And we were super proud. But then they say, yeah, but what about if it's a bad project? Yeah, but we are an insurance company. We don't know if it's a ecologically bad or good projects. So we partner with an organization called the Society for Ecological Restoration. And we developed with them some specific standards for ecological restoration insurance. They are completely aligned. We checked that, of course, because we looked what was on the market. So completely aligned with what you described this morning with the IUCN standards, a bit more specialized, on ecological restoration and insurance piece. And what we do when we have a client coming to us with a plan, we send the plan to the SER. They review it as an independent party, and then they come back to us with a grading: C, B, A, AA, AAA. C and B, we don't insure because it's not good enough, ecologically speaking, independently from the risk. A, AA, AAA, we insure. AA, AAA, we give a discount on the premium. That's our way to incentivize good practices. We think we have a role as an insurer is to de-risk. We have a responsibility, and that's to choose what we want to de-risk. Last slide. Maybe I'll be all right with my 5 minutes, right? The question is, yeah, but who is that for? Well, basically for the projects. So all the people involved in the projects, from the initiating the projects, financing the projects, implementing the projects, executing the project. If you cut that in two, left or right, on the left side, you have people owning the project. And for them, they sleep better if their capital is protected and they know that the project will carry on, even if there is something wrong happening. On the other side, we talk to a lot of people that are project implementers. For them, having projects that have been reviewed, graded, and insured, well, ease a lot the access to capital. So it's easier when you go to an asset manager and you're asking for money if you present a project that is already insured. So it took us a lot of time. We had to start somewhere. We started with ecological restoration. Now we are working on the next phases to have it broader. So this is our NatReco initiative. You know, the first solution is about, and we heard about, you know, the word solution this morning, is about ecological restoration. We are working on new topics. And on this one, we thought that having a global reach and a global franchise would be super important. So we partner SCORE and AXA in order to distribute that. And we would be more than happy to have your feedback, questions, and ideas on this. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was quite something. That was quite an announcement. Thank you very much for sharing it with us. I personally think this is amazing, particularly the last bit when you talked about this is a guarantee to access capital for all these kind of projects, which is sometimes...
It's not a guarantee, it's a strong help. You know,
it can help.
It helps a lot.
But it also helps the integrity of programs on the ground, which is sometimes a little bit of an issue in some kind of area. So thank you very much. Now we start the second part of this session, which is an interactive panel led by my colleague Charles. You can invite on stage your guests. Slowly but surely, I'm going to get down. Like this is my first Davos disabled version. And then we will wrap it up. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. My God, I feel like...
Thank you. Thank you very much, Paola. Okay, maybe already you don't need to go down. So...
There's a microphone on the chair.
I'm very pleased to moderate a very interactive panel with great speakers here. It gives me a pleasure to welcome you again, Ori, our Head of Sustainable Underwriting from AXA. Please have a seat. And then I'll invite René Benguerer, Founder and Director of Blue U. Welcome, René. And you will learn more about Blue U. Very pleased to welcome Mr. Aniset Munyehirwe, a founder of Twahirwa Foundation. So, Paola, you did very well to pronounce that. It was great. And then, of course, my partner and friend, Mark Vo, please have this. So, friends, we are going to spend some time this morning interacting with the audience here. We'll have time for Q&A, but we want to focus on scale, action, but also credibility. And from all the presentation you have seen already this morning, it looks like we know what is the problem. It looks like we know what is the solution. It looks like we have all the ingredients, partnerships. Apparently, things are working, are happening. But there's one thing that we don't know, and that's what we will focus on this morning, is why are we not actually making progress? Maybe we are making progress. There might be good news, so I want to hear from you. And allow me to start with you. Absolutely, Ori, you have the microphone. There's this narrative which we keep hearing, and I'm really glad to see the launch of this initiative. Congratulations. I had interacted with some of your team when this was being developed, hopefully giving some ideas. But one question I have for you is, what is stopping corporates to integrate nature-based solutions into their risk management? And if it's happening, what are the successful factors that we can actually learn from this room?
Thanks. So, oh, sorry. Yes, it's working. Sorry. So, thank you very much for this question. So you've seen that now we try to scale and to really innovate to help for nature-based solution, restoration, and so. But into our risk management at AXA, it is true that we haven't started by developing a product. We've started by doing the easiest, let's say, easy, not for all, but by implementing into our risk management some restriction on high impacting activities for climate and for nature. So we started by climate, of course, and since 2015, we were the first insurer to really implement strong commitments on coal and to fully exit coal by 2030 for OECD country and 2040 for non-OECD country, with different thresholds. Same for oil and gas. When the International Energy Agency report net to on the road to net zero, because we want also to follow science and to have tangible resources. So we look at all what's going on in terms of scientific trajectory. So we based our energy policy on this report mainly. And so this is what we first implemented really into the risk management to make sure that when we underwrite activities and companies, we don't enable, let's say, high risk on nature and climate. And on biodiversity and nature, we have also specific policies on deforestation and natural world site heritage. But it's not enough. It's not enough because we are not the only insurer of the world. And even if we don't want, many others will insure. And so it raises other issue, even if on coal, and all together with banks and finance, we've seen that a lot has been accomplished. And we also engage with companies, and we have seen strong decrease trajectory. So it's a way, to help accelerating transition. But we are a company, a private company, so we need also to do business. And we want to steer also opportunities, of course, with this transition, ecological transition and the energy transition. So now we really have a big focus on how we can support energy transition and ecological transition through all the new technologies and new risks. So we need to understand all those new risks and technologies that will drive the shift into a low carbon economy. And in nature, scaling, what we've really seen is that we hear a lot of billions of euros or dollars needed to really achieve the Kearney and Montreal goals. As we said, 700 billions are necessary, dollars are necessary to achieve the 30% restoration worldwide. But we don't really see concretely all those investments, even if they are increasing. So, yeah, again, as an insurer, what we can do, we can provide insurance, and this is why we have developed this one.
Thank you. And I think you absolutely touched a very important point. There's always a leader in every process. So we appreciate the AXA's leadership and SCORE and other companies that are doing this. And I love how you mentioned the risk management aspect. But you are sitting with René, who is a private investor.
A private company.
A private company, but also a private investor, of course, both. René, sometimes we actually hear a story from private sector. They keep saying that, nature-based solutions are just for public. There shouldn't be reason for private sector to invest in nature-based solutions. What drives your interest as a private sector in nature-based solutions? And of course, I'm also still keeping my notes on what I already have said on the risk, but from private sector, what really drives your motivation as Blue U, and you will tell us more about Blue U as well, to invest in nature-based solutions? Where do you see opportunities?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Charles. Well, basically, if you look at our companies in the food sector, right, and if you look at nature-based solutions and you consider how we produce our food globally, then clearly we went completely off the track, right? Because producing food, per definition, should actually be a nature-based solution because we need to produce food with nature and sunlight. But our system is completely going in the opposite way, right? If you look at the planetary boundaries and today's challenges, the global food system is actually the key driver for biodiversity loss, for ecosystem degradation, for freshwater depletion, and for everything. So as an entrepreneur in the food sector, we have been always working on nature-based solutions and try to figure out how to produce food in balance with nature, respecting the planetary boundaries and not exceeding them, right? So for us, the concept of nature-based solution is actually a very welcome concept because it helps us communicating what we're doing. So Blue U is a restorative seafood company. We are restoring degraded habitats, mostly mangrove forests, by integrating mangroves into farms where farms are degraded. And with the mangroves, we bring back the productivity, we activate aquatic food webs, and we design polyculture models for shrimp, crab, fish, mollusks, oysters, clams to thrive in one system without any inputs, right? So we're kind of producing high-value, healthy proteins in reforested areas, like the mangroves become the key driver of the food web. Farmers are harvesting high-value crops, and we're just converting sunlight into proteins. And there's no feed, no fertilizers, no chemicals. So the systems we're designing and operating with small-scale farmers in Asia, I believe by definition this is a nature-based solution, and we also add the livelihood and the economy component where we can create food systems that bring back the balance between nature and people. And that has always been driving our mission. So if you ask me why, I mean, the food industry is not necessarily currently interested in investing in nature-based solutions because, the food industry actually lives and makes its money from all the inputs, like the feed, the chemicals, the fertilizers, the pharmaceuticals. That is driving the investment feasibility, that is driving the bankability, and it's driving the profitability of the food industry. But all these inputs are driving the planet into a danger zone, right? So what we're doing is we go completely against the current and try to kind of recreate food systems that, that actually create food. Regenerative farming, like the regenerative farming, in my view, is a very important aspect. And I believe for the food industry, the nature-based solution proposal and the standard and what can come with it to make it bankable, to make it visible, to make it credible, can actually become quite an important driver for change. That's kind of our mission.
Thank you. I think that's a very, very good news and very good case studies of actually how nature-based solution can drive sustainable food production that is also high quality, not only high quality, but also with great economic returns. And I want to skip Anisette for a reason, but go to Mark. René is coming from a private company, and you have been talking to different companies. And we have been working together over the last year on actually deploying support to companies and the public sector on investing in nature-based solutions, reassuring them. But you have mostly looked at the pain points, the biggest barriers of these companies that are really stopping them from investing. And I would want you to elaborate on that, where are those barriers from the last market assessment that you have been doing in Switzerland and probably outside? And how do you see actually the Swiss hub, for example, addressing some of those gaps, reassuring companies that we are here to help?
So thank you, Charles. Yes, as I was saying before, we are a kind of a limit where lots of company, because it's at the end risks, you know, and as they don't really understand what are nature-based solutions and they need best practices, they need always, and for all the projects, it's like the first mover to show, no, it is working. So they are somehow waiting about the first who is making the step and said, okay, because this one is making the step, then I can come. Because there's so much uncertainties behind it and so much people involved. And the second problem that we have is, and it's somehow based with consciousness, is like not everybody do agree with the way how we implement and how we can have benefit. And I think one key issue behind this, especially when you talk about nature-based solution, is what is the definition, how to measure it, and how to train the people to understand it. And most of the time, because of the educational background that we have, the information is kind of diffuse and not in a kind of common sense. So when we can try to find processes that help to educate in a common sense, then it will be easier to make the implementation and reduce the risk. That's why the standard is great with those 8 criteria and 27 indicators, because it's a holistic approach how to really measure the resilience of a project by involving all the stakeholders. So we have a common discussion that can be implemented. And the second part, and that's great what you were saying before, Henri, because it's transition. Lots of time is like, yeah, why should I take the risk for the others? I mean, the thing, but somehow I will come back to Trump. Trump is taking a lot of risks because he just thinks he's the best. And then follow me. But that's true. That's why he's so successful in, okay, bracket. But if we come back about this transition, because we are living with him a transition, okay? So just to understand, you know, that's now the education point that I want to make. It's like the transition. And the transition is very important to have partners who said, okay, I will help you to take the risk. Especially we see that in Switzerland, where lots of farmers didn't support the biodiversity initiative because they were directly concerned, but unfortunately there were no program to help them to support the risk, like, hey, I want to transform, but you know, I'm every day on the field, it's very hard for me, you know that, huh? You study that, nobody is helping me, I have taxes, I have competition outside, so, and why should I take the risk on myself when I'm waking up at 6 in the morning and I'm sleeping at 10, and it's a hard work. So I need help to transition, and your solution is a great kick to help that, because you help to get to mitigate the risk.
Thank you. I think you are probably bringing a very critical question here of the fear of taking a risk because of lack of data, lack of measurement framework, lack of all ingredient that can give you assurance that actually I'm doing that. And you talked about the issue of capacity. I think the understanding of nature-based solution has also been evolving and different meaning for different people. And that's why we think capacity building is also a critical. Yeah, but now you are bringing an issue of a farmer on the ground who have his own issues and problems and difficulties on his production, on his landscape. And the money is sitting somewhere in Switzerland, with a banker or an insurance company who is saying, I have money, but I don't have where to invest. So that's why I'm very happy to have Anicet here, who runs a foundation which really work with farmers on the ground to deploy solutions. So Anicet, there's this big bubble of narrative, which I have had for the last 20 years, that we have money, but we don't have projects. We have... I mean, I have to confess that I've been on panels where investors openly say, I have got 600 million for the last 10 years. I only got 2 projects in restoration. Restoration is not bankable, it's not profitable, it's a big risk. I'm really very happy with your product, AXA and SCORE, because this is going to be a game changer in the restoration sector. So Anicet, Are there solutions that works on the ground that need scale? And what is stopping that scale actually to happen?
Yeah, thank you, Charles, and thank you for inviting EYWA Foundation. And it's a really a good opportunity. I want also to thank my partners who are supporting me, who came with me, who have been supporting the EYWA Foundation during the past 3-4 years that we are operating. And the big challenge we are having today is that, I think it is Thomas Anderson who said, there is a problem of connecting dots. Sometimes you get surprised when you come in these conferences, you find different solutions that are available to serve the community. For most of the time, people, they are saying we need billions of dollars to implement natural-based solution or any. We don't need a lot. We need money, but it's not the first thing we need. We in Africa, everything we are doing, it's more or less natural-based. So our farmers are planting their maize, their beans using fertilizer from cow dung and whatever. We have it. But the challenge he's getting, he's continue using natural solutions. But he doesn't know if next year there will be a problem of rain. He doesn't need your money. He doesn't know even that there are billions of money that can support him. He doesn't know it. The only thing that could be good is that he get an SMS on his phone telling him in the next season, consider not to plant the yellow beans, but plant the black beans because they will be more resistant to the drought. So we came here as a EYWA Foundation to call people all those solutions that are there. You might leave money even if we need it, but we need those different solutions that are available worldwide. We have a lot of information on weather. We have a lot of information. Yes, they are not probably not precise given the area, but we have them. But how those information can serve our population at the ground, even without living here. Because if we give the information about the weather for the next season, a person will adapt himself without even asking a lot of money or asking a lot of program that is costing billions. Because we have those solutions, but we don't have like those information that is needed. Like banks, insurance, and other people, they are there, but they don't have those tools. If there are tools that have been developed that can help them, those tools, we have them here. They have been there for a lot of years. How many banks, how many insurance companies are aware of the tools of assessing natural-based solution? Few knows it. But also we came to say if there is a lot of money that are available, we as a EYWA Foundation, we are not only seeing one single activities, because the problem that have been there, that have been even the main risk is that we go to the field, someone is saying, I'm doing agroforestry only, or I'm doing food security only, I'm doing this, but when you go to the field and you want to implement all those projects, you see a farmer holistically. Because if you are telling him to plant a tree, you have tomorrow to make sure that you have a solution how he will bring his child to school. You have to think about the income generated. So we have to think holistically. So we are calling a lot to more collaboration and partnership, and giving the tools that are available. I think in these rooms there are a lot of people who have been developing different tools that can help in implementing. First, before getting the money, give us those tools. Collaborate with us to to get those tools on the field. Indicators which products or that could be useful for our population. Without this collaboration, we will not move. We also need money, but not as so big as you think to make an impact. We don't have a lot of billions that are being spoken around. We need some tailored financing system, but financing products. So if it is at a different stages, you get someone who's coming, a bank is saying, no, for us, we only finance this part. Find another, someone who will going to a grant. Once you get a grant and you are sure that the value chain is operating, come to me. And you get someone who's ready to give a grant, but the bank is not available. So we need to put people together. We will not get one single financial product that can advance NBS. We need different people who are working together. If you are not working, because the nature is a diverse of different things. So banks, the investors, researchers, and there is that collaboration, and we come as a package to deliver those solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for really sharing that story of the gap in sharing knowledge. I think generally we love duplicating everything. I love how René and not René, Henri and already mentioned of not really starting from scratch or duplicating, but building on what you had already realized could work, and that's already bearing fruits. But I think the biggest challenge we are also seeing is that continuous duplication of what's happening. So sharing knowledge, sharing best practices, exchanging information, building these strong partnerships, bringing this branded finance, you mentioned the grants and other products, etc., probably could be an unlocking. So I'm looking at the audience to see if there are questions before we do a second round of our question to our panelists. So is there a question? So there's a mic that is available, and we could put it in the room. So if you have a comment or a question, please feel free to raise your hand. And then I will see you. Okay, so we have 1, and then 2, and then 3. Okay.
Thank you very much for the interesting discussion. My name is Anja from the Green Digital Finance Alliance. And what I'm taking away is that what we need to scale nature-based solution is about standards, then also measuring with integrity, and then also potentially insurance to help us de-risk. So my question to you would be if you could talk about the potential of digitalization that you see to raise the project integrity and also the bankability of nature-based solutions. So I was wondering if we were going to measuring in a digital way nature-based solutions, would that actually raise the bankability of these projects? And can you talk also perhaps to certain projects that are already happening on the ground? Thank you.
Thank you. I think happy to first respond to that $1 million question on which has 2 parts. One is on the digitization, so opportunities for digitization of these tools, and would that increase the credibility of nature-based solutions, but also the bankability. And I want to give the floor to René from Blue U, because probably you might also share some of the examples of the bankability of nature-based solution and how you actually measure the impact of nature-based solution on the supply chain or the value chain that you're working on.
Well, yeah, thanks for the question. I can only speak actually of our programs because that's where I'm most familiar with. And in my view, the digitalization and the underlying technology only help so far in creating cost efficiencies for an existing program, and helps us in data capturing, data monitoring, and the rigorousness of a program, like that you can actually show data to investors or to public partners or to NGO partners. But in my view, it won't be really the driver for big transition and for scale, right? It's just a tool. For me, like for us personally, and based on our experience, it's still that's not really what you are saying. In our case, it's kind of really the bottleneck is accessing the finance and unlocking the finance for large-scale restoration. Because small-scale farmers, even if you combine 8,000, 10,000 of farmers in one big restorative food system, the farmers don't have the means to restore. So you need external funding. And it's definitely something that is currently lacking in the financial system, in my view. So, there are the grant dollars, they are limited. We can tap into them, but only to get started the program. It only brings you to a certain phase. Once you have the track record, then you need return-seeking capital, right? So you need to access private sector capital. And there we are currently working on blue carbon financing schemes as a potential means. But generally, in my view, to really unlock the capital we need, the digitalization may be a tool to help and make it more bankable. The nature-based solution standard is my hope to make it more robust, more credible, to prevent greenwashing, as we heard this morning. But the most important thing, in my view, is that we need a mind change on the investor side, because they can't talk about impact investment in private sector companies that are trying and ready to change the system. And we are ready for transformation, but I can't deliver market rate returns by same time kind of healing the planet, fixing social problems, fixing climate change, bringing back biodiversity in a market like the seafood market, which is highly competitive, low margins, and our impact investors, they want us to do all these good things, but they want us to deliver the same profitability as a company that is 100% based on exploitation and degradation. So it's actually not working, right? There is a big mismatch. And my hope is to create more attention to this through the nature-based solution framework, because we also definitely need to see more walking the talk on the investor side. Because we have been talking about blended finance and patient capital and return-seeking impact-first investment. I don't really see this happening. Or not at the scale we need to see it. Maybe the insurance solution will help kicking in to make it more de-risk bankable. But the fact is the big money out there is still seeking market-based returns. And as long as our competitors are not internalizing their external costs, we are not in an even game plan, right? And that needs to be changing.
Thank you. That's very helpful. So I see already an answer to have a microphone. We need to be maybe if it's responding to the question 1 or 2 minutes each, and then we take 2 other questions, and then we'll have to ask it.
Yes, maybe quickly on how to make it bankable and quickly. We think that biodiversity credit could be a way to drive financing with, again, strong standards. But indeed, private financing need return. And we see the carbon market, voluntary carbon market, that have drive some financial flow. And so at AXA, we are involved in the organization AAPB, AAPB, to have a strong framework to create biodiversity credit. And this will be a way to drive financial flow. We have a very good example at AXA on carbon credit, because we have a Climate Seed, which is an entity that finance today carbon credit, but with co-benefits, social and environmental co-benefits. And we have financed in Mexico one Erido. San Crisanto Erido, where there is a local community that only lives thanks to the mangroves there, with fishers, but also tourism. So from that, they can have carbon credit because of the restoration of the mangroves and maintaining and preserving the mangroves. It is also insured by today a parametric insurance because the main risk of the mangroves is cyclone. And they already had a cyclone that completely destroyed the economical activities and the mangrove. So thanks to the parametric insurance, they could restore very quickly the mangroves and help the resilience of the community. But all this is really thanks to after releasing carbon credit on the market. It's locally viable as economical activities for the people, but to get the money into the restoration of the mangrove, having the earnings for the carbon credit are very important. So we hope that carbon, I believe very strongly in biodiversity credit.
Thank you very much. Maybe 1 minute and then we take one question.
I think for us, we are working with those really small farmers. We are not talking about those big projects. We need those farmers who just want some money to buy something, a tool that could be used, that those credit of some small amount of money. So if we get the technology or IT to help banks, microfinances, to analyze, like to assess the project, that could be something, and which is combining, saying, if I'm going to, we have one single tool that could show how the next year is there is no risk of rainfall, there is no risk he's going to plant. If he's bringing a credit, he wants a credit to plant maize, is he planting on the land? Where are you planting you want to plant your maize? If there is a soil somewhere and there is an application that banks uses and they can assess this is the right place, they will be. The projection of rain next year are okay. There is the soil, they are not degraded because they are data that are feeded there on a daily basis. In that case, that could be a good tool that is helping those small farmers to get credit and to get understood by the banks.
So you are confirming that digitization and data could probably help mobilize finance. So I'm looking at the time. I have only 6 minutes, and I want to give a chance to one more question. Okay.
Thank you. I'm George Katurebe. I'm the CEO for the Institute for Climate, Green Solutions and Innovation. My question is, hearing what you are saying and from experience, it seems to me that the people who are driving the whole agenda of sustainability and nature-based solutions don't live with the people that are affected by the negative consequences when we don't do the right things. This is what we see. Because my view is that you have people at the policy level, you have people at the financials, but the actual implementation is done on the ground. So the question is, how do we make sure that the people on the ground and where these solutions are going to be implemented connect with each other and are on the same level of understanding, so that the people who are on the ground, who are going to be impacted directly and who are going to be actually doing the donkey work or the foot soldiers work, the financing is targeted to make sure that they do it efficiently. One of the examples that I would bring up here is that, like Ansett said, these farmers, they live in their basic natural ecosystems. How can financing support them to elevate a little bit in their natural basic ecosystems so that they become a little bit aware and sophisticated. So, and in the process, the issue of risks gets diminished with time. Thank you so much.
So I will give this question to you already for two reasons. So basically, if I rephrase the question, it's basically asking, when we talk about the return on investments, are we actually talking about, does that include the core benefits and the transformation of livelihoods of people on the ground? Do we count that, or just look at monetary return on investment? And if we are not including that transformation on the ground, how do we actually change the investment pathways? So if you could speak to that, and I'm really sorry I will have to wrap up in a few minutes, and then I will hand over to our panelists for probably one key message that you want to leave the audience with on this conversation on investing in credible nature-based solutions. So you start and give one key message, and then we go up to Mark.
Indeed, we see that climate and nature issues directly impact people and mainly already vulnerable people. So this is why in the standards, the social benefits are taken into account. And so I have also, just to let you know, colleagues, so there is a specific team at AXA called AXA Essentials who really work in sustainability, but for people, providing a solution, package solution to help the small communities with a specific type of insurance for people that are usually not insured. So we really take very strongly this aspect of vulnerability, and more people that are vulnerable and are actually not don't access to insurance. So we need to adapt also our product for the small communities and people that are not usually really in the sector, insurable sector, let's say.
Thank you. René, any parting key message?
Well, just a final wrap-up. Well, I personally believe that the nature-based solution standard by IUCN can really be a valuable tool for the private sector to actually get into action, but also to make projects bankable, to make them robust, to make them credible, to prevent greenwashing. So I'm happy to be part of it, and thanks, Mark, for your initiative in Switzerland. So we're happy to be part of a pilot and see how we can get this moving.
Thank you.
Yeah, for me, it's to call out upon anyone who have those solutions, to share them with us, and to make sure that we are doing something on the ground. We come to the ground. We do so. I know there is a number of things that is being done, but there is a need to do more.
Thank you. I need to do more, Mark.
Yeah, I think to summarize is we have to take the whole cycle or the whole supply chain from bottom up and educate the people at the beginning and helping them, as you were mentioning, George. They need to understand why they are at risk and what kind of education can help them to de-risk and not to feel alone. Somehow to be, supported, because if they're supported, they're motivated and they find like a common vision, like, hey, and we invest in me and I can make the change, and it's valuable. So I'm an asset and valuable assets as a social being, because at the end, it's people that are implementing those projects.
Thank you.
So we have to support them and integrate that in the whole cycle of the investment.
Thank you very much. I want to kindly ask you to thank our panelists, and I will wrap up with two things that I have learned today. One, the truth is that nature-based solutions gives hope to investors, to public, but also to communities, and provide multiple benefits. It's not only about credit, both biodiversity or carbon, but also livelihoods and economic return. The second is absolutely partnership is going to be needed to work together. And then finally, there's a need to build our capacity and scale up these solutions. So I will hand over to Paola to close the session, and thank you very much for your attention.
Wait. Thank you very much, everyone. I hope you enjoyed this session as much as I did. It's been dynamic enough. We wanted to do more. Thank you for taking the time. There's a QR code here. Please go on it and interact with us. You also found other QR codes. We are going to be around for a few more minutes, and then we will leave to Climate Hub for the next session. Thank you very much, everyone.
And on behalf of GreenUp, thank you very much. Thank you, people in the audience, and thank you to our guests and speakers. We will now need to prepare the theater for the next session. So please do stay with us, but in the foyer. And for the speakers, could you please join us on the stage and we take a group picture. Thank you very much.
Yeah, please, right? Yeah. And yeah, I'm currently Dedicated. I never did it the first time. No, I don't
A very, very warm welcome to everybody to the Climate Hub Davos by GreenUp. I'm Nicole Keller, the Managing Director of GreenUp, and I have the pleasure to welcome you in our beautiful space where we really try to create dialogue, bring inspiration, but moreover really inspire to action, because that is what we really need at the moment. But we also need to know what is already happening, and that is what this next session will be about. What is already happening actually in Switzerland? But I won't tell you more about that. There will be 90 minutes of very exciting things. What I would like to do is go over really briefly over safety instructions, very important. Just that you know, in case of an emergency, that there are many emergency exits, so just stay calm, and there is one over there. You can go out over here, and you can also go out over here. And before we really start, and to get you also a bit activated, because if we don't know each other, if there is no dialogue, we cannot really get activated. So I would like you to choose A or B, talk to your neighbor, and say, what brought you here? What are you expecting of this session? Or what is an action that you think you can take, either yourself or also with your organization, that you not have acted upon? Okay, maybe one sharing. Anybody care to share? Just one? I think we'll just continue and keep the rest for last. So now the time has come to really... It's always dangerous, when I activate the audience, then there is a chance that you get really activated. But now I would like to really ask you to go back to the session, because we have a very exciting session for you with not just a panel, but also a very interesting presentation from our keynote speaker. But that will all be explained by our lovely host and circular entrepreneur, Dini van den Heuvel. Thank you, Dini.
Good morning and welcome. I'm very honored to be here today and be your host for the next little under 2 hours. We will first have a wonderful keynote by Katrin Schneeberger, who is the director of the FAON, Federal Office for the Environment. This helps. Stress of the beginning. Anyway, and after that we will have some questions. If the audience is activated, let's utilize this to the full extent. And after that we will have a panel conversation where we have from all different parts of society voices to discuss circularity in Switzerland. Where are we and where are we going? So I hope you're ready and full of enthusiasm and curiosity about the Swiss status and how Switzerland is shaping this transaction. Katrin Schneeberger, it's my honor to invite you on stage for this keynote. You have a clicker?
So, good morning, and thank you very much for the kind invitation. I'm happy to be here and to have the opportunity to speak about circular economy. This is a highly relevant topic, not only for Switzerland, but also for Switzerland. When we look at these images, shoemakers repairing shoes and a flea market in the last century, we see that long before the term circular economy ever existed, many of its core principles were already embedded in our grandparents' everyday life. These practices weren't driven by trends or policies, but by common sense, lack of means, and respect for resources. Repairing, refurbishing, reusing, and passing on objects was simply the norm. This norm was shaped by an economic system in which production was mainly local. Access to resources was limited, and replacement costs were high. Today, however, we operate in a very different context, a modern, highly globalized economic system. The key question is, therefore, how can we translate this traditional mindset into today's world and make it relevant for today's environmental economic needs? Studies commissioned by FAON show that Switzerland's overall environmental impact has decreased over time, which is a positive trend. At the same time, environmental pressures remain too high in different domains. And this does not only concern Switzerland. It is a global challenge. The strongest levers for reducing impacts in Switzerland lie in the sectors construction, nutrition, and mobility. In the construction sector, for example, materials account for around 10% of Switzerland's greenhouse gas footprint. Our economy is still largely linear. We extract raw materials, turn them into products, sell and use them, and then dispose of them. This take, make, waste model leads to high emissions, depletes valuable resources, and generates large amounts of waste. This is where the circular economy comes in. Its aim is to keep materials and products in use, in the cycle, for as long as possible. By doing so, we have the possibility to significantly reduce material and energy demand, waste volumes, emissions, and pressure on natural resources. I'd like to focus now on the parliamentary initiative Strengthening the Swiss Circular Economy, whose reinforced legal frameworks is central to advancing circular economy in Switzerland. Many of you are probably already familiar with this parliamentary initiative. The Swiss Parliament passed a revision of the Environmental Protection Act in March 2024. Its objective is to reduce environmental impacts while increasing the performance and security of supply of the Swiss economy. It aims to open up future-oriented business fields and value creation opportunities in Switzerland. The legal revision covers a broad range of topics. For the private sector, several aspects are particularly relevant. A stronger focus on resource-efficient construction with limits on grey energy. Preparing items for reuse opens the door to new business models. The option to integrate online retailers into waste financing systems helps close existing gaps. And finally, the revised waste hierarchy creates opportunities to create new cycles. Implementation work is now underway in many of these areas. With this legal foundation in place, the crucial question is how circularity becomes reality. And here, the business models and innovation power of companies play a central role. Companies hold a major lever for accelerating circularity. A recent study from Swiss universities shows that circular activities can be both environmentally effective and economically viable. This confirms previous evidence and is, of course, a good message. At the same time, the study highlights untapped potential. While 27% of companies already integrate circularity visibly into their strategies, only around 10% apply circular practices at the high level. This shows that momentum is building, but also that there is still considerable room to scale up. We see long-established firms with circular roots, as well as young startups that are circular by design. I could show you many inspiring examples that are already embracing circular economy. But today I will focus on just two. One from the construction sector and one from the food sector. One inspiring example is Baubüro in situ. They work with existing buildings and keep them instead of tearing them down, extending their lifespan and preserving the embodied energy already invested in the structure. They consistently reuse old building components and materials, such as windows and doors, to give buildings a second life. Moreover, their work is based on modular construction, treating reused elements as independent, exchangeable building components. This makes adaptation, repair, and future reuse feasible and much easier. Baubüro in situ shows that circular construction is possible today when reuse is planned from the very beginning in planning, design, and construction. A second example comes from the food sector. Nice to Say Food, a brand by Betty Bossi. It develops products from high-quality food side streams such as buttermilk, oat bran, and okara, thereby upcycling valuable nutrients that would otherwise be lost. Nice to Say Food contributes to the cross-sector agreement to reduce food waste in Switzerland. It demonstrates how circular food innovation can create new market opportunities while lowering environmental impacts. Now, last but not least, I would like to point out the role of the Swiss cantons, who are present as well here in Davos, and our collaboration with them. Cantons have strong levers to advance circularity. They are key when it comes to implementation, and their practical experience is an essential basis for effective federal legislation. Close cooperation with the cantons is therefore central for FON. We collaborate through different formats, for example, a circular economy conference with the cantons, and we participate in different platforms. And speaking of cooperation, I would also like to mention organizations such as GreenUp and Circular Economy Switzerland, our partners today, who play a crucial role in enabling the transition to a circular economy. Once again, this transition can only succeed if we all work together. We have only touched on a few central aspects of the circular economy today. Nevertheless, let me move towards the conclusion by briefly highlighting the main points. We are facing significant challenges, especially driven by overuse of resources and the need to ensure security of supply. In this context, the circular economy offers a wide range of opportunities. Its ecological potential is high and helps to reduce pressure on natural resources. At the same time, the transition to a circular economy is complex, as we all know. Many products currently in use were not designed for circularity, and material loops often take time to close. As a result, the benefits of circular solutions are often not immediate. However, particularly in times of growing uncertainty and supply chain disruptions, circularity can play an important role in reducing dependencies. By advancing this approach, we can not only achieve positive environmental outcomes, which is important, of course, but also strengthen Switzerland's economic resilience. Now, if we recall the beginning of this presentation, from historical practices such as shoemakers repairing shoes or flea markets, to today's practices to circularity, we can see that much of the mindset and knowledge needed for a circular economy is already here. And with the new levers and broad collaboration, scaling up circular solutions becomes possible. We have done it before, and together we can do it again at the scale the future demands. I would like to thank you for your interest and for your attention, and I'm now interested in the discussion. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. This was a great way of setting the tone for today. If any of you have any questions right now for Katrin Schneeberger, please think about it. But before, I have one question of my own. So the Federal Office for the Environment obviously has a very clear scope. And could you maybe explain to what extent it is within the scope of the FOAN to actually set out this move to circularity, and to what extent it is the other partners that need to participate and bring in their voices?
Well, I guess it's important that we all work together because we need all of us in our different roles. What we can do on the federal level is to set the regulatory framework, which is a rather strategic level, but then the implementation has to be on the level of the cantons, with companies, with cities. So that's why we need this strong network where we discuss the subject and then we implement the subject.
So, which is great. So after the session, there will be an opportunity to talk to all of our speakers, and let's have many ideas coming our way. Are there any questions in the audience? We have a mic. If anybody feels that they have a question right now, please. Yes.
Catherine Amachos, thank you for your presentation. You mentioned the online retailers, and I have a question. How in concrete this can be done, especially with the international retailers, the retailers from abroad? How can you catch them?
Well, I guess there are networks which have to be activated. Or how do you mean to catch them? I don't understand exactly your question.
I think especially about the packaging. I'm the president of Resipack, which deals with a circularity for plastic in Switzerland, which is also a political demand now. And all the packaging that comes in, how can this be addressed in terms of design to recycle, for example, or whatever? In the country, I think it's much easier. But how is it with brands from abroad? That's my question.
I mean, I guess it's important that we have the whole production process, not just from at the beginning, but then the whole step of the process of the procedure. And there you have national players, and you also have international players. Of course, it may be easier to have platforms for national players at the first level, but then also we have to try to catch the players on the international level.
I think, I mean, it's a great question. We also have somebody from a Swiss marketplace joining us soon. But indeed, circularity is something that we are discussing in Switzerland today, but to broaden it, it's a worldwide question. And so to figure out exactly where the Federation can set the boundaries and where we have to have international collaborations is a very interesting question. I'm sure we will have many different thoughts
I guess
on that.
it's also important that the regulations from Switzerland, but then also to the European unions, that they fit together. So that's why we are also observing, of course, what the European Union does, and then we try to harmonize the regulations.
I saw, yes?
Thank you so much for your talk. My name is Marav Cohen. I'm from Israel, and I teach at universities circular economy in addition to other environmental-related issues. And my question is, you discussed the regulatory framework, and I'm curious whether there is already or will there be specific KPIs or measurements in order to or targets, right? That the Swiss government is aiming for, right? So when I teach about the Netherlands, for example, and their 2050 targets and how they measure it and work towards it. And I'm curious whether that's the line of thought here in Switzerland as well. And follow up on that, do you feel like you have the capacity to actually measure and see how you move forward with that?
I mean, I know those targets and we also follow them. That's obvious. But then we also have our own targets on the national level. For example, as far as food waste is concerned, in the nutrition process, we have our own targets, and we are really trying to implement this circularity idea. The goals are high, ambitious, and we are just trying to come there step by step. But as you mentioned, the measures, to be able to measure the progress is quite a challenge, and I guess we have to work on it. It's not, everything is not yet here, but we really have to work on that. Because measuring is a key factor that we can show we are doing progress, as in different areas as well. And this here is quite a young area, a new area, where we have to work on indicators and how to measure it. Big challenge.
I think... Yes.
My name is Marloes Fischer. I'm the founder of Circular Hub and C33, an association for circular construction in Switzerland. You mentioned the close collaboration with the cantons, which I think is very good, very important. There's a lot of progress being made, but it's all very local. And especially in the construction sector, although execution is very local, there's also a lot of national initiatives and also a lot of ownership. And the Bund has its responsibility also on a owner perspective. So I was wondering what exactly is being planned and done concretely in order to get the pionierrolle, the pioneer position of the Bund as owner of own constructions and real estate to be one of the role models that the cantons and the communities can then actually starting to have a look at. Because this connection to making it measurable has a lot to do with also making it visible. And projects like In Situ that you mentioned are very interesting, but circularity is a lot more than just reuse. So I would actually like to know how the role model of the Bund is being taken into account in the execution of circularity.
I mean,
if construction, if possible.
If we are talking about construction on the federal level, it's the Bundesamt für Bauten und Logistik, and they have their own goals as well. So if they are constructing a new building for an office, they have their goals and high standards, what is allowed and what is not allowed. So if we are moving into a new building in a few months, for example, there the old lavabos are reused, and also the doors are reused. Actually, what I showed with this example In Situ Baubüro, and I guess that's the pioneer role which the federal government has, to build its own building in the sense of this circular economy as good as it works right now.
I suggest we hold the other questions for the second phase of questions after we have some more different voices on stage. I know we have 2 mini videos of circularity projects that are already running and are planned to open in April of this year here in Switzerland. So I don't know who is... Normally there was somebody else launching them, but I don't know if I can. They're in the presentation.
Greetings from Bern to Davos. We have been asked 2 questions in writing. Question number 1, how are you? I'm Evelyn and I'm good. And I'm Michelle and I'm good as well. Question number 2, how are you contributing to the future of circularity in Switzerland? So we are from the Kaiserhaus of Goods and co-initiators of the overall Kaiserhaus project in Bern. So, well, let us start by the beginning. The Kaiserhaus will be a vibrant mix of gastronomy, local shops and museum about values and finances. Old, modern, timeless and future values are explored, lived and redefined here. As to us, we are building the first circular retail house in Switzerland, the Kaiserhaus of Goods. A place like a network of producers, retailers and customers alike in the very city center of Bern, spanning 4,000 square meters. Featuring producers of furniture, clothing, shoes, kitchenware and cleaning products. With a food network of farmers, millers, butchers and cheesemakers and many more. With a shop where you can buy, borrow and exchange circular new things or used things. With a ceramic atelier and goldsmith atelier, and with a textile workshop specialized in care, repair, refurbish and upcycling. With a product testing labs, learning journeys, talk, or simply enjoying a relaxing cup of tea and slowing down. We are creating a joyful circular consumer culture, and that is precisely our contribution in the near future, sustainable Switzerland. Kaiserhaus of Goods is the joint retail platform of all stakeholders in the value chain that seek sustainability, and it's also an open laboratory where we will jointly test and practice the circularity of things directly with the consumers. So to achieve this, we will also launch research and development projects
We are already launched a project with the question how care and repair services can become attractive and successful business models, and what the introduction of the digital product passport should or could look like.
Let's have a quick look inside.
Become part of the Kaiserhaus of Goods as a partner or shareholder of the project, just like Dini.
Hey Dini, thank you for representing us in Davos and sharing more insights about your motivation for joining Kaiserhaus of Goods with the audience.
We thank you all and look forward to seeing you in Bern at the 10th of April when the door will open. And yes, see you soon.
And see you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
That's it.
Obviously, this is what is in the making. On the panel that we will have shortly, there are no direct people in the consumer repair section, so I thought it was an interesting addition. We have one more, which is a tiny project which has been running for quite a while now. Mikael, a project from Geneva.
Hello, my name is Mikael Roshkov, also known as Misha. I am the founder of Histoire Sans Chute, a non-profit organization based in Geneva, Switzerland. With my team, we run a textile reuse hub and a community space dedicated to circular fashion, clothing repair, and skills, material, machines, space sharing. Our work sits at the crossroad of ecology, social inclusion, and education. At Histoire Sans Chute, we work very concretely on circularity, starting from what already exists. We collect textile waste, fabrics, yarns, buttons, and materials that would be otherwise discarded, and bring them back again into circulation. Firstly, second-hand haberdashery, then workshops, and finally, educational programs. But circularity is not only about materials, it is also about people and knowledge. We create weekly time spaces that we call permanence couture, where people can learn how to repair, reuse and transform textiles while sharing stories, skills and values. Our approach is low-tech, local and accessible since we are not profit-driven. We focus on slowing down production, extending the life of material and making circular practices part of everyday life, not something reserved for experts. By combining reuse, education, and community building, we contribute to a more resilient and inclusive circular economy in Switzerland, especially in the textile sector, which is one of the most polluting industries worldwide. For us, circularity is not just a concept or a policy goal. It is a cultural shift, and it starts with small and concrete actions shared locally and multiplied collectively. Finally, and as we often say, a story without an end is a circular story. Thank you for your attention.
So let's get some voices on stage. Philipp Rufer, President of Circular Economy Switzerland, please join us. Frau Schneeberger, please already have a seat. I'll take my center spot so everybody can join me around. Julia Binder, Professor of Sustainable Innovation and Business Transformation in the IMD Lausanne. Nikolai Diamant, Circular Basel, Innovationförderung vom Kanton Basel-Stadt. Jessica List, CCO of SMG, Swiss Marketplace Group. Enrique Alvarado Halbalutz, Chi Impact Capital. And last but not least, Yunji Yang, co-founder of the Association of Youth Parliament Davos. there should be enough mics for everybody. Welcome all of you on stage, and I would like to open the floor, maybe asking about how we in Switzerland, within the current regulatory framework, what are we missing, and how can we really turn circularity from a best practice into common everyday practice? Maybe Nikolai from the city of Basel.
Yes, I think at the moment we saw it before that a lot of companies started to implement circular strategies in their business strategies, but we still lack of implementation, which we saw by the figures that Katrin Schneeberger showed before. And I think this is really a turning point because we can obviously see that companies within the last year started to acknowledge that circular strategies can be a part of their business strategies, but still lacking behind in terms of implementation. And I think that's really something we need to focus on. So how can we help businesses in order to implement these kind of circular activities that really they can start really creating value. And I think we heard it before that on a cantonal level there's going on a lot. So it's not only in Basel, but as well within other cantons like Zurich or Fribourg or Bern. And I think for instance in Basel we have this innovation program called Basel Circular, which is really trying to help businesses to implement these kind of strategies and really try to build an ecosystem within Basel-Stadt in order to bring forward circularity. I think that's one approach that different regions or cantons can take, but definitely there's a lot going on, and we heard it as well in terms of regulation. There's going on a lot, and I think still a lot needs to be done as well, because a lot of things are framed as the Federal Council can do something, but it's not obliged to do something. And I think that's a big part we need to address and talk as well today. But maybe I stop here now.
I know that on the operational level, I'm sure you have something to contribute there.
Maybe I would like to stay on the political level and the laws. And so for me, the climate and innovation law is the most important driver for all sustainability activities. And so the 2050 net zero goals, they're in the law, and it's binding for all enterprises. And for me personally, when I work with companies to work on their transformation, so that's the overall goal to achieve that. And to achieve net zero is based on 3 pillars, the energy transition, the resource transition, which means a circular economy business model, and the last thing is then the CDR, so the carbon dioxide removal. And these are 3, let's say, markets that has to be built up. Energy transition is in a good dynamic. We have decreasing prices. We have scaling up of volumes of installation of photovoltaic and other sources. But with the resource transition, we need to speed up there, I guess. And also the CDR is a new topic, which needs some research, and then also companies building up that market.
I mean, Julia, you've studied this extensively. Would you say that there are regulatory blind spots that are holding us back right now, or is it that we are struggling to implement what we have on operational level, or what would you say?
Maybe let's briefly step back and try to understand what is the role of regulation in this big transformation. And I think in general what we can see is, okay, a regulator needs to regulate, including banning, needs to standardize so that we really speak the same language, and needs to incentivize. And I think what a big criticism of Europe, not Switzerland, but Europe in particular, Switzerland was following some of this regulation, was we regulate more than we incentivize. So I think when we look at the study that you've been quoting as well, why do we see the implementation gap? One of the reasons was that they're saying a lot of investment needs. Do we incentivize and support sufficiently is question mark. I think when you ask me for blind spots, when I talk to corporations, one of the biggest question marks right now is standardized metrics. And are we speaking the same language? This is important. Enrique, correct me if I'm wrong, for investors, that we know what we're investing in, that we can be reassured that what we invest in is actually going to be the standard also tomorrow. So it's about this security in my investments as well. And then I think there is a big question on how much do we align globally, not just Europe-wise, but let's say the problem and the opportunity here is we're still a very globalized economy. Let's see after this afternoon whether this still holds what I just said. But for now, we are very globally dependent, very fragmented as well. The problem is, and if you speak to whoever, particular multinational companies, but even companies that simply just export, they're saying it's fine if we get support in Basel, but as soon as I'm in France or in Germany or in Spain and it looks completely different, I really can't implement it, right? So I think at one point, we need to go from this piloting stage at a local level or regional level or even national level towards more of this global perspective. And maybe what is missing, or I don't know whether it's missing, but what we need is much more standards per industry, because it will look very differently. You mentioned construction, very different from nutrition, very different from textile. And I think here we need to find the right mixture between banning what doesn't work. And here I'm just heard this morning again, ultra-fast fashion trying to convince me that because they now have a 5% recycling rate in their materials, that this is a step in the right direction. And I think the ban in France, or let's say the tax on ultra-fast fashion, is a step in the right direction. So we need to be more forcefully in banning certain things, and then also finding the right incentives. And I think not just for multinationals. These are the ones that may have the funds, particularly for SMEs, which are the backbones of every economy, and to really take those by the hand and say, okay, what do they need to really embark on this massive opportunity, which in the end of the day, from my perspective, it is.
I mean, would that mean that we need a new type of ISO, international standards?
Yeah, man, that always sounds so dry. No, look, they're super important, but and right, the biggest problem with circularity and all of this is how do we find the right mixture between being true to the complexity and the holistic nature of this, and simplifying it enough so that it doesn't become the next CSRD that nobody wants to implement. So I think finding that sweet spot is not easy, and this is why I think we may need to move to more of the industry level, because what I do as a food company will look differently than a construction company, will look differently than a fashion company. And I think we need to break down the metrics and make it much more meaningful, and it will not be this one number.
I mean, creating metrics is going to be a collective effort, obviously, but we have some experts who have been measuring to figure out where to invest. Enrique, how would you advise us and consult all of us into moving forward here?
Well, consulting is a big word. Well, let's put it this way. I think the incentives that we need is actually very personal. Right? Like we need to be committed with what is circularity and understand it from a personal point of view. Not just the waiting for regulation or standardization to come in, but really taking a chance to understand what are we buying, why we are buying that, how often are we going to use it, who else is going to use it later, what is this, let's say, role that we play as consumers to actually be part of the circularity movement, right? Like, so not just demanding and saying like, yeah, when is going to come? No, be part of it, right? Like, and I'm going to use a reflection, right? Like, circularity in Europe in terms of investments is very, it can be better. It can go faster, right? Like it's slow, let's say, yes. But we are trying, right? Like there is multiple funds, and I'm going to quote one of them because I was invited to be part of a discussion last week. 102 funds actually were on a call from Regeneration VC. These guys are based in Netherlands, and they are doing very good, actually. They invested in Great Pirate and many other businesses that are actually very circular. What they are trying is to create these clusters of investors that push forward to have more innovation, to have also some standardization. So they invited also the people from Iris Plus, this matrix for management of the ways to make the investments. And what they were coming after is like, yes, let's push for a kind of a circular standard on an Iris Plus for Europe. I mean, everything is actually part of the solution. But back to my main point, I think it's a personal level, right? Like, how are you investing your money, your whatever you have, if it's for buying clothes, recycling them to offer something to someone else, and then you see the change.
Well, we saw earlier on the screen that 80% of Swiss people are very concerned about the environment and very engaged, but at least 30% has no idea of how to do it. So I agree that there is, of course, a personal choice and investment, but it's also the easy way out of saying, okay, you should do this. If we don't facilitate it, Jessica, I know that you have been working very hard on this exact point. You have a huge audience that is buying and recycling and reusing and selling their secondhand products, but how would you?
Absolutely happy to. So just for the benefit of the audience, I'm from the Swiss Marketplace Group. That might not ring a bell, but for the Swiss people, certainly our brands do. So for example, Ricardo, that's a pioneer in the Swiss online space. So we are really the go-to place if you want to buy or sell secondhand goods in the internet. And indeed, just telling people to do the right thing, that's not going to cut it. That's not going to bring change at scale, because it's not changing what people are doing when nobody's watching, right? So we have a lot of levers that we are pushing in order to really change that user behavior, to really kind of instill that reflex. Whenever I need something, I don't need it new. The reflex should always be to check first whether you could buy it secondhand, right? So a lot of levers to push actually that change. We have all the data. So basically we can provide the consumer with all the data that they need to know in order to make informed decision. And in many cases, that is the sustainable decision, right? And then much more important is really to make it frictionless, to take out the hassle of, for example, buying and selling secondhand goods, right? It should be as easy, as convenient, and also as safe and trustworthy as buying just new on an e-commerce platform. So these are some of the many levers that we are pulling. And also here, technology, AI is really helping us designing new user journeys to actually make it sexy, because you buy something unique that no one has if you buy secondhand. And then, so there are many more things that actually bring also that cultural shift. Right?
But maybe I would like, there's now entering an elephant in the room. So why we used to repair our grandparents? Because it was cheaper instead of buying something new. And why we buy new things now? Because it's cheaper instead of repairing it. And so it's all about the price, and that's the elephant in the room. And this is related to legal framework, this is related to business model, and this is related then to the behavior of the consumers.
Very much so. Just for the Temu question before, this is a huge competition for us, because it used to be a good argument to buy secondhand because it's cheaper. Now it's not. Now you buy from China.
I would just like to come back to the regulation question, because it was said before that it's just our regulation in Switzerland is just a can regulation, saying you can do this, you can do that, or you can that third thing, but not a must regulation. And for me, it's important to say that that's quite a new field and it's a new law. So this can regulate. We are in a political process in Switzerland. So you always have to find majorities in the parliament, which wasn't an easy thing at all. And we got this majority for this can regulation, always saying this is a first step. Then we will see after 5 years where we got to, and then we always can implement a must regulation if we see that the world doesn't change. Not the world, but the situation in Switzerland doesn't change. We can always make it better. And I guess that's really important when we want to understand the Swiss system and what is possible in Switzerland. So we have to take the small steps in the right direction. Instead of criticizing what we got, Of course, I want to be fast as well. That's clear, but it's just our system.
I totally agree on that. Like, we were part within like Circular Economy Switzerland, part of this revising the law as well. So I totally know how it was, and I think it's a big achievement. But my message was just like, okay, now we have this can or may regulations, and I think the next step now should be, and I totally agree that this takes time. But still, I think the next step should be that we now think about how can we transform these can regulations into shall regulations, and that was my message. It was not like criticizing what we have achieved, because I think really we achieved something.
Yes, of course.
Have this revision of the Environmental Protection Act now, and I think now we have to build up on that, and that was my message. I think we shouldn't stop here, and in the end it always takes time, and we all know Switzerland is really slow in these kind of things, but in the end we have like good results, and I think that's a good benefit as well. But still, we need to move forward.
It's a good starting point.
I mean, from what I'm hearing everywhere is that there are all these pockets of innovation happening, and there's all these ideas that are coming to fruition, and some are very successful and some crash and burn. And I think what we fail to do is accumulate a lot of the learnings from this, because especially those who fail for various reasons, but they're very rich in knowledge of how to help us move forward. And there again, we come back to measuring. I'm sorry, but we come back to measuring and figuring out what is working and what is not. And I'm sure that when you work with your clients and in their transition phase, it is so important for small, medium-sized companies to know exactly why you're doing this. You're not going to make a step to circularity if you don't know what your projections are. You made very conscious decisions of how you set this up. You don't invest if you don't know what you're going. So can we get to the bottom of, like, how are you advising your clients? How are you making these decisions? What are you measuring, and how are you then deciding to take a risk? Because it is a risk.
This is a good question, or a good topic to speak about. There is a lot of work is done behind the scene. That's not in the public, and we have these political discussions. We should do more and faster. But yeah, as you mentioned, I have a lot of clients where I implement the circular economy or the principles in these enterprises, or also cities. For example, infrastructure construction. And we are changing the standards how to build the streets, and only the top of the street now we have a new standard. It's a bit less thick, other materials, recycling materials, and this is 60% less CO2 emissions per square meter of street that is built now, and nobody knows about, or only a few people, and the city of Bern is like defensive, or they're like shy in communication, and they don't want to ring the bell and being in the press, and so this is behind the scene, and this is happening, and this is good, and we have here this panel is also about what's happening and what's all going good. Of course, we should discuss about how to speed up, but there's a lot of work is done. Is happening.
And maybe just to add here, I think it's not about Switzerland inventing now new metrics. There is, for instance, the Global Circularity Protocol, which was just released by the World Business Council, which gives you a head start, because basically a lot of businesses already either have worked or are willing to implement it. And I think, again, the standardization should not be a Swiss-only story, or now Bern and Basel and everybody brings their own metrics, because I think that will not bring us anywhere. It's about finding alignment. And again, also here the question is, how do we reduce complexity? Because I think what we all are a little bit tired, at least from my perspective, is that we're just measuring and we're not moving. We can measure everything, and we did that the last 2 years. We just measured and checked boxes, but eventually we'll need to strategize, and we need to see what makes business sense. And I think this is actually what we need to talk about. And I think, for me, I think we also need to be very sure what is the role of regulation. And it's about setting the right framework conditions for circularity to be successful. It's not about driving circularity. And this is where maybe the term circular economy is also holding us back, because it makes it a political topic. Economy sounds like it's a regulator issue. And this is why I have started to much more talk about circular business, because it We then talk about circular business models, and then it becomes much more actionable for individual business leaders rather than circular economy. I mean, I'm a little piece of the economy, right? So how is it actionable for me? How can I do something, and how can I generate value from that and link it much more to the business case?
And I'm going to use a part of what we are doing right now in terms of really make it sexy, right? Like, I love that words, because it's about that. It's about consumers actually to understand how can they can be part of a movement that is changing the way we are consuming. And just because I'm the one putting sometimes cash on businesses, I'm going to use the example of one of the investments we have. So this is Vital, right? Like, Vital is a company based in Germany, now is expanding to the US, and they have a system for reusability. For I mean, it's very basic, right? Like, it's whenever we go to a festival, normally in Switzerland, you have recycled plastic glasses, and also sometimes even the plates that you can reuse, right? What they did is a whole system for circularity. So they engage the people that actually goes to the festival to actually be part of the movement and say, like, yeah, I have points by using these type of things. They now scale to festivals like Coachella in the US. Right? Like, and what they do is they use very well their marketing. They are saying, like, cop job, you know, like how the Western is using a lot of the sexualism for marketizing stuff, but they do it also in terms of making this a way of behavior, right? Like, and they develop this kind of engagement with the people that are using the cups to actually make them feel part of the solution. And these things is what we should see more and more. We should put more risk on these type of companies, right? Like, sometimes it will take a little bit longer, and is what we see normally on investments. So people want to see a result in 2 or 3 years. Normally, we need to wait like 5 to 10, right? Or even 12. But I think these kind of things, these solutions, is what we need to see more in Switzerland, right? Like, as we were saying, and Nicola, I believe that this is very true. We don't speak up a lot about what we are doing well. As a Swiss way of thinking, I know it. I'm half Swiss, and I grew up with that, but I'm also very Mexican on the other way. We should speak loud and say what you are doing and how you're doing it well.
Thank you. You want to respond to this?
I would like to add to this. Since we are talking about consumers, I mean, we are the next generation of consumers, the next generation that is entering the job market, gaining capital, and then spending that capital. And I think what's lacking at the moment very much is sort of that knowledge that this contributes to circularity. Circularity, when you explain it to the other people, they see it as a positive thing. But that's what's exactly lacking. There isn't this shift in culture on that secondhand goods are good, or that, for example, the new fashion trend of leasing things from a boutique and then bringing that back. All of this needs to be more educated to the next generation, because when all of the consumers agree that this needs to happen, companies will follow, these companies will work, and then circularity can be more secure long-term is how I see it. So I really hope that the marketing around circularity will be stronger and louder for the next generation.
I mean, I work a lot with young people in my profession, but I know you have an audience that is primarily young. I know, Julia, you also teach, so you also are addressing this. Your audience is slightly older. But how do you feel about educating the next generation on this?
We are investing actually a lot in that. It's not only education, but it's really also providing the user experience, providing that experience that actually makes it cool, makes it sexy to engage in that. And then again, it all boils down also to information. For example, we are showing on our platforms how much CO2 you can save if you are buying item XYZ instead of buying it new. And that goes exactly in that direction. Make people part of it. Let them directly see the impact. Because what I hear so much is that, yes, I know I should, but I'm somehow frustrated. It's all talks, it's no action. And it's these little things, I'm convinced, that are piling up and bringing that cultural shift.
And maybe I would like to add, I think circularity has a lot to do with like rethinking or like with mindset. And we heard that now with like on the consumer perspective, but I think it's about rethinking everything as well. Like you said, business models. I think that's one huge thing we should address if we talk about circularity, because in the end, it has a lot to do with like change process. And if a company really wants to switch from a linear model to a circular model, it has a lot to do with like doing things differently than he did it like the last maybe couple of years or hundreds of years, whatever. And I think that's a huge part of circularity, that we have to see that it's kind of a change process, and we need to address that as well, because in the end, the mindset needs to shift. I think that's a big part.
So my students are mostly executives. This is why I said they're not so young. I would like to caution us to put too much responsibility on the next gen as well. I think, it's always a very welcome excuse to not do anything now, is to say the next gen is very sensitized and then we'll clean up and all of this. B, the next gen is much more aware, and it's not a unified group either. It's the same group that is driving brands like Shein and Temu. It is their biggest customer group as well. So I think we just need to be very careful. And also maybe what I would like to caution us is when we look at consumers, let's not take circularity as an excuse and something where we say, okay, and the consumer needs to understand that it's better for the environment. I think this is what we've been trying for the last 30, 40 years. It will attract a niche. Most of you are sitting in this audience, and it's fantastic that you're here. I'm part of this niche, but it's not scaling, right? So one of the things, and this is one of the most important ones, when we talk about circularity, we need to talk about customer centricity. This needs to be super convenient for the customer. I usually say circular business models don't need to do the same good job as the alternatives. They need to positively impress, because we're asking our customers to do something differently. These are switching costs. So those of you that are in business know switching costs are something that stresses every single day, but I'm not polluting and I don't even need to clean them in addition. That is positively surprising me, right? So it adds value. And I think we need to be very careful to not now use circularity as the next thing that we had at sustainability, to say, you get a sustained product, it doesn't perform well, and it costs you 3 times more. Congratulations, because it will never address the mass market.
Just like to give you a couple of numbers, because it's our everyday behavior, right? And we have just found out that the average Swiss person, and for me personally it's maybe even worse, has like around 4,000 Swiss francs of idle items sitting around in their drawers, cellars, just not used. And they couldn't be bothered in selling those because it's a hassle. You have to put a listing online, then you have to walk to the post office, you have to ship it, or you have to negotiate with the potential buyer about a price. Maybe you even do not know the price that you can charge for this. So there is a huge potential. And then it all boils down to what you just said. We need to take the friction out. We need to make it as easy as possible. And again, this is where we invest. This is also where AI is helping us tremendously. Seamless listing creation, you just snap a picture of the mess that you have in your cellar or your attic, and it automatically creates a listing. We have the post that is coming to your home, picking it up, all of these things. So the user journey needs to be frictionless, otherwise nothing is going to happen.
Maybe if I could add to that, I am an active user on Ricardo, and I have sold something, so I'm also part of the niche in that case. But I think exactly that is sort of the issue. I mean, as Ms. Schneeberger alluded to before, flea markets were such a standard before, reselling your things, repairing them and reselling them. But that's kind of disappearing because there's this stigma around secondhand goods being worse than the new ones, because if you take something old and you still have to repair it or make or refurbish it, that ends up costing more than just buying something new. So if we kind of switch it around, making repairing and rebuying stuff easier than maybe getting new goods, then that could really create a shift. It will need time, it will need a lot of education, a lot of marketing as well, but I think that is what we should be going for, absolutely. So I'm very glad to see that like sites where secondhand goods are being resold are becoming more and more easy to use.
I mean, I think it's a great thing, and what I'm hearing from all of you in different forms is that we need a perspective change on so many levels, which means this forum and this panel should actually be obsolete. Eventually, this should be the norm. So how do we achieve that? Is that something that cities and companies help with in terms of demonstrating louder, more vocally what they're actually doing? I mean, Jessica, great that you're here and advocating for it, but is this also something that from a federal, from a cantonal level, we can help them with?
Yeah, sure. I think we need to, like on a cantonal level, we need to make sure that for one part the framework is right, but another part as well that we really like incentivize that these kind of business model really can access markets and really can like be present, and that they can have a positive impact. And I think on the other side, I think another lever that we would have, like as a canton, as a federal state, as the public, is like our public procurement. We didn't talk about that yet, but we only talk about regulation. But in the end, it's as well of like things of like showing that we do things differently. And if we talk about public procurement, the volume is huge. It's about, I think, 40 or 50 billions a year only in Switzerland. And if we like redirect these kind of like streams of money, then we can have a positive impact, because like that we are stimulating the markets, because we creating demand. If we say, okay, we're like buying products on a federal level or a cantonal level with like criteria of circularity. But in the end, I can tell you, because in Basel-Stadt we're right now like trying to implement these kind of like procurement standards, and it's really hard. It's one part is really hard. It's always like redefining with the different political parties what we want to do. Is it like mandatory or not? And on the other side, I think the reality is that every single department on a federal level, but also on a cantonal level, is like procuring by themselves. And it's so fragmented that it's super hard to implement these kind of elements. And I think that's something, if we talk about circularity as well, is a key topic, because it's so cross-cutting topic in like businesses, but as well in the government. And this makes it really hard. And I think that's why it's so important that we have these kind of platforms that bring together the different aspects, that we can learn from each other from different regions. And I think there we have a responsibility as well, not only in like setting the framework, but as well like what we are doing actually.
You want to respond?
Let me offer a slightly different perspective to your question. You said, do we need to scream louder what we are already doing? And I think there is a danger to trying to put circularity first now, to really talk about and say circularity is our new end goal of our activity. What I'm actually trying to say is circularity is a means towards an end. Circularity can help us to be more competitive, to be more strategic with our resource use, to create differentiation, whatever is important to you, to reduce risks, to anticipate regulatory changes, etc., etc., etc. I think there's a danger that we're now putting in a little bit, this is what we're doing today, because we're saying we're a diverse platform, and in the end we're all very convinced that circularity is a great thing, and we're all coming from an environmental standpoint here. And I think what we need is a much more diverse audience to say, circularity is a means towards an end, and it can be a super strategic topic. It can address many of your key pain points today, which is in a very fragmented world where the rules of the game are being rewritten as we speak. It's really about, how do I reduce my dependencies on certain actors? How do I become more resilient? How do I ensure that I still have resources to produce my goods? So I think actually we should not scream louder. We should start broadening the conversation, and I don't care if somebody uses the word circularity if they do exactly what we want them to do, right? So I think there's a danger that we're now putting circularity again in an eco-niche, and all my work is actually trying to get it out of the eco-niche. And I think this is what we need to do. We need to reposition circularity as a means towards an end for corporate differentiation, competitiveness, everything we're trying to achieve right now in Europe and beyond.
On that note, I think it's a good moment to open it to the audience. Are there any really people that want to fight this idea or contribute to it? Yes, I have a question up front. No, there's a walking mic coming.
Thank you very much. So my name is François. I'm Director of Circular Economy Switzerland. I'm also looking back to all of you because you're all part of this movement. First of all, I want to thank all of you of being here on stage. For those who have organized this, GreenUp, Nicole, I don't know where she is, Simona, Dini, etc. For us, it was important to have all of you on stage. We could wonder why there are so many people. Basically, it's just to show how important it is to bring those different people from different areas together, because only like that you can actually move the needle. And this is what is happening behind the scenes. So we are already working with all of you, and also with plenty of you here in the room. It is a movement. It is about scaling it up, not only from an economical point of view, but also from a societal point of view. And this is where we encourage all of you as well. Once you go out here, and if you have ideas of where we could show up and actually bring up, some real cases, some good examples in unusual places, we don't want to move only in this green bubble. We want to go there where people don't expect us to be. Like, for instance, out there here when you walk out the mile, there are plenty of good opportunities. So maybe next year we will be someone out there as well, talking about real cases. So I don't have a question to you. I just wanted to explain also the context and the scenes why we are here in. And again, thank you for being here today and helping moving the needle in Switzerland.
Thank you. I'm Stefan from SustainSurf. I have a question for Julia. You mentioned the standardization of metrics as a main challenge, which I share. Other than the example from the World Business Council you just mentioned, are there approaches which make you hopeful? Maybe if you can extend a little bit on that landscape, because, obviously recent years has shown that we are partly going in the other direction, and there are signs of reversal maybe, and would be interested to hear more about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you referring a little bit to CSRD and Co? Is that the background of your question? That this is where we are reverting? I think we need a degree of standardization, and that is very important, again, because it's about how do we really measure and how do we tell investors that actually we're moving forward, how do we reassure the regulator that we're actually doing what they ask us to do. So we need a certain level of standardization. I don't want us to just focus on standards. This was one of my most painful education experience in the last 2 years, was people would only come because they're pressured that they need to report, and there are so many standards and all of this, and they all lose then strategy and the really exciting stuff out of sight. And I think this is where you see, and I always take this example of AI versus sustainability. We absolutely need standardization for AI as well. But it's very interesting. It always comes as a second thought, right? And in sustainability, it's always the first. So whenever I'm in a room with someone AI, everybody's excited and says, AI, investment, fantastic. And sustainability is always a cost. And it's, by the way, 80% of AI investments are also just costs because they never materialize. So I think we just need to be very careful that we don't position now circularity like we did with sustainability as something that will just cost us money, it will be a pain, we will just do report and it's just regulated, to something, how can we create that movement that you're trying to create with Circular Economy Switzerland and beyond, we need to agree on certain metrics, but they should be fairly easy and straightforward. And again, maybe industry specific so that we don't overdo it again. Because I think some of the criticism with CSRD were spot on. It was very complex. You needed an entire accounting firm to do this. It was a big business case for them, but not an auditor, but not necessarily something that added value to your work. And I think we need to be much more doing more with less with more. So basically less standards, less metrics that are relevant for you rather than doing it comprehensively. So what makes me hopeful is that now that we don't have that, and that's maybe the positive sign, we speak a lot about pushback, backlash, all of this. Most companies I work with are absolutely staying course. They're doubling down. They have skin in the game. They have invested. They're not now just moving away. I think the dangerous signal that we send with CSRD for standardization and metrics overall is distrust in politics, that I can just sit and wait. It sends a signal to companies that have now invested that next time I'll just wait whether this really materializes. And I think that is danger beyond sustainability. For us, it may be an opportunity to finally get more on the implementation and execution, which I think we desperately need.
Hi. And maybe I would like to add, so the most important metric is return. And what companies do, they do a TCO, a total cost of ownership calculation. This is what we don't do as individuals. That's why we always buy new things and stuff. And on the long run, that costs more than having a good quality that lasts for a longer period. So that's the economical part of circular economy.
I have another question.
Oh. No, I'll speak louder than Cedric. I work for Swiss construction material company Holcim. I have a million things to say because today in Switzerland and anywhere else in the world, one of our central resources become construction and demolition waste. And it's happening today. And we've heard many times, and Mrs. Neberger, you said it, the regulatory framework is the pillar of the business case. It didn't work. Thank you. I was saying that the regulatory framework is core to the business case, and the business case is not circularity for circularity. It's circularity for business because it makes business sense. And the way it works best is if you have a regulatory framework that touches the full value chain. If I'm putting a circular concrete on the market, someone's got to buy it. Someone has to have an incentive to make a few bucks more to buy that circular product than the regular stuff. And there's many examples in Switzerland, how Switzerland and public authorities have used the tool of public procurement to incentivize the full value chain. Zurich, for example, mandated, that's already 10 years old, they were really ahead of their time. For public construction works, any input has to have a minimum 20% recycled content. So materials need to have, or concrete needs to have 20% recycled concrete inside. That makes the whole ecosystem move, and suddenly your business case flourishes because everyone has the same interest, and then you can invest and really develop the model at scale. So public procurement, the full value chain in the regulatory approach. Just a small contribution. Thank you.
From the Laudes Foundation, we're funding circularity in food, fashion, the built environment, and a couple of other sectors. But I've got a couple of questions. I love what Julia was saying. Where is the space where that repositioning of the narrative is happening? We're intrinsically motivated. We talk about these things. They don't matter to the non-intrinsically motivated. So the new narrative needs to be focused here. So where is the space where industry is coming together to redirect on that? Because I think you're right. We're sort of getting the message wrong. And in terms of where are we collecting the metrics that spell out the kind of story renewables can, that cost curve, that macroeconomic data that says, actually, this is better bang for buck? Where is the space where cross countries or in specific industries within the circular space, where is that being collected? So I'm interested, where are the spaces where those things are happening, or where could be the spaces where those things you've said are much needed could happen?
I can answer the first part. I think it's starting to happen. Just to give you one example, at the Congress we have a session now tomorrow which will be around resource security in minerals and materials. They don't mention circularity in the title, it's not even in the abstract, and then somewhere in a longer extended abstract you see that it basically is a session around circularity, but it's completely reframed to basically really address one of the key points in the conversations that we're currently having there. And I think this is where we're starting to see and reposition it as something that is around strategic resource management. There are, in industrial transformation, I think what we're seeing is China sending a signal that they will reduce rare earth exports, was sending a shiver through particularly the German car industry, but beyond as well. So I think these conversations are starting to happen on industry level. So there are industry associations that are really dependent on these resources. They are starting to actively pursue these conversations. And again, they all not always use the word circularity, so it's not as easy to find it. But I'm happy to help you spot these, because it's actually exactly where we are starting to reframe, where we are saying, don't come through the nice R levers that we all know. Very important work, by the way. I don't want to minimize the contribution, right? The reduce, refuse, reuse, repair, and so on. The problem is, if I go to a CEO and say, hey, let's refuse more, The CEO says, yeah, let's talk more. No, right? It's not happening. So I'm coming from the other way and say, okay, how can we reframe these R levers? And it's about how do we better anticipate regulatory risks, reduce supply chain dependencies, increase reputation, increase revenue, return on materials, and so on. So I think we need to get through these conversations in there rather through the environmental one. And I think a lot of us, we're still, me included, because we care so much about the environmental and nature dimension, we often start the conversation from that. And I think it's much more about take on your marketing head, what's in for this person, what is their biggest concern right now? And if you talk to most business leaders here, it's actually what is going on in the world. It's geopolitics. So you will see conversations around resources and geopolitics, minerals, materials, this is all circularity. All of these are now the circularity conversations reframed. And I think it's actually good that it takes us a while to spot it because it means it starts to enter the right circles as well.
And do we already have good examples where it works?
Where the
reframing.
Yeah. No, for instance, let me.
Because that's what we use. What
we
need. We need good examples.
Yeah. BASF is a very good example. BASF is a big chemical company that was one of the very first to have a head of circularity. Which basically, again, didn't come from an environmental nice-to-have lens, but came from the realization that actually we can make a lot of money with this, right? So they are now seeing how can we valorize waste, why is BASF ideally positioned to do so, how can we tap into entirely new revenue streams, diversify our product offering, and so on and so on. So I think it is happening, this conversation, across sectors. There are massive examples, but I think the biggest shift, what we're seeing right now, is all around minerals and materials, and this is where companies need to design differently. This is why we don't see many of these examples right now, because circularity in most circles is still a recycling story. And it's not a redesign story. And I think this is where we need to anchor the conversation much more, is how do we design differently? How do we source differently? And then to then actually find much more of these conversations.
And I do think that it happens a lot because it's so far down the supply chain, it becomes invisible. So my background niche is really in fashion, and in textile we see that a lot of education is happening, but also a lot of reframing is happening in terms of what we can do with the agricultural waste once we have harvested the fibers that are actually the main product of what they're cultivating. So I think a lot of the shifts are actually happening so far down the supply chain that it becomes virtually invisible. And I think there public procurement has a function that they can play, but also really on a business level, reframing how do we see the product that we're making and how big is the scope of the product that we're making. So we don't only focus on the actual material, but all the side opportunities that are there. I had the feeling you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's just that we also need to see what's going on in the industries, right? Like especially in Switzerland. So let me use an example. I love this example. Is about the watches industry, right? Like so, watches in Switzerland is the third more export good from Switzerland to all over the world. It's billions. You know how strong it is, and in Switzerland right now 90% of the watches we produce are actually from extraction, right? Gold, minerals, everything is extraction. There is brands like Francois and I use EYWA. EYWA is a brand that it's made the whole value change and the whole perspective of the brand circular. Right, like reusable straps or materials that are actually coming from sources that were already waste is what they use in order to produce the watch. It takes a while. The brand, I mean, I know them since inception, since actually they were a project on 3 guys like thinking of how to disrupt an industry. And nowadays they have something very useful, right? Like, and they are even trying to change a little bit this label of Swiss made to circular Swiss made, you know, make it sexy, make it interesting, make it something that people actually relate to it. And this industry needs to be disrupted. I mean, it's a beautiful industry. It generates a lot of jobs. It's creating a lot of wealth to Switzerland, but we need to see it from that aspect, right? And further on the line, what we did is to convince people like Leonardo DiCaprio to be an ambassador, to be part of the brand. tough 1.5 years of negotiations. But anyway, and actually it was even very painful for the business itself. But you know, you get to that levels, you get to that examples where an industry actually can disrupt a little bit. Now Breitling is actually even changing their strategy and showing that the way they are producing is more circular, that they are trying to use recycled materials for the new collections, that they are actually having programs where you can collaborate on how to sell your product to someone else, how to use your strapless for something different. So I think that this kind of industries also should have an eye, a big eye from all the audience and see like how we are making a change in Switzerland to the world.
So it's also a question of labeling.
Exactly.
Of
true.
labeling the product.
Yeah, also.
Mm-hmm. I think the storytelling does the magic here.
Yeah, I mean, I like the watch, so.
It's clear. Yeah. Do we have any other questions in the audience? Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for, we are a Chinese team here, and also we are the family of our young speaker, Huang Yunyi. And in Switzerland and in our EU, we are making our efforts so much to have a better future, the better climate and the earth. But I was in Egypt this Christmas holidays. I'm very surprised and very sad and also very sorry for the people there. And when we have so good condition here, and there are so many people there in so dirty, so bad air pollution. So Switzerland had so much money. I don't know if in Switzerland there are any private or public organizations or enterprises to help such areas or countries. But in details, I don't mean just give them money. But for example, there is a main air pollution resource is from the dust of the new buildings and the new road buildings. It's horrible bad. And the people, they driving motorcycle without a helm, and they driving the car without closing the window because of no money for the air conditioner maybe. So I don't know if we can help them in details to make such measures or equipments to stop this dust in the new buildings or something more in details to help this to have better effect.
I'm going to reframe your question slightly in terms, I think there's lots of things happening, but if we're talking about resources that we're using, they're coming from all over the world. And so if we're talking in terms of circularity, we are trading and selling and importing from all over. And I think maybe on our panel, the question can be, do you have any examples of companies that are either sharing and exporting their knowledge of how to do better practices or are taking care of their full supply chain to make sure that we don't do things abroad that we would never do at home? Do you have any business cases or examples in your vocabulary that can provide an answer to how we could do better and avoid damage elsewhere?
I really like the cradle to cradle community, which is based on the reduction of bad materials in products. So the reduction of poisons and we have a lot of poisons in products, especially nowadays is coming after fast fashion is coming fast furniture, and all these furniture are built with low quality materials, and like such a maybe a sofa or a chair or this is like 5 to 6 years of coming out all these chemicals, and this is very bad for us as consumers. What I would like to say, it's not always that obvious, like your story you told us, and this is maybe back to you. It's an education thing. So we as customer need education. We must know about CO2 emissions, about poison in our products, also in the clothes. So I know a guy from textile industry. He told me, Philip, wash your clothes 2 or 3 times if you buy crap clothes. So this is really there is a lot of chemical inside.
Maybe if I could add to that, I think social media is actually being underutilized for this. Unfortunately, we are still kind of in this world where if you slap the label climate on it, a lot of people will instantly look away. But if you tell them they're harmful to you, the person, maybe not even elaborating on because these are cheap materials that are not good for the environment, the cheap resources, it's like, I think you need to make it, again, like we talked about before, something that more consumers can relate with. And that will be way more helpful in getting out the message of circularity to a broader audience without trying to slap climate on it, because again, unfortunately, that makes a lot of people look away at the moment.
Let me add to that, because I think this is super important. I think you're bringing something important here, and this is how does circularity also relate to health? And there is a massive underexploited opportunity to tell that story. And I think one interesting story is Philips, who has these indoor air how do you
purifiers?
Call it? Purifiers, which were actually just in a category before Philips reframed the category, was the whole idea to say, these air purifiers help you to tackle indoor pollution, so the problem you're concerned about. But basically it didn't sell. The category had really had problems to sell these because most people, because you cannot really touch air pollution, you may have a health consequence, but it's very difficult to see or feel or touch. So it really struggled to sell. And then Philips reframed and said, with this air purifier, you have less problems with asthma, you may need not to take any asthma spray or whatever, you will sleep better, you will feel better, perform better, whatever it is. By reframing it, it actually got out of an environmental niche category into the health, medicine, and all of these categories competing there. And suddenly the entire category of air purifiers is a very important one, big and growing market. So I think, again, to your point, and to your point, make it consumer relevant, right? So many consumers, if they don't care about indoor pollution or whatever because they can't feel and touch it, or circularity because it doesn't waste, I don't see waste here, right? We're in Switzerland, it's great. So then tell a different story, what's in for them. And if it's about improving health, tackling your asthma, then you make it relevant. And I think these are the examples that are really powerful.
Because circular textiles, and also cradle-to-cradle labels, they argued with, at the end you can borrow it. Yeah, that's nice for a sustainable aspect, but it's what's in for me, and that's the sexy thing of circular products.
I know that there are still many questions. I do invite you, all of our panel members will be outside later. You can address them directly, specifically. But before we close the session, I want to have one quick round where I'm going to put all of you on the spot. I do apologize, but just very slightly. Is there one advice, one commitment that you would want to make in front of the audience? I know that GreenUp is a very practical, action-driven platform. So is there something that you want to commit to, or is there something that you want to advise other people on, best practices? Who wants to take the lead?
Let's start with what we have. The framework in Switzerland and also EU is good. And we have a lot of technical solutions. And so, yeah, let's build business models.
I can continue on that. Let's make what was a norm before of using second-hand goods a normal again. Buy second-hand, ask your friends if they have anything they want to sell, buy them from them, inspire other people around you to use platforms like Ricardo to buy things and make that the norm again so that we can move forward.
Well, just let's go on and going step by step forward, and then talking about the positive side of the thing, not a crisis here and a crisis here and a crisis there, but we need positive messages. And that's maybe the thing you mentioned with the reframing, which is really important.
I think creating your own community of action, and I'm going to put myself on the spot. So together with friends, we gather sometimes and we exchange clothes. Just because of fun, right? Like this suit has been used for some friends too, and I'm happy when I see them with the same picture. I'm like, that's mine. And I love it because it's part of this community of like, yeah, that's my friend. He has my suit. I mean, I'm going to use it in Davos and it's going to look like fine. And, you know, like it's part of a thing. And so we make it sexy again. We make it part of a culture that people like to be and that is part of something, right? Like, and you can use it in a daily way, in your daily life, right? So that's the commitment I have.
So you need friends who are wearing the same size.
Yeah, and you will see them.
Frau Schneeberger, let's switch clothes later on. But in the danger of boring you again, my advice is take off your eco glasses for a moment, not because we all don't care, we do, but we want to speak to the majority who unfortunately either doesn't care or has other priorities. So I encourage you to take off your eco glasses, reframe it, understand what is the person in front of you, what is it, what they're interested in. Try to meet them where they are, to take them by the hand. You're not here to evangelize. We've tried to evangelize. You will get one after the other to this community, which is super nice, but we want to speak much more the language of business. So I think we all need to challenge ourselves to mature our language, to better relate to the current dominant business mindset and slowly change that business mindset to where we want it to go.
I think my message will be like, be brave enough to like rethink and think differently, because I think it's really, it can be a business case. You just need to like take a look at it and maybe do things differently than you did it before. And maybe it's an effort, maybe it's an investment, but in the long run, it's worth it. And I think we have to think differently, we have to think long term, and then, yeah, I think we can achieve a lot.
Just one baby step. If you're going home, open these drawers, have a look at your cellar. Just take one item that you think is nice, but you do not use it anymore, and put it online, put it for sale. I guarantee you someone else will treasure it, it will be reloved, and it is one small contribution to really unlocking that huge potential that we all have at home.
Thank you so much. I think it's a positive note to end on. Well, thank you to everybody on the panel for being part of this conversation today. Thank you for the audience. Lovely questions, and thank you for the commitment. And let's see you outside and continue our conversations. Thank you.
So we're here on our third day of broadcasting from Davos and the Climate Hub Davos in partnership with GreenUp. And with me I have our presenter, Nick Nuttall, to give us an overview of what we can expect from today's broadcast.
Yes, well, yeah, great. So we can expect temperatures to be low. I think that's one thing we can definitely expect. But we hope excitement will be high. So I'm really looking forward to talking to a lady called Anna Souder. She formerly was with eBay, but also an academic and an expert on free speech and privacy and AI and data. And she's now the new CEO of a social media company, you might say, for Europe. And I mean, I had no idea, but actually we don't have a social media company in Europe, right?
That's correct.
We are totally dependent on the tech bros, as they call them in the US, sort of Meta and, X or form.
Digital colony.
Yeah, we've been colonized actually by the US tech bros and the Chinese ones like Alibaba, and also some Russian ones with lots of bots and things like that. And so how do we create a sort of integrity in terms of social media? And so Anna Souder is the new CEO. She actually launched this company, W it's called, last night. We helped out a little bit as we don't have time. And so we're going to dig a little bit deeper into that with her. I think Ingmar Rentzog, the CEO of We Don't Have Time, is also going to be there. Sandrine Dixon-de-Clève, the former chair of the Club of Rome, she'll be there. And we're going to bring in Dylan Tanner, and he's really interesting because he runs something called Influence Book out of London. They use a lot of data to hold, I suppose, companies accountable for what they say they're doing in terms of climate change, yes or no. So I think that's going to be quite an interesting session.
Really looking forward to that one. And then we have a couple of interviews lined up. So what can we expect there?
Yeah, Climate Cardinals, for example. That's a kind of a youth, originally was a youth-led initiative to try and make sure that all the climate information and climate reports and whatever on climate change are not just in English, because like large chunks of the world don't speak English, right? So they're quite fun, and we'll listen to a bit about how they're moving on that. There's Julia Souder, who is the CEO of something called the Long Duration Energy Storage Council. And it's quite fascinating because we're doing so well with renewable energy in Europe and also in the USA and in China. But sometimes when you've got those wind turbines going, you've got so much energy being generated. What do you do with it? And so it gets wasted, right? So we need to store that energy in a way that we can then release it back into our communities and our countries, right? And not waste it. And so the long duration energy storage topic is a new frontier with countries and companies with really funky technologies, like storing that energy as compressed air in caverns under the ground, or storing it in other kind of interesting ways. And how can governments actually fast forward the penetration of long-term, long-duration energy storage? And that's something that Julia is going to tell us a bit about. And I think it's something that we need to keep our eyes on, because if we really want to decarbonize our economies, hit the Paris Agreement targets in 2050 of net zero, we need to not only generate clean energy, but the surplus needs to be stored and reused, right? And this is actually the magic trick that we have to deliver.
Yeah. And that's when it really can sort of take off, the energy renewable build out, when we can get part of the base load system, the storage. That's very interesting.
We can truly get off fossil fuels.
And then Christina Caffara as well, right?
Yeah, Christina, she's an interesting lady. She was also at the launch that we've been supporting of this new social media channel, W. and she is involved in something called the EuroStack Foundation Initiative. EuroStack is kind of like a funky term for European technology companies, and she's going to talk about, you know, how we really need to up our game on our European tech companies, so that we can compete with the Microsofts and the Googles and all the other people, which, you know, in the past when we were all friends, this was not a problem. But right now the world is becoming a little bit less friendly, right? And we need to create some independence in Europe on this. And so it kind of links in with what we're talking about with W as a social media channel.
So a lot of information integrity related content and the W social. You'll be hearing more about that soon. Tension is building up here in anticipation of the arrival of Mr. Donald J. Trump.
Who, sorry?
Well, the orange guy, you know.
Okay.
So let's see what happens there. We'll be covering that as well. So more to come. But thanks, Nick, for that overview. We're really freezing. So
yeah, we are. My lips are shaking, actually.
I don't envy you sitting here moderating.
I've never moderated at all with a bobble cap on, but I'm very proud to. It's Burnley Football Club, my team. You know, from the Premier League.
Oh, yeah, I know them.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Albin Ekdal is a Swede who I think still plays there. But
yes, he certainly does. He did some very good defending the other day when we drew 2-2 with Manchester United.
Oh, you drew with Manchester.
And we drew with Liverpool just in the last game.
Derby, even. So,
it's absolutely true.
That's the
now we're talking football. I'm sure the viewership's going to go through the roof now.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Thanks,
all right. Thanks, David. Bye. Yeah. Okay, we're here in Davos at the World Economic Forum. One of the big issues that came out just before Davos was the Global Risk Report 2026 from the World Economic Forum, where the issue of disinformation and misinformation was actually number 2 on the list of concerns by those that were polled. These are leaders. And this is a really huge issue here in terms of integrity, in terms of how we move forward in the world in a way that gives us a chance to deal with the big issues like climate change and many others too. I've got some great guests here where we're going to talk a bit about this. There was a big launch last night, by the way, in Davos of a new social media platform for Europe. And we're going to talk a little bit about that in a few minutes. But I'm absolutely delighted to have on the magic of Zoom with us here in Davos, I understand from a very warmer place, Sao Paulo in Brazil, Dylan Tanner. And Dylan is an entrepreneur, and he's the executive director of Influence Map, based in London and offices around the world. And he's joined us from Sao Paulo, where they have offices too. Dylan founded Influence Map in 2015, and it's amazing reports. And we've had them on our show before, actually, in terms of their amazing reports. But they provide insights into everything from corporate lobbying to the way investment funds can play fast and loose with their own views of what constitutes a climate-focused fund. And these accounts are literally awesome and get a lot of attention, particularly from the media. Before Influence Map, Dylan set up a market-leading environmental consultancy in Japan, where he was actually born, and that is today known as ERM Japan. He's an environmentalist, a mathematician, a theoretical physicist with a master's from Imperial College in London and a PhD from King's College London. Dylan, thank you very much. What are you doing in Sao Paulo first?
Wow, thank you very much. Who is this guy you just introduced? I'd like to meet him.
I'm in South. I think we are meeting him, Dylan. You're being very modest.
Yes, so we have just recruited a team in Brazil off the back of the momentum behind the Belém climate conference, and this is a relatively positive spot for the world on climate and climate policy. And there appears to be a competitive spirit going on amongst Brazilian companies and organizations to be climate positive. So we're taking advantage of that, and I'm training the team here for this week.
That's really very, very, very good to know, Dylan. Very good to know indeed. Dylan, for those that don't know the work of Influence Map, tell us a little bit about how it works and how it contributes to climate action and meeting the goals of the Paris Agreement.
Sure, yeah. So we are a global team of 80 dedicated professionals around the world. And I think for your audience, I would describe us as a watchdog to ensure companies and financial institutions are held to account on their lobbying around climate policy, and also for financial institutions, their marketing claims match their actual activities. So this is no longer Exxon's denying climate science type stuff. It's highly nuanced, and companies are playing with shades of gray to try and gain marketing advantage while doing as little as possible in many cases. So it's quite data-driven and sophisticated work, which we do on a global basis.
I think that's very interesting what you say. I mean, because, you know, it's no longer, as you say, ExxonMobil saying, oh, we don't believe in climate change. It's like, well, we kind of believe in climate change, but do we have to go quite as fast as we need to right now? Or we are investing in some things that are actually sort of climate friendly, although, you know, then you find out that 99% of what they're investing in is not climate friendly. So you're actually uncovering, really, and I think you're also sometimes, you know, seeing what people say as well, what companies say in the public space versus what they put in their, say, annual reports. I mean, it's a very complex area. How do you do it, and why is data important, Dylan? And data integrity.
So it's very important. So how we do it side of things is we have this incredible funnel, data funnel, where we gather the data from the internet and from everywhere, different sources, and increasingly use AI to relevance test it so our team can prioritize what they look at. And then we have a set of benchmarks, which is the IPCC, the government scientists on climate change. And so we compare their statements with all manner of IPCC statements on gas, coal, the use of negative emission technologies, et cetera, to test whether it's in agreement with science or whether they're just trying to fudge the issue. And it's a nuanced thing. This is shades of gray stuff, and they get scores out of 100 for their activity.
So tell us, I mean, obviously there are some powerful people, there are some populist governments seeking to take data away, in a sense, or climate data, and promote disinformation. Is it getting harder for you, in a sense, as Influence Map, to keep ahead of the corporate and financial, you might say, greenwashers, those that seek to conceal what they're up to? Or are you finding new ways, or are you finding ways around this kind of suppression of climate data?
There's an absolute gush of information on the internet, and just flooding the ecosystem in which policymakers and investors need to act. And a big issue is that social media platforms and AI have made the barrier to entry quite easy in terms of creating vast reams of data. We can analyze it and assess it in the way I mentioned. I think one thing in the last few years that has made our job more difficult is that a lot of major governments and financial institutions and companies have pulled back from their commitments on climate change publicly. And so they used to be, some of them used to be our allies to help this accountability process. And now, especially a lot of the financial institutions have withdrawn from those claims, and they're not so active.
And is there anything you can do about that in terms of finding out what they're up to, or are there now some black boxes emerging in this story?
You know, Nick. So the aim of this misinformation is to promote it. So it's not so difficult to find out what the message is. Sometimes it's difficult to understand who's behind it. So there's these nefarious think tanks who are promoting disinformation and misinformation, and we don't know who's funding them. So that's an issue. But in terms of the the public information, they want to have their name attached to it so they can pursue their marketing or lobbying goals. It's our job to call it out for what it is.
Right. You were telling me something when we talked a few days ago, and I'll come to our other guests now in a second, but which I thought was fascinating. Was it some oil and gas organization who had kind of left their report about what they were doing against climate change? They left this report on the internet, and you guys found it, or somebody found it. Tell us about that. It's a really fascinating case study.
So we have really alert analysts, and the International Gas Union left their internal strategy document on climate on their website by mistake. We found it and analyzed it thoroughly and published it. It was very interesting. So this is something that you can reverse engineer. You can see that disinformation is at the heart of their strategy, and it's used in public social media. It's also used to direct messaging at politicians in a more nuanced, sophisticated manner. But at the heart of it is the narrative. And some of their narratives were, at the time, it was just after the Ukraine war, they're saying we have an emergency, we need to have a rush for gas because of energy security. In Asia, it was to do with gas is clean and therefore non-polluting. Gas is a transition fuel with no timeline or end because we can use negative emission technologies. So these are narratives that they had planted in their allies around the world and were being implemented with billions in marketing budget. So extremely sophisticated operation, and it gave an insight into what we're up against as a climate community, but also companies that are not in the fossil fuel value chain. That this is not just lobbying a regulation. This is a wider strategic plan, which involves huge collaboration and global resources.
Okay, and last thing, Dylan, before I come to our other guests, last thing is, of course, there are investors out there that want your reports because they want to see who is actually acting on climate change, who is walking the talk, and who is not. In other words, investors look to your reports to actually be guided on where they can make investments that will have a positive climate change impact as well. So, it's not just one bunch of companies here, it's one bunch of companies versus another bunch of companies, is it not, in terms of which direction people want to go?
Yeah, there's two sides to this, but while you're on the investor theme, as I mentioned, a large swaths of the financial sector are now just saying, well, we didn't actually mean it about climate and whatever. But one part of the financial system that has always been our allies is the global pension funds who don't have any commercial constraints and invest for the long term, kind of universal investors. And they are interested in ensuring that they have sustainable investing programs, and also ensuring that the companies that they invest in, the real economy companies, are not holding back climate change by lobbying. So they remain active and I guess, from my view, relatively genuine, but they are outgunned and outnumbered by the large commercial financial sector who they have to work with.
Right. Dylan, stay with us. We're going to have a chat with a couple of other people. We've just been joined by Anna Zeiter, who is actually the new CEO of a social media company called... WWW. Okay, fine. It's not Walmart or Walgreen. It's I keep playing with this. Keep playing with these things. But it was really exciting last night, Anna. It was a packed room here in Davos. I think we tried to keep the suspension going for as long as we could, and there were big bars of Toblerone flying around all over the place. I mean, there was a lot of enthusiasm. Just tell us just a little bit of a glimpse, because we've got a public out here very interested in this. And tell us why it's important, what you're up to now.
Yeah, so we're actually building a new social media platform. It's called W. It's built, run, and hosted out of Europe. And it comes with additional unique selling points that we think are very timely and very important right now. For example, we want to verify users as humans. We think this is important, especially in times when democratic values are crumbling around the world, to have a social media platform with verified humans, because then you know exactly with whom you are interacting with. Then we also want to respect privacy and freedom of speech. And we think we have a great momentum, especially since in Europe, since we usually use in Europe social media platforms from the US or from China. We think there's a huge gap, a vacuum that we want to fill with W.
Absolutely. And the timeline you laid out a bit last night, when it might actually be fully launched. It can be launched in segments and sort of early bits here and then finally maybe a big bang at the end of the year. Just give us the timeline there.
So what we try to do right now, we want to gather 1,000 leaders, like VIP leaders, and this is why we're also here in Davos and doing the pre-launch, to host that first with a small group and get really good feedback, try to improve and make the platform as best as possible. Then we try to do a bit of a bigger, better launch in, I would say, Q2. After summer, we would like to onboard more media partners. And then the plan is that we roll out the platform end of the year.
Okay. And ordinary people, I just thinking about ordinary people here. And I suppose I'm a bit of an ordinary person as well. I think, oh, well, social media channels, that's just like likes and stuff like that. But there's a bigger story behind this. It's like a tip of an iceberg, isn't it? Because under that iceberg is all this data that the social media companies in America and China and Russia, probably to an extent, are in a sense collecting. It's our data, and they're using it for all kinds of reasons that I don't know what. And so it's not just about posting cat videos and or pictures of mum cooking some exotic dish that she read on the internet, right? It's more than that, isn't it?
Yes. So, I mean, you're right with your data point. I mean, everything is data-driven, and 10 years ago we said data is the new oil. Right now we say high-quality data is the new oil. And this is what we are seeing, that competitors in the US and in China are using a lot of personal data to analyze, to really target, and also sometimes to manipulate users. We want to be different in that respect. Of course, we want to respect GDPR, other European laws, because we are run, built and governed in Europe. And we also would like to give back to the users. We like to give, for example, the face identification process. We want to make sure that the users can govern their own data and also their own algorithms, so that users can really choose, do I want to stay in my filter bubble? Do I want to see a little bit more what's going on in society? Or do I want to have the full spectrum?
Yes. Any of the audience watching this, by the way, they can hear sort of crunch sound. It's not the end of the world. It's a man trying to clear a bit of ice off some kind of curling.
It's about -5 degrees.
It is about -5 degrees, yeah. Maybe some of our colleagues can ask them to be a little quieter just for a few minutes, yeah. Let me now turn to Sandrine Dixon de Clèves. You're the former chair of the Club of Rome. You've been involved in some amazing reports in the area of sustainability, climate change, the Earth for All initiative, for example, let me mention, and it's the Global Transformations...
The Systems Transformation Hub.
Systems Transformation Hub.
Now in Brussels, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. You were at the launch last night of this new social media platform, W. Yeah, you're also on the advisory board. Why have you chosen to get involved in this? Why do you think it's important?
So let me join the dots, first of all, between what Dylan just said and the fact that he's in Brazil, and all of us having been at COP, including you, Nick, and where we are now in Davos, and bring the EU in between. I think that data integrity is fundamental at this time. We are in a 1930s moment. We're also at a time when actually so many countries need to regain the power of their sovereignty. Their sovereignty also from a question of digitalization. And what is so important is we need to understand the grasp, the stranglehold that the digital companies, the tech bros have. And by the way, I grew up in Palo Alto. These are my peers, okay? We all went to the same high school. The way they have grasped that sovereignty from all of us. 80% of EU data is in the hands of the United States. Now let's make the link to climate. We know that Trump got rid of the climate data in the United States, took it down from all the websites, okay? He could do the same with European citizen data if he wanted to, and put a pressure on those tech bros that actually are holding our data. This is a moment where we need to regain control of the data, the integrity of the data, but also use it as a new way of bridge partnerships. Here's why I come to Brazil. I had conversations with the Brazilian government during COP around how could we ensure digital integrity between Brazil and the EU, set up partnerships where we actually had new social media platforms, but also new clouds, new investments in terms of a digital platform across the globe that has a value-based, trust-based system at its core. If we do not do that, I fear actually, and I was on a panel yesterday at the Polish House around transatlantic collaboration. We were talking around security. Security is not just how we deal with Ukraine. Security is not just how we deal with Greenland. Security is how we deal with digital integrity. And who owns that digital space? Who owns that infrastructure? Because if we don't start taking back ownership, we are going to lose out, not only on disinformation, but also on our own data and in so many other ways.
And I notice actually, I've got 3 children, right? They're smart, they're intelligent, 32, 30 years old and 28 years old. And I see increasing, at least with 1 or 2 of them, that they're getting their news more and more from these kinds of platforms, right? And that's very important in terms of shaping their views of the world too. So this is a very important topic indeed.
Can I just bring in the trust barometer that was published yesterday?
Okay.
Edelman published their trust barometer, and for the first time they're looking at trust and insularity. The fact that actually more and more people are insular. It comes back to your point. Especially through COVID and post-COVID, that dependency on getting data online. And therefore the integrity of that data, the way it then is systematized into a person's knowledge, but also the way in which they act and their emotion and their being is fundamental.
Yeah, and also we don't want to all be brainwashed to be Americans. I mean, I like lots of Americans, right? I've got lots of mates who are American, right?
Including
but I don't,
myself,
yeah,
by the way.
But we don't want to be completely brainwashed by everything that's coming through all their channels. We want some balance here, right? Anna, just quickly, and I was going to go to Ingmar.
I would quickly add on that. It's not only about data integrity, which is super important. It's also about where the data is being hosted. On purpose, we are structuring W in a way that the data is being hosted in Europe, on European servers owned by European companies. So we are working with a service provider in Finland, and they have hosting facilities across the European Union. So, which is great, because if we would use, for example, a US service provider, there's the Cloud Act, which says that a US government can have access. But if we are smart about it, where our data is being hosted, then we can, really protect the data also from a security perspective. Also internally, we try to use European products like Proton, for example, for our email system, and Brevo is a French system for customer relation management. So I think we really want to walk the talk here, because it's not only important what the content of the data is, but also where the data is being hosted and how do we want to protect the data in a physical way.
Yeah. Ingmar Rentold, CEO of We Don't Have Time, and one of the initiators of this new social media company, W. You were there last night. Why have We Don't Have Time decided to put its weight behind this new operation?
Because if we can't trust the news, trust your feed, trust what you read, what you see, we can't get people on board on the climate or anything else that we want. And what I see compared to when I founded We Don't Have Time 10 years ago is that, at that time it was very much about our leaders were not moving fast enough, so we needed them to push them to move faster. But today, things are actually moving quite fast, but some leaders, powered by fossil fuel interest, financed by fossil fuel influence, like we heard from the influence map, they try to push back and attack everyone working for change. And we can't just stand there and say that it's important that we need to act on climate or appeal to the feelings. Of course, that's also important, but come on, we need to fight for what's right. And what I mean with that, we need to fight for reality. And in order to get people to understand the reality, they need to be able to see the truth and not fall for the lies. And I can just give an example of why an initiative like W are very much needed. I scrolled through my social media feed this morning, and I had two examples just showed up. One example where a news piece from CNN, people were very upset. It was lying dead bodies in the background, and someone were standing up from the dead bodies, and it was the news reporter were in this post were reporting from Ukraine, and everything was a lie. But it wasn't that. It was a climate protest, and it was kind of a play. It had nothing to do with Ukraine. And people were so upset in the comment feed. It was like 100 comments. They believed that. So they trashed out CNN, but it was just taken out of context, made into something else. Another example were actually a news piece from Greenland, that you had troops landing from Germany in military planes, and in the comments they were like, yeah, but Germany, they changed to de-escalate, so the military took civil flights, and in the comment like, no, you see, there is landing here a big military plane, but it was just AI made.
Right.
But half of the people in the comment space, they believed it.
Right.
And those that don't read the comment space, they believe it. So if we can't believe what we see, what kind of reality are we living in? It's like a Twilight Zone. And this has happened so fast. Social media didn't... I mean, you have always had crazy posts on social media, but they were kind of... like not the majority. Now, you don't know. You don't know what you see. If you see someone speaking, you don't know if they have ever spoken it. It's a big, big problem, and I think it can be addressed. We need to fight technology with technology.
Let me just quickly go back to Dylan in Sao Paulo. Dylan, I hope you've been getting some of this. Literally, things are freezing here, so the tech is freezing a bit too. But maybe you heard some of that conversation. But from your perspective, from the work that you do, I mean, there's always been misinformation around, hasn't there, and disinformation, but is it reaching a fever pitch at the moment and making life even more complex?
Yeah, I did hear that, and I concur with most of that. And yes, you're right. It is. So there's a couple of things. One is the absolute concentration of social media and data power, essentially in 2 or 3 companies, which is extremely unhealthy. And it would not be allowed in any other sector in terms of antitrust monopoly. The second thing is the companies are not accountable for their content. And so they can have misinformation, disinformation, and outright lies spreading around their platforms without any consequence. And I recall 10 years ago when the European Commission wanted to hold Google, and back then it was called Facebook, or they were called Facebook and Google, accountable as media companies for their content. They immediately hired 40 lobbyists in Brussels to push back, and they diluted and scuppered that. You probably remember it as a journalist. So it's accountability with regulation, but then also there's the antitrust issues, and you need a diverse ecosystem. So I really welcome the announcement of W as an alternative to some of these, and we had Blue Sky Influence Map scuppered and abandoned Twitter X, when Musk took over. But I think there needs to be more choice for customers and accountability over content.
Right.
It's getting out of control.
Anna, yes.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. I would like to add a couple of points. I mean, there was disinformation and the effort from different powers to take over social media for own interest in the past. But with AI, everything is a bit on steroids, because we see AI-driven bots that send information. Then we see not humans anymore commenting, but also AI bots. So the content that is being posted is AI generated. Then the comments are AI generated. And I know that some of the social media platforms already have more than 50% AI bots posting and AI bots commenting, which has, of course, its disinformation on steroids. And this is something we would like to tackle proactively. With human verification, that's one very important element, because by this we can hopefully eliminate as best as possible the fact that we have AI bots posting and AI bots commenting. Of course, there's still the element of AI-generated content. This is another challenge we would like to tackle at one point, to really embrace, foster, and incentivize fact-based communication, because especially with this element of AI, disinformation is on steroids, and especially in times of geopolitical changes, challenges, it's more important than ever before that we have a social media platform for the free world where we can trust the people we interact with.
And could AI be used to fact check?
Yes.
At high speed?
Yes, this is also what we try to do. Okay. Of course, this is all very early stage, and I haven't even started yet as a CEO, as you know. But of course, AI is not a bad thing. AI is also a good thing. AI can be also used for good things, like fact checking and also checking. We're working now with another company, try to do a pilot to find out with AI if there are campaigns being launched on our platform which try to manipulate the dialogue that's happening. So we try to use AI as best as we can to leverage it for a good cause.
Okay. Sandrine.
Yeah, I wanted to come in because not only is it disinformation on steroids, it's manipulation on steroids, and they go hand in hand. And to Anna's point, what we heard last night was that Europe doesn't invest enough in its own ownership of information and data and also integrity, and that's why we're saying make Europe great again. And I fundamentally believe, and the other campaign that We Mean Business has been, We Mean Business has been part of it as well, that we don't have time, have been pushing for, has been make science great again. And it goes hand in hand, because we're wanting to ensure the data so that we actually ensure that this manipulation at this time, which is so heated geopolitically, where the power players are using information to actually escalate war, to escalate hate, to escalate the power of only certain companies, in particular those right now that are actually going completely against the science, the climate goals that we have, and the humanitarian goals that we have. So W is about regaining ownership. It's about investing in Europe again. But it's also about ensuring that we don't inflame and go even further into that manipulation game. And I think that's fundamental. It has a value-based core, which we need to regain at this really important time.
And Anna, you have a very long experience in many areas. I mean, you've been at eBay before, well, you still are at eBay when you joined W very shortly, but you've had an academic career, you still have an academic career. You did a PhD paper, I think, on free speech and hate speech and things like that. And so you know about some of these privacy issues, some of these free speech issues. I think I talked to you a few weeks ago and you said, no, this platform is not going to ban people who speak out, but if we ban bots, do you think we're going to have better quality free speech, if I can put it that way?
I very much hope so, but it's a first step, because it's about integrity and accountability. Accountability is a part of integrity, and when we know who's posting something, we know first it's a human, not a bot. And preferably, so we also like to encourage people to post stuff under their real name. And this is not only integrity, this is accountability. Because if I know Nick Nuttall is posting something, Nick is a human, and Nick is Nick. So then I know, maybe together with your background, where you're coming from, so that's a more trusted source than interacting with someone who is called XYZ, and I don't even know if this is a human or not.
Well, they used to say in the City of London years ago, my word is my bond, right? Because you knew the person, you knew who you were talking to, and they were, you knew if they were dishonest, everybody else in the City of London would know they're dishonest. Now it's all changed because we have this digital world. Did you want to say something briefly? Because I think we need to get winding up here a little bit.
Yes,
right now.
but this is an important example of, I mean, one thing is to regulate those platforms so that it's illegal to spread lie. That sounds good, but it's often end up in another form of censorship that actually can be used to manipulate people, because those that can get around, you know, what you're not allowed to say are very good at that. So they are getting their voices out, and those that are not are good at it, they are getting silent. I have a perfect example of that. There is some regulation saying that you need to disclose if you are a political advertising on social media. So some social media platforms like Facebook, they just ban all political ads. That means that we at WEF Time, we are unable to amplify our voice, because when we talk about climate solutions, we are seen as a political campaign. But when an oil company talk about their solutions, they are just another advertising. That's bizarre. So we should be careful on how we regulate, and I believe that we should put more effort into regulating and get accountability about the person and the entity posting. Because you can't really moderate one.
People can say, aha, I get it. I see why they're
if you
doing
post
that.
this CNN shit I just talked about, that is fake, we should, and that person should be accountable and pay a fine, because that's a lie. It's very hard for Facebook to see it, but someone is behind it, and we have a police and we have a legal, system. Let's use that for accountability. But the reason why this is not happening, because the whole social media space, not anyone knows who is posting. That's super expensive to know if you posted, so you need to kind of kill someone in order for the police to be able to know that it was you. But on W, they will know exactly who's posting. Of course, they're not going to leave that to the legal, but if someone are breaking the laws, I mean,
Anna? Yeah, I agree with that. I would like to go even one step further. What we can also do is like to incentivize that people really, post as experts. So, for example, there could be the idea of implementing a trust score to incentivize in a positive way that that people, embrace trustworthy behavior. For example, if Ingmar is posting something and he is posting something as an expert, we can verify, we tried to verify at one point with AI in the background, that Ingmar is really an expert in sustainability. And then he has maybe a trust score which goes up, because then we know he's really an expert. Or if someone is posting and saying, I'm a professor in microbiology, then AI can check in the background, yes, this person is really a professor at the University ETH in Zurich in microbiology. This is really an expert, so the trust score goes up. So it's not only that you can regulate with negative ways, you can also regulate with positive spins. And I think this is also what we try to do, like incentivize good behavior.
My God, my CV says I'm award-winning journalist from the Times newspaper in London.
Can
start checking it. Oh shit! What am I going to do now? Okay, my bobble cat's falling off.
Can I quickly build
Yes,
on
do,
that?
Sandrine. Then we're going to wrap up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I want to come back to the positive regulation, because we're getting slammed, in particular in Europe, around regulation. And I think that this point, and this is also why W can engage in a conversation with policymakers as well, to hold them accountable. I mean, I sat for 2.5 years on the taxonomy program of putting very clear criteria, social and environmental criteria, for investors to invest, right? Those reporting requirements now have been obliterated. Why were they obliterated? Because 10 large American lobbying companies, including, by the way, the Koch brothers, who are financing the whole lobbying campaign, wanted to make sure that we cut down all our reporting requirements. This is fundamental because what happened afterwards is actually the European Commission has been brought before the court of the European Court of Justice for actually not following due process. And what's important about social media campaigns that are transparent, that are trying to look at integrity, is that they can also talk about this, create a platform to speak about what's actually happening. That's why I say it's not just disinformation on steroids, it's manipulation on steroids. If we enable people to continue to have control of our information, what's the next step? They're controlling our policymakers. They're controlling our governments. They're controlling our society. So this is a fundamental foundation to bring integrity back and to blow apart the fact that power rules over anything else that's value-based.
100%. I fully agree. On top of that, it's not a coincidence that we have on our advisory board former policymakers and former regulators in the digital information space, because we want to do the right thing. And we also want to engage with current policymakers in the European Union and in Europe, holistically, to understand how we can do the right thing. We want to do the right thing. We want to promote data, information accountability, information integrity, also with respect to minors, for example. So, and this is why we are absolutely open to talk to policymakers, and we're also proactively looking for an exchange in that respect.
Good. There's so much more to say. Dylan, I'm so sorry. It's difficult when somebody's on the remote, but your contribution at the beginning was absolutely fantastic, and thank you so much for being with us. I love Influence Map, and
thank you so much for the opportunity. And I'm going to go and refill my glass now and get back to the pool.
Oh, get back to the pool! You rat! I hate you now. I hate you now, Dylan. We're freezing here, and you're by the pool. I can't believe it.
By the pool, we're
all right,
freezing
lots
here.
of love from Davos to Sao Paulo. And thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Best of luck with this venture.
Thank you.
We're all
in this together.
We're all in
it's
this
a group
together.
effort.
And we don't have time.
We don't have time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we have another wonderful guest with us here in Davos at the World Economic Forum. It's Christina Caffara. She's very well known, and some would say a superstar in the area of competition economics. And her passion now is very much focused on European tech. And Christina is not only a recognized contributor to the global discussion on regulation of the digital economy, but also the founder and chair of the EuroStack Foundation Initiative. And I also understand that you have an amazing podcast called Escape Forward, which is kind of interesting. And I hope others will tune in that haven't tuned in before after hearing you today on We Don't Have Time.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Christina. So, Christina, European Tech and EuroStack Foundation, what are you actually trying to achieve through this foundation in terms of the European tech landscape?
So the immediate answer is that what I'm trying to achieve, what we are trying to achieve, is getting European industry, which is at the moment capable but fragmented in tech, to coalesce and power itself up to acquire a larger share of European demand, fundamentally. What has happened in Europe in the last 15, 20 years is that we have vacated the space, and therefore American platforms have found it very easy, they're good, they're efficient, they're capable, to roll into Europe and occupy a space that we had vacated. Europe was, 20 years ago, a pioneer in many dimensions of tech, and then somehow we haven't really kept up with that position, and that created a vacuum that Americans very effectively occupied. So occupied. So it is not the case that we can blame them. This is one of the sort of the dimensions of the narrative. There is a narrative, given the geopolitical situation, that somehow we need to push back and resist American invasion. It is true we are a digital colony, but not because they have done something particularly wrong. They have essentially taken a market that was available, and an attractive market at that. And we have not kept up. So, in fact, what we have done in the last 15, 20 years, particularly the last 10, has been to concentrate on trying to tame these big digital platforms in all of their dimensions. So Europe has pioneered antitrust and regulation in the digital space. I'm not against it. No one in EuroStack is suggesting we should repeal that. But the problem has been we had an almost singular obsession with that for the last 10 years. A blind spot to the fact that it is not enough to regulate, it is not enough to try and tame these giants. We absolutely needed to put all conceivable effort into building our own equivalent capability. And where we find ourselves today is that a very large proportion of the market, depends on which segment, but 70%, 80%, is actually not occupied by Europeans. The important concern that exists now in the current geopolitical situation is that also it exposes us, as we can see all around us, to coercion and blackmail, and there is a sense of great fragility because we are exposed to ultimately coercion in various ways. There is a big talk today in these days after the latest manifestations of the US administration of the need for Europe to retaliate, for example, imposing taxes on digital services, imposing tariffs on digital services. That's all very well, even assuming we could find the political will and the coherence to do something in that dimension. The question is, and what do we think is going to happen? I'm not suggesting that we ought to be scared, but the reality is that, U.S. companies will not simply sit and take it. They will seek President Trump's support. They will deprecate services. They will reduce functionality for sure to Europeans. Are we ready to completely shift to European services? Not for many uses. So EuroStack is a way of saying, wake up. We have a lot of components of the puzzle. We have a lot of cloud in Europe. We have a lot of software. We have a lot of AI. But it is fragmented and scattered. And it doesn't amount to a coherent alternative in many use cases. So we need to do it, though, because not only for security and resilience, but also for the fundamental question of economic productivity and growth. It is understood that tech, digital, AI are all-purpose technologies that feed into every sector, and our lag in essentially developing our own assets in that space is a very major reason for why we are behind in productivity growth relative to the US. It's not because European workers are less productive, it's all in the tech sector. Yeah. So this is imperative.
Tell me, Christina, what, if you were imagining what could European policymakers think would help, what would you advocate? I mean, is it about, do we need to unleash investment from more pension funds? Do we need to be more light on regulation? What are some of the things that could be done right now to liberate the European tech sector?
So the premise to my answer is that I think as a European I'm exhausted with the idea that somehow we need to wait for the Commission to do something. We have been infantilized as a continent after so many years of essentially devolving to Brussels, which then doesn't show any leadership, muddles along and does a few things, and yet we somehow seem to think that it's not on us, but we need to wait for them. And if you think that in Brussels there is the capability and the competence to design actually a strategy in this space for the next 10 years? The simple answer is there isn't. So I'm leery and concerned about people continuing to look at Brussels as having to do something, because they haven't the faintest idea what needs to be done, and they won't do it anyway. So the question is, what can the private sector do? What taking a step back, what Brussels can in principle do is, of course, perhaps mandate that the public sector doesn't procure only from US companies, because it is a scandal that I today speak to the European Commission on Teams. I speak to the German government on Teams. Why is that? Is there no collaboration software in Europe? Of course there is. Governments just don't buy it. I had to sign a form on a request that came from the Commission to support Buy European. The form said at the bottom, powered by Google. So if that isn't a very graphic illustration of what I'm saying, we are completely captured. But the public sector can do one thing, give examples, start buying European. Then there is the question of the private sector. I detect a significant vibe shift in the attitude of funders, investors, and founders. I mean, the trope in Europe has been for so many years that, yes, we have all of these great startups and research, and essentially we don't scale them up because there isn't risk capital, the capital markets union, blah, blah, blah. All of this is true, but there is also, I think, a shift. What I'm seeing is that people perhaps, and not perhaps, but in fact, because of the change in geopolitical environment, are thinking, well, it's an inevitability that Europe is going to have to, one way or another, do more of its stuff. And therefore, funders are seeing early profit opportunities in coming to Europe. A number of big funds, billion plus, like Atomico, EQT, others have announced that they were doing a European sovereignty fund. A number of private offices that I'm very familiar with and VCs are creating funds. Actually, a number of people in the sustainability space are shifting to sovereignty as their focus. So I think there's going to be money around, but the issue is really we need to get demand to move. Demand is, in any business, the driver. You can create a wonderful supply, but if you don't have demand and you don't sell your product, you failed. So we need European private sector, the European industrial sector, commerce, banks, financial sector, to start buying European. Right. And how you motivate that? Well, the current geopolitical situation is very possibly a driver. I get much more, EuroStack gets much more hits now from big industrial companies saying, our board is actually very uncomfortable with all this data in American hands. We need to provide alternatives. So this is beginning to be the narrative out there. Right. But you can't mandate. We are not in an autocracy. We can't mandate private companies to start using European tech. So you need there to be an incentive. And it's not true that these things are more costly, like the propaganda sometimes say. No, the reality is, it's true. If you're looking for something end-to-end equivalent to AWS or Azure, we don't have it at the top end. So you need to put together the pieces and get the flywheel turning.
Got you. Yeah, absolutely. Good. Christina, this is a very interesting glimpse into it, and it's very fascinating because of the geopolitical situation right now. As you say, it could be a catalyst now for Europe to take it much more seriously, how we actually deal with digital systems and tech, and how we ensure that we have some homegrown activities here so that we aren't overwhelmed by perhaps sanctions going forward or just basically losing out economically to the future.
Right. Yeah? That's right. Okay. That's very much the theme.
Thank you so much for being with us on We Don't Have
Thank
Time.
you so much. Okay. Thank you for having me.
We have another wonderful guest with us here in Davos at the World Economic Forum. It's Hikaru Hayakawa, and he's the Executive Director of Climate Cardinals. Nice to see you.
Yeah, so good to see you.
So climate change, we know, is very important for everybody in the world. It affects everybody. But a lot of the information generated is in English. And of course, that's a big problem. I mean, there are translation systems right now, but not everybody has easy access to that. And also, maybe they're not so accurate as well. So you're working on trying to change this dynamic. Tell us what your work is about. And I think you've got a new report or a new white paper out from Climate Cardinals on how to address this problem.
Yeah, well, first, thank you so much for having Climate Cardinals on the show with you today, Nick. So basically, Climate Cardinals is a youth-focused organization. We started 5 years ago because we realized the climate movement was leaving people behind. So 18% of the world speaks English, only 18%, but up to 98% of climate information is only available in English. Mm-hmm. And so we saw that in our own families. And so we originally started as a group of teenagers translating climate information. And then basically one of our team members shared a TikTok, it went viral, and we had signups from all around the world. And then it just astonished us how many people saw this issue in their own communities. And so since then, we've continued to translate climate information, but we also empower frontline communities, and then we also do thought leadership. So we just put out our first white paper. So our research team did an incredible job, led by our wonderful volunteer, Jackie Vandermill. And basically, they put together policy recommendations on how the climate sector can better integrate what we call language justice into their work.
So, I mean, the UN tries to do 6 languages, right? Doesn't cover them all. But where is your main focus? I mean, you can't possibly translate every single document from English into every single language in the world, yeah? So is it about networking to actually get people on the ground in different parts of the world to take on this job? How does it work?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So we do multiple things. So of course, yeah, we have our own chapters that are leading grassroots climate education. They're translating information on the ground. They're primarily in South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, and there are about 85 of them. And they've done everything from disaster preparedness workshops in local languages to translating basic climate education curricula and sharing that with local schools. But a lot of our work is also influencing other organizations, so making sure that they're actively thinking about language justice, because after all, we're only one organization, and it's really up to all of us to realize how big of a barrier this is, because like when there are language barriers, it first of all like delays adaptation. Like 40 to 60% of frontline communities, according to the Yale Center on Climate Communications, have never heard of climate change before. Right. It also prevents resources from getting to communities. Like for example, in the case of Africa, a lot of Africa doesn't speak English, but 80% of philanthropy is going to Anglophone countries on the continent. And then there's also the matter of, when there's emergencies, like how can you evacuate if you aren't receiving emergency alerts in your languages? And we've seen many cases where that's been true. So in Bangladesh, there were cases where emergency alerts weren't translated at all, so a lot of communities didn't evacuate. There were also cases where in the Philippines where emergency alerts were mistranslated, and so people didn't understand what was going on, and so they also failed to evacuate. So language as a whole is a critical barrier across the entire climate sector.
And what would you say to people out there? I mean, for example, would you appeal to companies to support things like this? Would you appeal to governments to consider it? What would be, I mean, it's a big, vast audience on We Don't Have Time, different kinds of people, but what would you want, say, governments or, say, the private sector to do in terms of supporting your work?
Yeah, so this is a systemic barrier, so we need everyone on hand. And so, for example, like a lot of companies have new innovations in machine translation, but a lot of it isn't being designed with communities and it isn't reaching communities. And so a lot of these tools are very expensive, but then they can lead to very material benefits for people on the ground. And so, for example, like now there are all these tech companies that have translation tools that you don't need Wi-Fi for. And imagine if you were to go out to a rural community, bring out a device, voice. And for people who are literate, you could use it, or you could also use text-to-voice features so that people could better access information. Also in civil society, like there are a lot of organizations that do have translation networks, are really empowering them, but there are also a lot of organizations that don't budget for translations, including the UN. So officially, of course, the UN has the 6 languages. Often at conferences, they do interpretations in the 6 languages. But in practice, when documents are translated, it usually isn't a huge priority. It usually isn't budgeted for.
Usually English, yeah.
It's usually primarily English. And there's 6.5 billion people who don't speak English at all.
Good. So you have a website, do you?
Yes, we do.
Tell us what it is.
Yeah. So so basically, it's www.climatecardinals.org. So you can get involved in various ways. So you can volunteer with Climate Cardinals. We're also happy to share like best practices from what we've seen with other organizations, and to also partner and also connect our chapters that are doing on-the-ground work.
You can donate as well.
Yes, and you can donate as well, of course.
All right,
yes.
Great. Well, lovely to see you. Thank you for being with us at Davos, and best of luck with your work.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Good, so we've got another wonderful guest with us here at Davos at the World Economic Forum 2026. It's Julia Souder.
Souder, like louder.
Souder, okay. I'm British, so I always manage to mangle everybody's surname from other countries. And she's the CEO of the Long Duration Energy Storage Council.
Yes.
Julia, tell me a little bit, what is this council and what is it trying to achieve?
We are a global market maker association tying together all sorts of the different sectors of the industry. We are the ecosystem demonstrating that there are a diverse set of technologies that are a family of solutions that can be for 8 hours, days, weeks, months, and years to address flexibility needs. And we bring together customers, utilities, industrial partners, equipment manufacturers, financiers to support this market that we're creating, because we really need this to address around-the-clock clean energy.
Wow. Just a small job then, Julia. Just like everybody involved in it. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, in many cases, we've got a great success on our hands in the world. We've got Europe and other countries, United States as well, China, all racing ahead with renewable energy, it's become a very important source of electricity across the globe, which is great, displacing now or starting to displace fossil fuels. Mm-hmm. But the question is, what happens to all that energy when it's not being used? And this is where energy storage comes in, and long duration energy storage is probably the ultimate goal. I mean, just somehow tie the threads for an interested audience out there on climate change. Why is long duration energy storage so important?
It is the missing piece. It ties the entire system together to make it run around the clock. When you don't have wind and solar working every hour, you can have storage capture the excess solar and wind, or even gas or any other fuel, and store it for hours and days, especially during times of increased weather patterns or emergencies. You have this flexibility and reliability that can really fill in the gaps, and this brings a lot of savings. When you deploy over 8 terawatts of long duration storage, which calculates to 140 terawatts, which is huge numbers, this can bring over $540 billion a year in savings. So when you can fill in those gaps and make sure that you have renewables run constantly and with inertia and with dispatchability, that gives you the reliability that the system needs. So you save from wasting any renewables that get curtailed, you're saving from any additional infrastructure you have to build, and you're really bringing together a more integrated process and maximizing the capacity on your existing system.
So I suppose you're seeing a diversity of solutions in this field, yeah?
Yes.
I read the other day that there's a company in Canada, but also in the US and Australia, called Hydrostore.
Yes.
Hydrostore, yeah.
Yes.
and they have a technology where they take the energy and they turn it into compressed air, and I think that it's then stored in caverns underground, which is really amazing. And I remember reading about this in like the 1990s as an idea once in Scientific American, I remember, and writing about it for the Times newspaper, which I used to work for then. And then suddenly you're seeing it happening, right?
Right.
And that's exciting. So that's one technology.
One of the many, yes.
And then there's other technologies where we were just talking how cold it is here in Davos and how freezing it is. And you said, yeah, but even ice can be used. And I said, what about salt? And so there are things like that.
So many different components that are not niche technologies. No. We don't need a miracle. We just need a market to scale, because these have very common, very simple contributions to storage have been around for decades, and now the need has been justified, so we're able to bring in other companies that can also do compressed air or carbon batteries like Energy Dome, or you have QuidNet that also does underground caverns. You have Bren Miller and Malta, Energy Vault, you have Craft Block that are giving rocks, salts, bricks, recycled aluminum, so you have this kind of sustainability aspect to where you can recycle and reuse and really repurpose. And whether you're using very low, or it's kind of least expensive sand or rocks, I mean, you can just hold power or heat for days, and you lose no efficiency in this. So this is a huge part of the low cost affordability that can be a reliable solution today.
So what is happening in terms of the policy on this? Because clearly policymakers, governments have a big role to play in encouraging this. So we're seeing creativity of technologies. We're seeing ideas that have been around for some years now starting to be deployed. We're probably seeing new ideas and new creativity coming forward all the time, stimulated by having to do something to fight climate change, but also to give energy security as well around the world.
Huge part.
And competitiveness. And so it's all very exciting, but the governments are often a little bit behind the curve. But I can see that from what I've read, there is some action happening. For example, in the European Union, they're looking at this. But for some people, they're looking not really at the long-term kind of storage, the long duration. It's more shorter duration. Is that right? It's more battery-type solutions.
There have been a lot of success stories with short duration, but now we need to make sure that the markets address the flexibility and the benefits of long duration. So as you mentioned, the European Union has done a great job of addressing flexibility and bringing in the benefits of the diverse solutions of long duration storage. But we've also seen this in Australia, the United Kingdom, United States, and now we're seeing this with new requests in India, with setting up both federal mandates and state mandates. We're seeing this in Brazil, from starting with a short duration auction and building into a long duration auction, because the need is there, and now we have the solutions to provide this. So what we're looking forward to is really expanding upon some of the policies, because they're taking some kind of data points and criteria that need to be updated to maximize the benefits of what long duration energy storage can provide. So we don't want to compare apples to zebras. We want to make sure that we're really matching all the additional ancillary services and benefits that long duration energy storage can provide to customers to make things affordable and secure.
Has anybody done any analysis on how this whole area might grow in the next few years? Is there some?
Yes, we have done, and we have reports on our website, but we also have been working with the IEA, with IRENA. We've been working with many other trade associations and partners to really expand upon this. IRENA in Australia has done a lot of great work of really highlighting some decades ago the need for thermal energy storage, and we've also seen work with a variety of national labs in various countries. So it's not just one voice. There is an enormous amount of information that is validating the need for long duration storage and the need to really look at the short-term gains over long-term planning.
So you're optimistic that it's a very diverse, but as a sector as a whole, that we're actually going to see a lot more penetration of long duration energy storage, which was absolutely crucially needed if the renewable revolution is actually going to go further and faster, and we can hit those targets of the Paris Agreement, net zero by 2050.
We set out and worked with the Global Renewables Alliance on 11 terawatts of renewable energy by 2030, and that was signed on by more than 130 countries. And this last couple of years, we've been working on an energy storage pledge to really make sure that we have the energy storage of over 1.5 terawatts by 2030 of all durations, because this is so critical to ensure that we get that renewables working around the clock. We will have a huge missed opportunity, which will cost countries and customers around the world trillions if we don't get this right. So the pressure's on to make sure that we are updating markets, we are building policies to create a market that is really giving true benefits, that incorporates all of the attributes that long-duration energy storage provides.
Well, Julia, it's clearly a moving issue. It's not the end of the story by any means, this chat here, but it's actually potentially very, very exciting. And I really hope that, you succeed with your work, and that the companies involved succeed, and that the governments really back this as much as they can, because faster would be better than slower.
Exactly. Faster and inclusive would be great, yes. And it's great to see that LDES is bankable today, and we have members here in Davos, not only the AWS, Amazon, we've got Google, we've got Microsoft, all working in addition to Antora and Rondo, really showing that partnerships can work, whether it's with data centers, whether it's the agriculture industry, whether it's even healthcare. I mean, we are, again, the centerpiece to make everything come to fruition to meet the goals.
Good. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of GreenUp, I'd like to warmly welcome you to the Climate Hub this Wednesday afternoon. Thank you so much for being here for what promises to be an exciting and inspirational session today with the Land Banking Group. So from my side, just a very brief point on safety. Just in case of an emergency, there are 3 exits. So please, if anything were to happen, calmly listen to our instructions. There are 3 exits. 1 out the back of the theatre there, 1 out here, and the 3rd one, which is just out where you came from. So without further ado, I will hand over to the Land Banking Group. Thank you.
Once upon a time, long before climate targets and dashboards, there was just this, a piece of land. It drew life out of carbon without a price tag. It held water without a contract. It sheltered species no one had ever counted. But over time, something changed. The land became worth more when it was harnessed, emptied, and sealed than when it was alive. And then humans did what humans do best. They invented another number.
We call it EII, the Ecosystem Integrity Index. A single score to ask, hey nature, how are you doing? The EII tells many stories. The carbon still stored in forests and soil. The species that remain or return. The water held, filtered and released. And the stability this land gives to nearby people.
For a long time, I was invisible in your balance sheets. Trees were timber, soil was dirt, wetlands were just unused land. Now you've given me a number, EII. It is not my whole story, but at least it is a language you understand.
Imagine now, this number does not stay locked inside reports, but begins to move capital. Imagine each of these tiles as nature stocks. A defined unit of land, with a living EII score, with a plan for recovery, and a claim on the future value healthy nature can create.
When capital follows my EII, you are no longer just buying a permit to pollute. You are investing in my recovery. My forests thickening, my rivers clearing, my species returning.
Imagine now, we move forward in time. By 2050, if portfolios follow EII, millions of hectares can move from degrading to regenerating, reviving the perpetual delivery only nature can grant. Carbon can stay in living systems, creating tradable assets. Species can reclaim lost ground, strengthening supply chain resilience against pests and diseases. And communities can build profitable livelihoods on restored land, turning nature recovery into measurable financial returns. And that's what conservation by the Land Banking Group already looks like today.
And when you hold high EII nature stocks, you are not just holding risk on a warming planet. You are holding resilience. You are holding the recovery you chose to finance.
Once upon a time, this land had no number at all. Tonight we ask, what's the EII? The real question is, what will you do with it?
Let my EII guide your capital, and I will do what I have always done best. Turn integrity into life.
Thank you, Felix. What an opening. And thank you for joining us for the stack. Why the stack, I have been asked. A stack layers complex science, complex technology, complex solutions, complex standards, complex rules behind one trusted interface. So something that was very hard in the past all of a sudden becomes easy, it becomes repeatable, it becomes very accessible to everyone. And nature, let's face it, is a very hard problem to solve. It's in fact the interaction between economic systems and natural systems. It's the hardest challenge of our time. It's the hardest challenge I came across. My name is Martin Stuchter. I'm one of the founders of the Land Banking Group, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Land Banking Group's team today, but also on behalf of World Conservation Society, who is agreed to have this session together with us. And they have inspired us through their work, and many of you in the audience today have inspired us with their work as well. We are a proud part of the global nature tech community. Now, we are very glad you are here because there are other things happening. Let's face it. Sometimes I wonder how we will be looking back in 5 years' time, 10 years' time, to that 21st of January 2026. Of course, we don't know, least of you, of all of us, myself. But I'm deeply convinced that we will ask ourselves how we have reacted to the circumstances back then. And the one is, have we spoken up? And thank you, some of you, Johan, Carlos, Paul, others, who've just spoken up on all of this, representing a different type of future that we want for ourselves. And secondly, have we acted up? Have we done something that shows that this model of generating prosperity is in fact the better one? Have we created the rail tracks credibly for that next economy? Have we shown that this is politically possible, economically attractive, and intergenerationally meaningful? That's closer to the topic today. Today we want to talk about a new opportunity that has arisen and that talks to our overwhelm and to our underwhelm. Our biggest overwhelm, how can we actually deal with that complexity as we interact as humanity, as an economy with nature? It's also complex. Science is so complex. Technology is so complex. And secondly, how can we deal with our biggest underwhelm? How we have been unable for many years to actually draw the appreciation, the rewards, and the capital back into that critical infrastructure called nature. I found an article that we wrote 10 years ago by the week on Sunday, where we talked about nature as an institutional asset class. The idea has been around for quite a while. Still, we haven't been able to mobilize it yet. That might change. There's a new possibility, and that's what we want to talk about today. That possibility has been given to us by the work of ecologists, ecosystem modelers, by agronomists, by data scientists, remote data providers. So we have a new gift given to us, and that's what we want to talk today. We have 90 minutes, so let me delve straight in and only quickly say what we are going to discuss, how we want to have this discussion, and who you are going to meet. We want to present 3 ideas that we feel are needed to build the nature stack. The first one is the Ecosystem Integrity Index. It's a big gift that has been given to us, by the United Nations World Conservation Monitoring Center. They have been brought up this methodology a long time ago. And secondly, it's a gift of modern technology that allows us now to make it relevant to every pixel of the planet. Secondly, we want to talk about what we can do with it. We want to present the nature risk pricing models. How can we actually start to show how better nature reduces risks, and that therefore we can price capital differently. We can reward nature for her resilience. And thirdly, we want to talk about nature stock pricing, a new way of holistically looking at nature for the potentiality that she is giving us in the long run. So this will be a very deep conversation. All of these 3 points have something in common. They are needed to build the nature stack. Secondly, they already work in practice today. And thirdly, they are given to us by the nature tech community. Now, and then we want to discuss how there are many different ways to offer how to have a discussion these days. Threatening each other is one popular form. Instantaneous agitation is also a very popular form. Let's do it differently here. I like the conversations that you have in an academic review board, where someone proposes a substantive idea and then we all wrestle to bring it forward and to improve it. Let that be the spirit of today. Finally, who will we be talking with? The nature tech community is in service of something bigger. It's not about the technology, it's about the technology being in service of something bigger. So we need others to help us. First, we will be discussing, and Sonia will be doing that, with those who are helping us to define the standards, to harmonize indicators, and to and to drive a convergence so it's easier to interact with nature. And then secondly, we need to listen to the users who are dependent on nature, the banks, the reinsurances, the investors, the landowners, but also the governments. That's the second part that I will take care of. But for now, let us get started and talk about the Ecosystem Integrity Index. Thank you.
So I learned sometimes you have to go slow to go fast, and here you have to go back to be seen. So delighted to have all of you here. As Martin said, there were other options in the mix, but I'm super delighted to start with that base layer, the fundamental knowledge we need to have to appreciate, evaluate, and invest in nature. And I would ask Benjamin Leutner, Jessica Smith, I just go with first names, Tony and Fiona, please, everybody knows you anyways. Join me up here. And I have to fulfill a promise right from the start. I promised all of them that they are part of the crowd because we're working on this together. So Felix, you introduced the cap. You've got one. But I give you one anyway. So Benny, maybe we start directly with you. It's the Ecosystem Integrity Index is nothing that the Land Banking Group came up with. It's the UNWCMC. But why actually have you chosen to put all your coding efforts to make this come real for the bigger community?
Yes. So when we set out, we were on the search for that one number that we can use to underwrite all of these activities, all of these other layers that you've seen. If you know a little bit about us, you know we have a platform, we do nature monitoring, we have hundreds of indicators. But consolidating those into a single condition assessment, that is really hard, picking which one to choose and so on. So we went down a bit of a rabbit hole and did a review on which candidate indices are out there that we could use. And we have some very clear requirements on things that we need to fulfill. So we need something that is scalable, that we can compute everywhere on the planet. We need something that we can calculate repeatedly, so not just once, but next year and next year and next year. We also need something that responds to actual changes on the ground, and that's something where a lot of global indices fall short on. Say you have an index that captures an agricultural landscape. If in that landscape you start planting hedgerows, most global indices won't respond to that. But that's, of course, a requirement if we want to make it really local, if we want to make it really actionable. And lastly, we needed an index that you can understand. So it is not just a black box model, but that you can, at least to a degree, decompose on how did that come to be? Why is it a 0.5 and not a 0.4? And after this review, we ended up with the Ecosystem Integrity Index as one of the established well-presented proposals that fulfills most of these buckets. We evolved it a bit further to, in particular, to bring in this local actionability. But that was at the end of the day of our that was our choice, and I think that fits pretty well. And just as a quick explanation for anyone who has not read those the preprints and so on, it's an index that goes from 0 to 1. 0 meaning perfectly degraded, 1 meaning perfectly intact. And it consists of 3 subcomponents. It's compositional integrity. How close is your species composition to an expected natural state? It is structural connectivity, structural integrity. How connected is your landscape? What is the spatial structure of habitats? And it is functional connectivity. How well is that ecosystem functioning to what we would expect in an unmodified state? And all of those we pull together. We built also here, we built on existing data sets. For example, we used the Biodiversity Intactness Index, published and reputable for the compositional component. Some of the modules we had to build ourselves for functional integrity. We use state-of-the-art satellite monitoring of primary productivity. And putting all of that together gives us, at the end of the day, this one number. And then we added on top of that a second layer that allows us to use local assessments, local habitat structure, for example, local water KPIs, to modify that index slightly to make it really responsive to what's happening on the ground.
Thank you. Jessica, it was supposed to sound very easy, and somehow it sounded complex again. Do you think your colleagues from UMW CMC have laid the foundation for a real step up in the finance world to embrace that number or an index, to understand it's just like a rating? We now get to a point where we can understand an ecological asset just like other assets.
Great, thanks, Sonia, and thanks so much for having me today. So yes, I work for the UNEP Finance Initiative, and we're headquartered in Geneva, and the UNEP World Conservation Monitoring Center is based out of Cambridge. Actually, some years ago, I used to work there, and I think the WCMC colleagues have done a great job in terms of addressing one of the main challenges that has been preventing further growth in this sector in terms of the nature finance space. And having a single number allows for comparability between very wide contexts. So I think in many respects, this is a breakthrough. In our membership platforms, we have around 385 banks. We have around 200 insurers, reinsurers, and support organizations for the insurance sector. And we also work with many asset managers, asset owners, financial regulators, and supervisors. And to have a lingua franca amongst those parts of the financial sector helps them to move in tandem. So we can get better coherence between the various moving parts of this sector, and having a single number that can communicate across multiple different levels can be a game changer in that way. I would say one thing that would be quite important over the coming months is to have different user groups trialing how it could work. And for example, we've been working with Oxford University on a project using Earth observation data in different nature finance product types. And I think that kind of exercise is really revealing to see how it can bring that operational function to the product, and also, where are the points that need to be smoothed to be able to see how it applies to different asset classes, how that translates at a portfolio level, whether it can be linked to loans. And I think now that there is, this great platform, and there is, very strong start point, we can get that work of, testing, implementing, and, I hope that it will break through. But the breakthrough is through multiple, like a flood, through multiple channels all across the industry.
Thank you. That's actually the absolute ambition. That's why it's open source, not only open data, to really get into the weeds now and test where do we need to improve, how do we collaborate, how do use cases fit. And Fiona, maybe I can just jump to you. As in the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, you gather all these different corporate actors who have very, very specific use cases. And if there has been one thing I've learned over the last year in this space, it's so complex and difficult because biomes are different, regions are different, and our specific use case, how we use land, how we use ecosystems, how our landscapes are influenced by us and how we depend on them is very different. What's your take on this need of specificity versus we also need to understand on a global level?
Thank you for a tough question on a very, very tough challenge. And thank you, too, for inviting me to be part of this incredible conversation and these developments. I think what we've heard from Jessica and what we know is that this is a systemic problem. And what we see also is a systemic disconnect between the recognition in the financial system that's coming through from the prudential regulation into the asset management and the capital allocation to the real economy. And that is why we need these types of credible data sources and credible, reliable methodologies, because that will help us trace through to the ground, literally the ground, where these impacts have been felt and where these risks have to be managed. And obviously that translation layer is the corporate world. Financial risk management tends to, forgive me, happen on an Excel spreadsheet. But the risk management really needs to happen on the ground with the people who use the land and interface with the land. So we've been delighted to see such enthusiasm from our membership on leaning in on this. We've done roadmaps for TNFD and have been very supportive of TNFD's work. And we continue to work as they try to integrate this into their decision-making and ways of working. But it's hard, especially the further up the organization you get. Because the further up the organization you get, the more you are competing for one, understanding, but also the broader agenda that is so relevant to executives today, not least what's happening down the road as we're talking. And so as you do that, the more reliable the data is, the more predictable the outcomes are, the more clear you can be on the use cases and the value of it, the more you will drive the investability and then the business case. And that's when we get that terrific feedback loop that we so urgently need to drive the investment in nature to really help improve and hopefully get to a restoration profile.
Thank you. That was a nice segue to Tony, CEO of TNFD. This question of, well, it's a journey. TNFD has described it nicely with that LEAP journey. You need to understand, you need to get real transparency, not only where you are, but what your impact is, what your dependencies are, where your risks and opportunities lie, and how to implement that into your decision process. How does that resonate, and how does that maybe support the idea also of the Nature Data Public Facility that is basically hosting such a wealth of data that companies can dive into and make sense of for the decision-making process?
Yeah, thanks, Sonia. I think it's maybe worth starting with where's the demand signal for this? I think despite all of the geopolitical turmoil in the world at the moment, we've actually, at TNFD, had a pretty remarkable year last year where we've seen engagement in this agenda just continue to grow and grow. So my take at the moment is people are putting their head down and doing the work. Obviously, a lot of companies don't want to be shouting from the rooftops about what they're doing on sustainability right now for various reasons. But we have seen continued engagement on this agenda. So just to give you some numbers, we're now over 700 companies that are now doing TNFD reporting, about $22 trillion in assets under management. And there are already 500 TNFD reports that have been published. In fact, some companies this year are going into their third cycle of TNFD reporting. So I say all of that simply to say that solutions like the one you're building, Land Banking Group, and using EII, there is a demand, there's a need. And I think as TNFD, our job is to sort of survey the landscape and figure out how can we help to enable that to continue to grow. We're both trying to provide the tools for people to take action, but we're also trying to remove the reasons for inaction. We've heard a lot about data and metrics as being reasons why this is perceived to be difficult. And yet we have 700 companies that are voluntarily committed. We've seen 500 companies do reporting. And I can tell you that across the 14 recommendations we've put out, there's fantastic traction on nearly all of those 14 disclosures, whether they're qualitative or quantitative. So all of that is to say there's fertile ground for solutions. And I think this is really about trying to inform better decision-making within companies. And as Benjamin said, there are a number of different indices out there. We've obviously been working very closely with UNEP, WCMC, and other scientific partners, so we're very familiar with EII. And I think it's great to see you pushing this to the next level, trying to make it action-oriented, trying to make it feed into the decision-making process. And I think through our work and WBCSD and others, we're now starting to see a number of use cases sort of light up, right? Corporate reporting is just one of them. Target setting is another. Transition planning is a third. Investment into nature-based solutions is a fourth. Nature-based strategies, so, does the company have a coherent view about how it's going to manage its resilience in light of its dependence on nature's resilience? So we're seeing a lot of experimentation at the moment around different use cases, and I think these kind of tools and platforms can only help to enable better decision-making, which is ultimately what all of this is about. At TNFD, what we're trying to do now is focus, now that we've got a line of sight on the metrics, our focus is on trying to address the underlying data challenges and even beneath that, at the sort of sub-basement level, if you like, is the measurement methods for the metrics that we think are really important. So we are now fundraising for a global nature data public facility, which would provide open access to the data layers that are required. And we hope that that's going to accelerate action even further. At COP30, we announced, and WBCSD and Nature Positive Initiative have announced they're working on a greenhouse gas protocol equivalent for nature, a core set of nature metrics. And that work has just been kicked off in earnest last Friday amongst a group of us coming together to make that work. So I'm confident all of the architecture's coming together, all of the pieces, the stack from measurement methods to data to metrics, and now this really vibrant ecosystem of nature tech tools that we're seeing, including this great initiative from the Land Banking Group.
Thank you. Coming back to this initial thinking of, okay, now we are opening the data source to really get into the weeds. Now let's test use cases. Do you think, and maybe that's a question back to you again, Jessica, with your nature health perspective, this is a bit could serve like a compass, or where do you see our blockers that we have to be aware of? And then also to both of you in space of collaboration, quality assurance, and curation of that very broad and wide space. What can we do as nature techs to really, really kindle that progress? I'm just coming from a table. I said, I'm so impatient. When I see what's going on there, I'm really impatient. What can we further do, and what should be on our priority list to get through that next step and to build that stack up to be really meaningful for decision making?
Great. Thanks, Sonia. Great question. So I'll focus on our banks. So we have 385 banks who've signed the Principles for Responsible Banking. And the starting point for that has been the impact of their portfolios. And each of the banks are meant to do a materiality assessment and choose where are the impact areas from their materiality assessment where their bank is having the biggest impact, and set targets. So we have had a playbook from the climate landscape, which is financed emissions. Here is the one number, and then you can work towards that. It obviously has been a challenging political space for that topic right now, but in terms of having an operational way to manage that within a bank, there have definitely been gains made, and there have been lessons. Now, in terms of nature impact, we do have a number of banks who are piloting now impact targets for banks. And really one of the challenges has been the fact that how do we prioritize across all these different potential ways of looking at nature for our portfolio? How do we actually do this? And I think having a single metric that is comparable, that you can use between different sectors, that has to a local space where you have that information in your portfolio, it can be extremely powerful. The side to that is that there is a challenge on the impact space right now. So we can have great data on impact, but it cannot necessarily be the thing that's moving the needle. So from a financial institution perspective, a lot of our strategy has shifted to make sure that risk and opportunity are there in that mix. And we see risk, continues to be an important driver for financial decision making, but risk alone doesn't get a bank excited. So, we've very much focused, for example, in our series called Green Shoots, that's profiled, the latest innovations in nature finance. And, we really see the tech opportunities opening up this space. So in our communication with banks, I think it is very important to say, how can this bring new market opportunities in your portfolio? And there was the WEF study in terms of the 10 trillion in opportunities in nature positive transitions. What does that actually mean, and how do you do it? And I think many of the points that Martin made at the beginning, in terms of we're actually at a very sweet spot where the science and the tech are coming together, and there are also incredible new market opportunities in this space right now. And having the EII, having a KPI that we can use in different contexts that becomes familiar, it doesn't need explaining every time once it becomes familiar can be extremely powerful.
Super. Maybe 1 minute from each of you on how we can support and be those fire kindlers of getting fire starters to really get companies going, to get decision making going.
Yeah, so I think through our work on data over the last 4 or 5 years, we keep hearing a few themes keep coming up. One is the data in the metrics need to be understandable and they need to be accessible. We, particularly amongst financial institutions, we want to understand what's modeled and what's observed. And one of the issues that we're hearing from a lot of the emerging nature tech solutions that are emerging is from a customer perspective, so from the end user perspective, is the tools are great, but we can't see behind it. What's the metadata? What's observed? What's modeled? So I think increasingly what we're going to see as the sophistication of customers improves, so banks, insurers, investors, companies, they're going to be increasingly asking for more transparency and more access to the metadata that sits behind the tools and products that are being offered. And I think that's a really positive development. And particularly in the use of indices or indexes, the ability to disaggregate them so you can kind of pinpoint what's actually happening behind that headline number. I think that's going to be really important. And obviously, as I mentioned before, there's multiple use cases here, many of which are just purely internal, so informing investment decisions, risk management, etc. But when it comes to disclosure, the other dimension that's really important is, am I going to be able to get this through audit committee and legal counsel in order to make public claims, public disclosures? So the auditability of the data sources, the ability for a third-party auditor to come in and be able to trace back and say, I can verify, I can account for where you've pulled that data from and that data is reliable, is a really important characteristic. So I think these things are fundamentally things we're going to have to keep in mind. And I'll just offer one other thought, which is, as we've seen with any index, particularly on, a 0 to 1 scale, as Benjamin said, really important to be able to understand, and for the audience, the end user, to be able to understand what is the difference between 0.6 and 0.7, right? Is that a meaningful difference? What happens if it falls from 0.6 to 0.58 or 0.52? How do I calibrate the significance of those changes over time? And of course, the great thing about an index is it can go both ways. And we want businesses to be not just understanding the pressure on the landscape, but also the impact of their responses. And so to the extent that we can be measuring change in both directions is very powerful, but we also have to be able to build the capacity for contextualizing what do these results mean. And so I think off the back of what we're seeing across the nature tech space generally, we're going to need to see a lot more capacity building and being able to understand and contextualize these results. Because, of course, as we've seen with credit ratings or any of those other sort of index-type tools, it's very easy for there to be multiple interpretations of the same number. Is a AAA credit rating good, or does that actually raise a whole series of questions, right? So it sort of depends on where you're coming from. But anything like this is going to require a lot of market calibration around understanding, so that ultimately it's not just about informing decisions within the company, it's also going to be about informing decisions between the company and its capital providers. And that means a much bigger audience of people are going to need to understand and be able to contextualize what these results mean.
You're quick, you said.
I'm going to be very quick.
Sorry.
And I'm going to say that in 3 words. Know your audience. Right, this requires systemic shift. So as you are catering for the needs of the CFO, know what drives them, know what they need, give them what they need, give them the reliability, give them the case studies, give them the business case. When you go out to investors, give them the investability, give them the reliability, give them the transparency. So I would simply sum it up as know your audience, because we're on a campaign.
Brilliant. So Benny, you were the first one, you may be the last one. One wish I heard, this is a lot of tailwind. It's tailwind for the transparency, for open source. It's tailwind for data accessibility. Everything that was said is just tailwind to what you've been pleading for. Let's go ahead with this. And I saw a lot of uptake in the LinkedIn. So what's your one wish when we come back next year?
Well, my wish is that it's not just me developing it, but that it's more people, and that in particular people have a critical look at how it works on different places on the planet, and start improving the models and start exploring where it works well and where there are still issues that we need to fix. And if we can really build an open source community around that, I think that'll be massive in order to pushing the whole story forward.
Thank you. And now we push the whole story forward. Martin, handing over to you.
Thank you, Sonia, and dear panelists, for laying the groundwork and establishing the base layer of the stack. Now, I really like this curtain. It's much easier to speak up. It's psychological. You feel more protected. So we need to do this. We need to do this again in the future. Now, I'd like to drive the conversation forward, and I would like to ask Chess to join me at the stage. Chess, are you there? So please meet Chess. Chess, he is a lawyer and he is a financial scientist, and he stands behind much of the work. He leads much of the financial products work that we do. He lives in Innsbruck and in Cape Town, so you can trust his judgment. So Chess, first, you work a lot with ecologists, zoologists, and ecosystem modelers right now. Did you ever expect that? How are you coping?
It's difficult to understand all of their interesting things and try and translate them to financial markets, but I'm learning.
Yeah, it's so difficult to understand them, whilst everything we say is so clear and evident, yeah, isn't it? Now, okay. Chess, let's quickly, before we go into those two papers, explain to us in the way that even I understand how are they different, and what is the fundamental statement or the fundamental bridge that you and the team and the community were trying to do that. On the one hand, nature risk pricing, and on the other hand, nature stock pricing. Help us with that.
So I think ultimately the goal is to bring nature into value in whatever shape that means, right? That can be directly onto the balance sheet as some type of financial instrument. It can be through the discount rate in a financial model, so on the risk side. The end result is the same. We're getting nature incorporated into price, into value, and price is the ultimate transmitter of information. So as soon as we internalize nature in that way, be it through the opportunity side or through the risk side, we're internalizing that externality. So to kind of ground it before getting into the detail of each, we have EII as the thing that measures the condition of nature. We have nature risk pricing frameworks that then translate the condition of nature into pricing signals for the risk markets. And then we have nature stocks, which allow us to deploy capital behind that condition. So that would be the overall sort of framework.
Would that also be consistent with what Jessica just said, that on the one hand, nature is this thing which helps us to reduce our risks, our dependencies. So basically, its value comes from what it can positively do for the economy. And the other one is around the opportunities. It's more about what it is, what its potentiality is, what the opportunity is that sits in it in an aggregate. Is it that those two angles that you were picking up?
And it's the overlap between how nature acts in different contexts, because nature is not one thing to everyone. We can think about nature from the reference point of it being the foundation or substrate that underpins all economic activity, and we can think about nature being a productive engine in its own right, generating productive outputs, and it can be both of those things at the same time. So if we start with the first positioning and we say nature underpins all productive systems, we're very much looking at it from the sort of durability or resilience angle, which takes us straight into the risk world. So that's where that risk building relationship comes from. And then if we think about nature as a productive engine itself, not in the sort of traditional or historic extractive sense, but some instance of productivity where there's no trade-off, we can think about opportunity. So packaging nature itself as something that generates economic output, and that would be the different framing by which we go down these different routes.
NRP, nature risk pricing models. So that's your new hobby. Now, help us to understand. On the one hand, we are reading reports like yesterday that the planet might go into water bankruptcy. And it's so easy to relate to that, that this, of course, must have effects on asset valuation. And still, at the same time, we struggle so hard to see any signals. And I'm going to ask sort of the panel later again that question. It's so hard to see how that translates into discount rates, how that translates into credit approvals, how that translates into capital allocation. What was missing, and what sort of is taking place right now in your mind? How that could be closed, that bridge?
I mean, not to plead to this audience, but I think the missing ingredient is nature. And when I say that, I mean climate stress is an external force that is kind of creating impacts on a system, and nature is the thing that receives that external force. So nature in that sense is acting as a sort of directional modifier. It either amplifies or dampens the effect of a climate shock. So the logic then actually becomes quite simple in terms of the mathematical relationship, as in you have climate shock of certain magnitude, nature of certain integrity. What is the resultant output between that interaction, and how does that output impact businesses that exist within that landscape, for example? So the resultant output creates some type of economic opportunity or consequence for the business, and that is a function of nature's integrity and that business's dependency on integrity. So it's creating that mathematical bridge to go from composite EII nature condition metric to risk signals in finance, and how can we do that in a meaningful way at scale, all those types of things. So it's really that what's missing, I'd say, is nature in the equation, because we're seeing early signals of climate stress being priced into financial markets. It's noisy and it's coming in lots of different ways. We're seeing it in insurability. We're seeing the central banks reacting. Just October last year, Bloomberg published an analysis showing that public companies are being charged a higher cost of capital on average by 22 basis points that are exposed to physical climate risks. So it's just expressing that physical climate risk in a way that considers the resilience and durability that nature provides.
Let's move over now to nature stock pricing. I think it's fair to say that we are all unhappy with the instruments we have right now to give value not just to the nature that we are rebuilding, but also to give nature that is fully intact, high integrity. And Ashley and Akim and a few others probably will have very enthusiastic opinions about that in a moment's time. So we agree on that currently we haven't found that instrument. Now, sort of you have created something that basically rigorously applies financial option value thinking to a nature stock as a new asset. Now, what is it that I am holding in my hand if I buy it, if I invest into it? What is it?
So I'm going to start with the logic and then get directly into what it is. But the logic's quite simple, and it's borrowing logic from financial markets that any of the sort of VC or early stage private equity folk in this room will know and appreciate. Any economic engine needs to generate something to look after itself, and that's typically generating cash flows, right? Revenues, whatever it is. And that thing needs to generate those to maintain itself, to improve itself, to build itself. Nature needs the same, right? It needs to be able to be rewarded for the things that it produces in such a way that it can maintain itself and we can steward nature into the future. But how do we get money in today when some things, when there's thin nature markets, for example, people aren't necessarily willing to purchase nature outcomes at scale just yet. So the same way an early stage company raises capital or is capitalized based on future value, we're creating an instrument that allows the holder now to participate in the future value based purely on ecological performance. So it's an attribution right to the ecological data that comes from high integrity nature, basically, on the bet that performance data is going to become valuable at some points as nature markets mature and develop. So it's creating the instrument now to move capital behind nature before nature is able to bring in cash flows for itself based purely on nature market transactions, so non-extractive type of mechanisms.
And dear panelists, I'm going to quiz you on that on a second. I hope you listened well. Now, and we have to move on now. Perhaps the last question to you, Chas. We all agree that this is a fairly fundamental shift. It's a new way of defining wealth. It's quite paradigmatic. It breaks with many premises of our current economic school of thought. What would it take to get there? First of all, we understand it's an act of systemic change. Fiona said it very well. That's why we need to work on it together as a community. But sort of when you are sitting there over your model, sort of what is it that you would like to see more of to build more confidence faster, and so it's easier for a fiduciary player to adopt some of this?
Oh, loaded question. I think one of the things that is very important is designing now for scale, right? So not limiting ourselves to what is known in our design choices that we make today. So it's really, and that's the beauty of it, it's borrowing sort of boring or vanilla financial markets logic and packaging something new within that framework, right? So we're not creating something completely new that financial markets have to adapt to. We're taking something new and packaging it in a way that financial markets understand and packaging it now for that future scalability. So it's really then about how do we get the initial sort of ball rolling and get the flywheel spinning, because we need initial uptake to get the market to start kind of running itself, and then this thing runs away from us and becomes very real. So it's that initial uptake. I think we need some brave people there that are willing to try. Yeah.
Thanks, Chas. And before I ask you to applaud, he told me that he loves writing papers and doing formulas. He hates the stage, and that's why we have this. There's a second reason we have this curtain, because I didn't tell him there's anyone sitting behind that curtain. Thanks a lot. Now I would like to ask my double panel to join me. And please just come up. We have sitting over there, we have His Serene Highness Maximilian, Prince of Liechtenstein. He is the chairman of LGT. We have Michael Brückner. He is the CEO of Munich Re Investment Partners. If you want to sit there. And then we have Mark Titterington. He's the Director General of EuroSpirit, and he stands for the food and for the beverage industry in Europe. So join me here, please. You are Team Risk. Yeah, so because we assume you're sitting there day and night scratching your head over all these unpriced nature risks. And so basically that's the ask that we have to you as a team. But at the same time, we want to mirror that with those who are thinking more about the intrinsic value of nature. And so I would like to invite Akim Daouda. He is the founder of Vena. And then I would like to have Ashley Kami. She is, if we go back a long way, and she is the initiator of the HI4 initiative at the World Conservation Society. And so let me sit here, then I can make sure that I have a view on both teams. Thanks for joining me. Maximilian, may I ask with you, or start with you rather, apologies. And I can't start without asking you this very fundamental question. I mean, you are the chairman of LGT, you lead investment funds such as Lightrock, you do venture philanthropy. In many ways, you are looking at different capital stacks to invest it into new opportunity. And you also, with your family background, have probably a thing or two to say about the question, how can you actually reconcile long-term and short-term success? Because everything you do seems to be fairly successful, even in a shorter in a shorter time horizon, and yet you have chosen to take a very long-term stewardship perspective over those entities. Now, much of the nature discussion is about we can't afford it because it's not creating those short-term benefits. So give us the benefit of that practice that you have developed of balancing the long and the short term.
Yeah, I think for us at LGT, it has worked out incredibly well. And to give you a couple of examples, to build a business in Asia for a private bank that is profitable is impossible to do in 5 years. But over the long term, over 30 years, for us, it has become a huge game changer. So as an organization that takes a long-term perspective, we decided to go down that route. There are probably 2,000 banks in Europe. We all saw that the Asia growth is a long-term trend. I would say out of 2,000 banks, probably 50 have tried it, and then a handful have succeeded. So the rewards of sort of looking at the long-term trends and then thinking how you play them, I think can be very, very substantial. That is a long-term game, and you have to accordingly. And often also means played sort of sensibly. So if I look at what you have produced, basically you're providing a very sort of innovative and new information into the market. And I think you should apply to the sense of responsibility to as many as there are out there who are all realizing that if you look at the overall value creation over the last 50 years, it was pretty good for equity investors. But when we look at natural assets, we have probably destroyed sort of 30% of whatever the value would be if we could attribute one to it. And we all understand that we have destroyed so much that it's starting to really hurt us. And we cannot continue like that. And so we need to be responsible in the way we try to address the challenge. And that means also adapting, trying sensibly. And I think getting the adaptation out there is going to be incredibly important because how the financial markets, how the ecosystem is going to adapt to this new information is still a bit difficult to forecast. But I think where I have confidence, and then I shut up, is trying to be responsible in that space. We have developed at LGT an ESG index. Like you, we've sort of debated, sort of how can we best put that together in an intelligent, smart way? How do we calibrate all these things? And we have come out, people actually liked it. Nobody got too pissed off, with few exceptions. So by and large, it has created some value for us. The problem was that our ESG index and the ESG index from other providers have been too far away from each other. I think what you are doing is going to be much more comparable to Moody's and S&P. Yes, slightly different methodologies, slightly different indices, but you're not going to be that far away from each other. Because I think while you have invested a lot of time how to calibrate and so on, there is less judgment in assessing nature. Then there's in assessing governance, and so ESG was too broad. And so I think that's where you're going to be, hopefully, more successful even than we have been, and hasn't hurt us. And I hope you will be very successful. And I also hope that we're not going to have 500 indices. And that's where adaptation is going to be key, and that's going to be, I think, critical for your success.
Thank you. Michael, you are with Munich Re, and as I said before, you are the CEO of Munich Investment Partners, so you are the investment arm, you are not the underwriting arm, and yet help us to understand how this conversation is relevant or not to a reinsurer. A reinsurer sort of to us feels like that heavy balance sheet of last resort for some of these fundamental trends that are happening out there. So give us a sense of where that conversation currently sits in your world on both sides of your activities.
Sure, thank you. Like we are Munich Re Investment Partners, as you said, so I'm kind of representing like Munich Re's answer to kind of making climate change investable. And I think we heard a lot of right things. We have when we look at the data which is currently available, we have to face that things are changing. Things are changing with regards to the patterns we see. We have to face that the models we've applied in the past may not be accurate anymore, and we may see also what you alluded to. There are so many banks and financial institutions running different models. For example, when you look at the NatCat report, which was provided by Munich Re last week, we've seen a very interesting pattern here, and this speaks to kind of a lot of observations made today. We've seen that essentially we have a peak here, so H1 last year was a peak year with regard to so-called secondary perils. So secondary perils are like wildfire, bushfires, flooding, something which usually doesn't really cause a lot of harm. It is like more noise and damage because damage quotas are so low. The amount of damage incurred by that was even higher than the peak perils, so meaning like the hurricanes and all the things we think of when we think of, there was something really, really, really catastrophic going on. So we see that there's a change in the patterns of behavior, and we see that if you look at this and you look at how you price your assets, then you have to understand that you have to change your approach to this, because when you're not modeling these secondary effects of nature and the secondary effects of physical climate change, then essentially, you will be mispricing assets.
Thank you. And it strikes me that, of course, we are getting better and better in understanding those risks. And sometimes when I look at it, I feel that we are able to price accordingly. So I think that even sort of a bit of risk pricing also has helped your underwriting business. But then at the same time, it also strikes me that we are almost pricing ourselves out of a lot of historically insurable activity, and we are moving into structural uninsurability, because it's not just that we are trying to insure against a steady trend or a steady line. We are up against a trend here. Things are getting different, and they will be different as long, and then I'm coming to the investment partners, we are reinvesting into bringing this risk back down by creating thriving ecosystems. Is that a discussion? Because in a way, you are sitting on the perfect platform that could, invest into better understanding in risk, and then also be a major investor into that aggregate called risk reduction through nature. Is that a strategic line of thought?
Yeah, let me put it like this. If you look at the exposure of certain assets in the world, right, and this kind of is one of the building parts on how we assess bottom up, essentially, the value of organizations like our investments. When we look at this and you have an asset, and essentially the value of risk of that asset is essentially a function of the hazard, the exposure, the vulnerability. And what you guys are doing plays into the latter bucket, because that is essentially the vulnerability comes with where does the asset essentially sit. And there's like a lot of things which are relevant for this, but very relevant as well as like the larger ecosystem, the quality of nature, and so on and so forth. Because when you look at the vulnerability curves, you see that assets sitting in essentially like in a high quality nature environment, in a good ecosystem, they may be able to withstand physical shocks much better than those which are at the other end of the ladder. But here we have, even we see that this is relevant for, at the end of the day, then pricing the stock sensitivity to physical asset shocks. We see on the nature side of things, on complex data side of things, meaning soil degradation, like ecosystem, like interrelations. There's like not much currently available. There's like much more we hope will come. Like therefore, kind of we're looking at things to do it. And it's like to say we need more to better assess this, and we need also more data with regard to what are the actions, what are the policies of names of stocks in place to really improve their actual situation.
And to sort of probably make it even more specific, you have an index, if on that index you're at 0.2, you might still get an insurance, but it's going to be at a premium of X. If you move it to 0.4, 0.5, your premium should be a little bit lower, right? That's how going forward, ideally, decisions should be made. And I think it's realistic. I mean, if we look at the insurance and reinsurance markets in the flood-exposed, hurricane-exposed areas, there's just certain locations that a couple of years ago, they would still get insurance. With insurance, they would still get leverage. Now, I don't get any insurance anymore. I don't get any leverage anymore. And the pricing of those properties has totally diminished, and this will go further. And I think you're bringing an instrument to the market that allows more granularity in this type of assessment. So it's in the broader economic interest of those who need to price risk, but also those who are taking or having the responsibility to set the rules of the game to make sure that those type of informations are being spread, assessed, and taken into consideration.
Can I very quickly, and before I come to you, Mark, ask for a very short response on the following? Both Michael and Maximilian, you both have you seen moments where something that had gone unpriced went priced? So have you sort of, because cyber risk sort of became manifest at a certain moment, and we weren't prepared for it, geopolitical risk there. So what does it feel like, and what has to come together for such a moment to occur? What can we learn from that?
Yeah, I would say sort of if you have big swings, if there's no more water, and we have a water business in our impact investing portfolio at LightRock, in Brazil and in Sao Paulo, and they're just excellent in extracting water responsibly, and then also recycling it. And they go to all the sort of big water consumers, industrial water consumers, and they say, look, we offer you a more secure and better and safer supply of water than the state-owned company, because the state-owned company, if there's water shortage, they always do one thing. They reduce the pressure in the water system, because a lot of water is lost in leakage. And the leakage is directly correlated with the amount of pressure that you have. But if you're taking a shower in the morning and you're running a high-end hotel, or if you have water businesses where you need to have pressure of water, and all pressure, it's not so good. So you're willing to price up.
Yeah. So water risk as from unpriced to price. Anything that you could think of?
Yeah, I would take a look from a higher level. The markets are constantly looking for unpriced risk. Markets aim to be efficient. They look for inefficiencies to exploit inefficiencies. They look to see what's mispriced to make a profit out of it. This is the basic idea of how markets function. So if there's something which is not priced correctly, and there's an understanding and there's solid data, markets will jump on this automatically because this is what they do. And then they will jump on this and then they will make it efficient, at least to the extent possible, right? But this is an automatic reaction of how the investment markets or financial markets, broadly speaking, work. So when we get to the point with these nature risks, with nature, generally speaking, doesn't matter. But if you offer, or if the markets identify this as relevant, as inefficient, and as investable, then they will go there and then we'll take it up.
Thank you. Now, I have followed a very popular trend of talking about the real economy last. Mark, you have experience in Syngenta and Indigo, which is a very interesting company to know and to look at. And you are a founder of the Forum for Future of Agriculture, which is one of those very constructive places where you can discuss even very contentious issues like agriculture. And now you speak on behalf of EuroSpirit, which is one of the lead, basically, for many of the beverage producers in Europe. Now, these risks that we talk about, the water, Maximilian just talked about it, are they really hitting it today, or is it just something that we want to see because we like the WEF risk index so much? Or is it where is it already very real, very tangible, very manifest in the way the industry is evolving, and how is it a top-of-mind issue?
Big questions, Martin. I mean, I've spent my entire career pretty much in agri-food, working on this point of how do you get farmers incentivized and rewarded for the delivery of their environmental public goods and services that they provide. I've never been more excited by the amount of interest and indeed money that is starting to come in to support farmers in adopting practices that deliver measurable and verified outcomes. And I'm convinced that has happened over the last 4 or 5 years, admittedly through the risk prism that is pushing companies both within and beyond the agri-food value chain to invest. Why? Because it is inherently is a long-term business. You have to secure the surety of your supply and the resilience of that supply, whether you're in cocoa and you're in coffee, whether you're in corn and beans. You've got to do that over the long term. And the rotations force you to do that over the long term, more in certain parts of the world than others. And I think many of the companies have started to see that surety of supply is under risk. Not necessarily from the kind of one-offs that you talk about, Michael, quite rightly, the storms, the hurricanes, the floods that we see, but because with growing incidence, you see that you can't get into your field to put your winter crop down until late November. And that either you lose that crop or you lose your yield on it, and that impacts on the supply chain of the off-takers that you're going into. That is a very, very real risk. I think the second thing that has driven this is that as that has become seen and known, and I come from the sustainability space, we transition away from looking at it from a responsibility of the chief sustainability officer, chapeau to all of those that push the agenda when no one else would listen, into the chief procurement officer and the chief financial officer, now looking at it as a business risk. And so I think that, whether Nestle, whether you're PepsiCo, you're moving into that direction. If you look beyond the value chain at companies like Google, investing in data centers, energy intensive, water intensive, how do they replenish water tables around their data centers? This becomes a business risk, a business mitigation piece. So I think that is driving the amount of investment that is going in. There's some fundamental challenges with it. We're not all talking about the same data. Is it credible? Is it robust? Is what I'm talking about the same as what Michael's talking about, the same as what Maximilian's talking about? Generally speaking, not. Even though we've got some very good examples, and I would say Indigo is one of them, that started with carbon credits and extended. We've too many of these, and that's why I think we're very excited about what you've done at the land banking group. The other challenge with it is we're still looking at very linear. So if I'm a food processing company, I might want that part of the crop rotation. Well, the farmer doesn't just think of what crop he or she is growing in 1 year. It's across the whole rotation. So how do we take a whole farm or even a whole forest perspective? These things kind of get in the way. And then thirdly, to just switch the dynamic slightly away from the way into it is risk and resilience, but the opportunity that is being created here to create multiple lanes of revenue generation for farmers and land managers is an opportunity. The tools and technologies that they're going to need to deliver these ecosystem services is fantastic. And these businesses are going to be much more investable, in my view, from when they do the right thing. So I want to change that lens a bit from just looking at the risk to the opportunity. But what's going to be key to all of that is understanding that what we're actually measuring and valuing is, as far as possible, outcome-based.
Help us a bit to understand also the softer side of that issue before you already handed over to team opportunity in a second. What is really needed to inform very different parties that currently are not meeting in trust, from the conversation with the farming community, from the conversation with the financial community, we were very clearly what kind of data you need so that you can work with it. Everyone has a bit of that. So what's your guidance also to the community here, that the nature tech, the nature fintech community, the enabler community, to make sure that we are gathering broadest acceptance in a world that still needs to be connected and bridged because it hasn't been yet?
The problem with that question is that it inevitably invites a subjective answer. So I'm going to give my subjective answer and everyone else will disagree with it, and that's fine. I mean, we've got to keep it as simple as possible, frankly speaking. We tend to drive for perfection. We did that a bit in Indigo, actually. Perfection became a bit of the enemy of the good. So we've got to keep it simple, avoid letting perfection be the enemy of the good. I think Tony said in the previous panel, transparency is absolutely essential. And I think verification and auditability has to come into that as well. And as I've said just a moment ago, as far as possible, outcomes is what we should be rewarding, not just practice change fundamentally. Now, in some areas, we'll have to go with practice as a default for outcome. That's okay. My plea would be, for the farmers and the land managers, the land stewards, man, they've got a lot that's coming down on their shoulders. Back to that simplicity point. I hear from so many farmers and land managers, just tell us what you want. We can deliver it, but we need to know what you want, and you've got to stick with it. Don't move us around so that we know what we're aiming at.
Thanks. Over to team opportunity. Ashley, so you're an accomplished environmental scientist. You work for one of the most respected global conservancies, the World Conservation Society. And you have been very articulate how there's a misconception in the way we are funding standing ecosystems. So, and that was also the trigger when you started, or when under your leadership, HI4 initiative was started. What's that misconception?
Yeah, great question. And just wanted to thank you for joining, and congratulations on the EII. I'm very excited about all of that, what it's going to bring to, I think, what everyone has spoke to today. So in case, everyone in the audience doesn't know what HI4 stands for, it's the High Integrity Forest Investment Initiative. This was an initiative started a few years ago by the Wildlife Conservation Society to really think about how do you scale investment in standing tropical forests, very large, intact, with high ecological integrity. So if you think of a map, the areas that are actually left that have high ecological integrity on a large scale are some parts of the Amazon basin, a very large chunk of the Congo basin, and a very little bit of Southeast Asia. But realistically, and I think, we've talked about this, there's large amounts of deforestation, a lot of work going into restoration, a lot of work, through the voluntary carbon market, looking at avoided deforestation. But then you have these really large intact tropical forests that exist. And up until now, we haven't had a mechanism to think about how do we think about finance beyond just philanthropy? It's consistently and historically been philanthropy, some levels of government investment. But if we really look at these areas, we haven't been able to come up with a mechanism for that. And why do we care? Why does it even matter? I mean, I think that, we know when we think about these areas on different levels, we think about them on local ecosystem services. And, you were talking about farmers and really the different types of practices that farmers can do and regen ag and the opportunities that brings. And those bring in and improve certain ecosystem services. And then you've got a lot of companies that are thinking about the region, right? They're thinking about their landscape footprint. What does that mean? Not just the risk, but also, like you said earlier, the opportunity. But then if you step back even more, you've got this much larger sort of ecosystem that we're looking at where you have very large intact tropical forests they're very much a part of this. When you think about corporates and the private sector, they are not only risk, but they're very dependent. And so there's been a gap in the science that has been incredibly challenging, which is one of the reasons I'm excited about the EII. We work on what's called the Forest Landscape Integrity Index that focuses on tropical forests and human pressure. But these metrics are so incredibly important because we really need to think about connecting these different areas and connecting these and not just thinking about where we're working on the local and regional, but also that much wider landscape, because there are huge ecosystem service flows. We're all very familiar with carbon, of course, but rainfall, that is an incredibly important ecosystem services. All of the commodities are very, very dependent on that. So you mentioned, cacao, for example, hydroelectric, when you think about energy security, they're very, very dependent on rainfall. And we really haven't had the science and the modeling up until recently to be able to make those connections. And it's really new and really recent that we're starting to see that science evolve to be able to bring together all of these different actors. And I feel like a lot of the conversations and panels I've listened to in the last day or two have been talking about that. And we've got people looking at metrics, we've got the tech, we've got the science, we've got the economics and the finance, but bringing everyone together to really think about how we utilize and structure and incorporate the value of ecosystem services into not just the work that corporates are doing and how they're thinking about their impact and their risk, but these larger sort of financial mechanisms that have been discussed earlier. And really that idea of, putting nature on the balance sheet. How do we actually do that? And I think, it's really just, I've been working in this space my entire career. It's really just recently that we're starting to have the right pieces and be able to bring those things together. I think from our perspective, these pieces, these very large intact tropical forests are so critical. But because we're talking about maintenance of ecosystem services and not about uplift, it's very challenging. It's very challenging. And so I think all of different pieces and tools like the EII are moving us in that direction to be able to really think about how do you adequately work with, small-scale farmers and the ecosystem services they provide because of looking at those commodities, but also these very large intact tropical forests. Because again, there are people living in these areas. There are stewards that are maintaining these areas. We work with Afro-descendant communities. We work with indigenous communities, with state and national government. And so again, coming back to, whether it's a farmer in a specific case or it's an Afro-descendant person in Brazil, they're the ones that are really responsible for the maintenance and the improvement and the provision of ecosystem services. And so we need to really connect all of the different pieces of that.
Okay, before I come to you. Actually, you're saying something quite interesting, because there's one worldview which says, look, there's the world of private goods, and whenever nature starts to bite me on my private assets, then I'm starting to work on it. And then there is the world of public goods, where we'll never do anything because it's someone else's problem. But it strikes me then increasingly we would have to think of that much more of a fluid or concentric model, where every risk is also your risk, and there are small balance sheets and direct risk relationships, and there are big balance sheets with more indirect risk relationships. And every time those big risks, and like losing the forest in Gabon and stopping the river Nile from flowing, would then also sit at least with some allocation, sit in anyone's exposure. And currently, we are saying it touches me at zero, and it's a non-zero number. And through that, one could think of it a very connected problem, even if I created two teams here, those who are trying to give value to that high integrity and to the presence value of nature. That brings me to you, Akim. I'm very happy that we met. There's always so much interesting things to learn from you. You are very interested in also in the Congo Basin. You have been the CEO of the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Gabon. Gabon happens to be the ground zero of tropical rainforest. So, before we go into financial engineering, which is also something that you do, and you also might want to talk in investing, you talk about that. First, acquaint us with the real choices that a country like Gabon has at this point in time, how to deal with its forest.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Martin, and I'm very, very excited to participate in this critical conversation. Let me maybe start you off with an anecdote, which really shows the challenge that biodiversity-rich countries like Gabon face on a daily basis. A couple of years ago, I think it was 3 years ago, with the former president, we did a visit in the hinterland, right? And at the time, we were really, how do you say it? Our elephant population, because again, Gabon is a carbon sink. We've been really continent, so it was always for lives. So if you want so much, next election, ask them to vote for you. So that's really, those are the challenges that a politician or a leader of a country faces on a daily basis, because now you have your budget for conservation that's competing with your budget for schools, for hospitals, for roads, right? And to the point that Ashley mentioned earlier about standing forest, you have Gabon today, which is, we have a net sequestration of 100 million tons of carbon every year, which is, in terms of perspective, it's a third of France's emission or fourth of the UK emission that is being absorbed by the Gabonese forest. But at the same time, we can't monetize them on the voluntary carbon market because we don't think the additionality criteria, which is based on the fact that it's a system that is built for the bad student. Basically, right? You maintain your A plus, you don't get rewarded, but you improve your grade from D to C, you get rewarded, right? But it's also based on a faulty assumption that what is there today will be there tomorrow, which is not the case. I won't mention them, but there's some countries not too far from Gabon that were carbon sink 15 years ago, and today they're net emitters, right?
What would actually have to happen, and I'm increasingly trying also to connect the two conversations, I think we understand a world in which nature is a very effective tool to reduce risks, and that's why you want to invest into it, so to protect your assets and your supply chains and your valuations. Now, if it's true, and I think it's as plausible to think about what the two of you care so much about, to say that nature is this wonderful carrier of long-term opportunity, and we have many markets in which we are able to deal with that. We have option price pricing theory. We have equity products, where you don't know exactly where the revenue comes from, but it might come someday because you have a positive hypothesis about it. And nature is one of those things. The possibility of a thriving Congo basin is infinite for the future of economic Africa, etc. And so being invested into that intuitively at the value of that future opportunity feels like an intuitive, rational thing, more than sort of being just buying a carbon credit. And this is not a meeting to criticize carbon credits, but it is a financial tool that has been developed for a certain purpose. And here we are discussing the maintenance of standing forests. So what would that have to be? What would that kind of contract have to look like to be acceptable for the communities, for the government of Gabon or DRC or any? And at the same time, Michael and Mark and Maximilian, how would that have to be designed to be an investable proposition, to have a right on that long-term opportunity, which is things that we do elsewhere?
Can I start? Yeah, very good question. And I think we can also tie that to the work that you're actually doing, right? Because what we need now, I mean, the solutions are limited now, right? We're seeing either public funding or we have grants or international support or project-based mechanism. But all those are really tailor-made in terms of transaction costs. They're pretty high. Due diligence takes time. And it's not industriable, it's not repeatable, right? So what we really need now is to be able to build the stack, like the infrastructure that will allow you to repeatedly generate those revenue that will help a country like Gabon or even from other countries from the Congo Basin to manage that nature in as a strategic asset to perpetuity and with predictable revenues, right? So there's several points, like, I mean, you will about the element of origin, the element of reliable data when it comes to at least those environments which are not a national park in Switzerland, right? You have the element of how do you measure performance, like the whole conversation around MRV, and you also have the how can you predict, manage and predict the risk related to such asset, because that's actually how asset allocator allocate money, right? So, but I'm going to quickly finish on that. The good part is we have the technology now. The technology is there in terms of capturing data, satellite, I mean, even the work that you're doing with EII. The cost is being reduced as well, and we have full traceability. And I'm going to quickly just double-click on another element of risk that we're not really talking about a lot, is the origin risk. Right? Because when we look at nature, value is being captured downstream, right? When we create IP, when we create product. But nothing goes back, or there's no participation of the upstream. So talking about the ecosystem, talking about the countries and the communities, right? So if now within the stack, you have a foundation that look at that risk, which is actually a regulatory risk and a future reputational risk, and also ongoing concern risk. I give you a quick example. You have companies today that are building largest database of biological materials, right? And they use AI to generate new DNA structure to create new drugs, or even material innovation, or even in the defense sector. But what happened is there's no flow back to the country of origin where the first DNA sequence come from, right? But if we don't do that, you have an ongoing concern on your actual input, because if money doesn't flow back into maintaining those ecosystems that are actually informing our future research and innovation, you have a problem.
Yeah, and you are sitting on all that genetic wealth. And let me start with you by a final round that we need to finish on time and return to the idea of this being an academic review board. And so now sort of we've presented an idea and you are sitting there, and now you have the freedom in a very in very generous terms sort of to give us some homework and said, look, here is an element that you could work on even harder to be even more relevant to what we are trying to achieve. Because your mission is to make sure that this is really a source of funding and that it's being broadly accepted funding instrument, also way beyond WCS. So what is it that we now have to do to make sure, as a community, to be helpful to all of you? And let's quickly run this through, starting with you, Ashley.
Yeah, I'm going to give you two, even though I only have maybe time for one. So one thing, and I think this is maybe just jumping off of what you said earlier, is that, there's definitely a need for simplicity on sort of the financial structuring side, but we often haven't been talking much about on the community side, right? So it's like there's the structuring and all the things and the different metrics, and it's incredibly important that we're able to really think about how you streamline that. But the ask on communities, the ask on farmers also, I think you said this, they have a lot coming on them, right? The farmers, so do these stewards of intact tropical forests. And so we need to be mindful of that as we design and think these things through. And I think the second thing is a challenge I've been running into quite a lot in the last few years since I started this work, which is, there's a missing piece when we think, again, not necessarily on the local ecosystem level, but we think on that sort of larger regional and landscape level, and connecting those flows of ecosystem services to financial markets and also to the private sector and the different commodities, and really thinking about, for example, rainfall, and how does that actually connect in these regions? We know that there's a large dependence.
Attribution.
Exactly. We know that there's dependence, but we haven't been able really just recently to think about, cocoa and rainfall coming out of the Congo Basin and the importance for the cocoa sector. So we need more of that.
Mark, what's your guidance? Must work harder.
I think it's going to be picking up on what you were talking about. I mean, the fundamental defect in the voluntary carbon market is the additionality point. I would absolutely concede that. And there we allowed, maybe the rules became perfection rather than for the good. I think what we've learned through that, particularly in terms of the measurement and the verification tools that we've developed, I think have got that wider utility that we've all been talking about. You take that at a landscape level, whether it's maintaining or improving forestry in Gabon or improving the Mississippi Basin, who benefits from that? I mean, identify your audiences, who benefits from it, and therefore who needs to pay in, who needs to be rewarded, and who needs to pay in, and what does that look like? What are the instruments that we need to create that make that work together? And I think the guidance there is, some of that is going to be corporate investment. Some of it might be from the insurers. Some of it might be from the banks. Some of it might be from a much more creative use of the tax system. We have a huge amount of public subsidy going into agriculture. Arguably, not all of it well used. How do we target on maintenance and improvement as well as the new stuff, or what do you call it, the bad boy reward? Fully agree.
Short thought.
Yeah, perhaps very, very briefly. I think we are all humans, and like what we have to do is, like, we all want to live in a beautiful nature. We all want to breathe good air and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, we don't price that. So we have to move like nature out of this tragedy of the commons trap, and then just to get it to something where you would like to attract large money to. But then you have to prove that there's a solid basis for providing returns, that there's something which is really adding value, just like in your discussion with us, you were kind of alluding to that. And this is essentially where we have to get to. And I think we're on the way. There are a lot of things which are done to make that happen, but I think there's still some way to go.
A thought?
Yeah, I think if I look at the progress over the last sort of 5 to 10 years, I think the measurement systems have improved dramatically, and the lack of those have really stopped what was otherwise a pretty promising development of the voluntary carbon markets. So I think we need to sort of get it out there, make it clear that we are now in a much better position to assess and value things, and then we need to start to sort of focus on sort of the different categories of assets that are out there, because in the business case or the propositions that make sense from a global value creation perspective around conservation of the rainforests are going to be very different from upgrading and changing our agricultural practices. And so I think that's also something to sort of think about, trying to fix everything, but pick the couple of categories and then work with the key stakeholders in those categories. Rabobank, when it comes to agriculture, African parks, as I know you do. I mean, you're doing all these things probably already. Normally, when I come up with an idea, you have already done it. But I think categorization is going to be important because that otherwise becomes too complicated.
Thanks a lot. I found this a truly instructive panel. Thank you so much. I learned a lot. A very interesting situation has arisen now. We are sitting here and we have no clue whether the audience is still there because we can't see them. Okay, we know in a minute. For now, let me just thank you. I think hopefully it was a good blend between a technical conversation where we say what is it that we really need to do, not on a philosophical but on a very technical scientific level, but at the same time that we are lifting it up into the big conversation it is. The being able to give value to nature is, next to overcoming income inequality, one of the two fixes that our economic system needs, and wrestling over it is the most deserving conversation I could think of. So thanks a lot. Back to Felix and to an outro. Thanks all of you for joining.
Turns out, nature matters. And guess what? Long-term thinking works. Nature is the world's most undervalued asset. Across the globe, natural capital is at risk. And still invisible on most balance sheets. Until now.
Nature isn't just beautiful, it's essential. And now, for the first time, you can invest in it. On the Landler platform, we've combined the latest advances in ecological science, nature data, and portfolio management to turn ecosystem integrity into an investable asset, backed by a community of visionary investors. Position yourself at the forefront of a movement that's shaping the future of finance and the planet. The future of investing is here. Secure your spot today.
Thank you so much to the Land Banking Group, to Martin and Sonia, and to the esteemed panelists. And I'm sure the whole audience was captivated, just as I was. Could I please ask all the speakers to come on stage so we can do a group picture? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming to the Climate Hub Davos. My name is Renee LaPlante, and I want to welcome you to this wonderful session. Before we get started, I want to inform you of a small topic, which is emergency exits. In the event of an emergency, please go calmly to these exits, and we will take care of you. And with that, I would like to introduce and invite our next speakers on stage to the Regenaissance, transforming the way we live life on Earth. Please come up. Welcome, Alex.
Hi.
Welcome, Mark. Welcome, Paul.
Hello, thank you.
And welcome, Dina. Enjoy.
I would like to read a little story at the beginning of our session. So you may lean back, close your eyes, or leave them open. It's not once upon a time, it's today. Humanity stands at a threshold unlike any other in our shared history. The old story of separation has reached its limits. We no longer believe we stand above nature or outside it. We recognize ourselves as part of the biosphere, life becoming aware of itself through human experience. This is the remembering of regenerative Earth. We are the continuation of stardust, soil, and sentience. The atoms once forged in ancient stars now move through forests, oceans, and human lungs. Life is not a resource to manage. Life is a relationship to honor. The era of extraction is ending, creating the conditions for an abundant Symbiocene era rooted in regeneration. We pledge not allegiance to nations or ideologies, but to the living continuum of Earth. We vow to create systems that nurture the conditions for all life to thrive and flourish amid ever-changing circumstances. The regenerative path is not a return to the past. It is the evolution of belonging. We are not stewards standing apart. We are participants within the great symphony of becoming. On one side of this threshold stands the exhausted architecture of an extractive civilization, a world built on separation, measuring progress by consumption rather than cultivation. On the other side lives something older than civilization and newer than our imagination. It is for billions of years. We were taught consciousness is rare, confined to human minds while the rest of the world exists as inert matter. Yet, intelligence does not appear without roots from nowhere. Your heart beats without instruction. Your wounds and body heal without command. Your immune system learns without permission or a committee meeting in your mind. The same living intelligence turning sunlight into leaves and caterpillars into butterflies moves through you now. When you see this clearly, the ego loosens its grip and stops pretending it is the author of life. You see yourself as an expression of life, shaped by forces far older and wiser than personal will. You recognize you're being lived by the universe, the way a wave is being waved by the ocean. When we remember we belong to life, we redesign our systems and begin to behave like life. Food, becomes regeneration. Finance becomes circulation, and with one another. We are not the first generation to face crisis, but we are the first to understand it at a planetary scale, and the first with ecological, technological, spiritual, cultural, and inner capacities aligned to choose a different path. Across cultures and disciplines, people feel the same pull, a remembering that we belong to Earth, not above it, a remembering that we are shaped by stardust, water, sunlight, and ancient microbes, a remembering that life thrives through cooperation, not competition, and remembering that regeneration is not a trend, it is how life works. Welcome to the Regenaissance.
Nice. Welcome to Celestial Portal, where we explore the mysteries of the universe and the soul. Today, we embark on a path that spirals into the essence of existence itself. The Fibonacci spiral, a divine blueprint embedded in the fabric of the cosmos. It is a sacred spiral that connects us all, a captivating symbol in the realm of sacred geometry, unfurling across the natural world and human artistry, offering a mesmerizing glimpse into the harmony of the universe. This spiral pattern, born from the Fibonacci sequence, where each number is the sum of the two preceding ones, reveals an astonishing mathematical order underlying life itself. From the mesmerizing swirls of galaxies far beyond our reach to the delicate unfurling of a rose's petals, the Fibonacci spiral is a universal signature of beauty and balance. But why is it so utterly fascinating? Imagine a mathematical formula so powerful it can predict the pattern of leaves around a stem, the way a pine cone's scales arrange themselves, or even the spiraling shells of nautilus sea creatures. It's as if the universe has its own design language, and the Fibonacci spiral is one of its most profound expressions. This spiral does not just exist in nature by chance. It represents the most efficient solutions to growth and space packing problems, embodying principles of optimization and sustainability that have inspired artists, architects, and designers for centuries. The spiral's presence in iconic human creations, from the proportions of the Parthenon to Leonardo da Vinci's Vitruvian Man, underscores its deep resonance with our innate sense of beauty and harmony. It bridges the gap between the tangible and the mystical, inviting us to explore the deeper connections between all forms of existence. The Fibonacci spiral is not just a pattern. It's a testament to the interconnectedness of everything in the cosmos, a symbol of unity and diversity, and a constant reminder that at the heart of chaos lies an incredible order waiting to be discovered. This is the magic of the Fibonacci spiral.
The film you are about to see has no characters. If you spare a little of your imagination, it is a film to describe to you the effect of cymatic frequencies on matter. sound.
Who of you here was here yesterday at our talk? Please raise your hand. Okay, some of you, but many not. So I'll make one experiment with you, and then I'll tell you why I showed you these two videos. Please close your eyes for 30 seconds. It's important that you close your eyes. We will not meditate, but you have to imagine something. Imagine your home. Remember how it looks like, how it feels like. Then it's logical why we have the problems we are facing today. I showed you the previous videos as an introduction to remind us all that there are laws in nature that have been mathematically precise since the dawn of time. We have forgotten about many of those, and the Regenaissance is our path that inspires us to go back and try to understand how nature functions, how life functions, and to redesign our dysfunctional systems according to how life works on Earth. These are cymatic images of frequencies in water. This is the wisdom of ancient civilizations who have had a knowledge about geometry, beauty. It is connected to harmony, to health. In the beginning, I read a chapter out of this book, Homo Universalis, the Regenaissance. And we'll continue this conversation today to open for you a new chapter of regenerative development. So with this question, I'll pass on the baton to Mark.
What does a world that works for everyone look like for you? Not for me, not for your president, not for your priest, your mother, your father. What does a world that works for everyone look like for you? I asked this question to 3,900 people and still counting on video. And I did it on video because I was hoping, okay, I'm going to ask these people this question, and I'm going to get this aha moment after maybe 25, maybe 50, that it'll be the great answer, and I can do this like compilation video, and then it'll be viral, and we'll all know, and we'll go live happily ever after. After about the first 3 people, I said, oh shit, we're in big trouble. I asked 3,900 people, and most of them were authors, scientists, delegates, senators, presidents, educated academic people, and most of them, all but 7 of the 3,900, began to stutter. They began to sweat. Their eyes started to roll back in their head. They said, can you ask me later? Can I think about it? And only 7 of them were kind of similar. That's a big question because it has to do with the planet Earth that we live on and how we live. So the biggest economy, the second biggest economy in the world is development. It's the built environment. It's infrastructure, residential, commercial, roads, highways, universities, hospitals. That's development. It's how we live life on Earth, where we live and where we work. And regenerative development is that future that kind of rescues us all and protects our planet and restores our planet and regenerates it. And so we're here at the World Economic Forum, at the Climate Hub for GreenUp, talking about regenerative development, about Homo Universalis. The subtitle is the Regenaissance, Regenerative Renaissance, the Regenaissance. And we're launching the Global Regenerative Development Alliance. The website is oneandonly.earth, and it's the hub of Davos, so we can start living regenerative development. Now you're thinking, what? That's kind of weird. I thought regenerative had to do with agriculture or farming. I want you to know that regeneration is 4.3 billion with a B years old. It's how life on Earth started, through a symbiotic process of regeneration. And Paul will talk a little bit about that more when he gets up as well. I want you to know that in a world that is growing in an exponential manner every second of the day, if you and I, or our companies, our organizations, our governments, only improve incrementally, we will fall behind exponentially. I want to help you all make this quantum leap to the Regenaissance, to regenerative development and how we live life on Earth and where we live life on Earth. I don't know if you've been to certain cities and you say, boy, I was here 10, 20 years ago, but it's not very sustainable now. It's not very good. It's kind of run down. The infrastructure's bad. Or maybe you've been to a third world country maybe 10, 20, 30 years ago, and you're like, boy, the infrastructure was bad then, and the poverty was bad then, and it really hasn't improved. We are evolutionary beings. Every second of the day, we're evolving, growing, getting older, experiencing, and regenerating. This evolutionary process. And if we, in our buildings and our infrastructures, do not regenerate and progress on that evolutionary process, we will fall behind. And so I use this thing called neuromorphic quantum computing. Now, don't mistake it from classical quantum computing, because that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about neuromorphic quantum computing. It's how the brain works. Instead of taking quantum, which is like the stars in the cosmos, and putting them in a hyper-cooled microchip somewhere at IBM or Google in a small thing, hyper-cooled to certain degrees, and it's just one chip, we can't take quantum of life and put it down into a hyper-cooled chip in a room. Neuromorphic quantum computing is like quantum computing in the sky, in the cosmos, distributed through the internet, that everybody has access to it. And there's a new chip, the Apollo chip, that is a groundbreaking, came out in November. And the reason I'm mentioning it, this Apollo chip does 10,000 qubits of processing power. And that's not the cool thing. The cool thing is it doesn't need to be hyper-cooled. It's a room temperature chip. So that means it's climate friendly, environmentally friendly. It processes faster. It works a lot better. And so with that quantum chip, I'm now able to go to places like Dubai with Alex and run a scenario. And I want to show you a little bit about it. In a world that is evolving and growing in an exponential manner every second of the day, if we only improve incrementally, we are sure to fall behind exponentially.
The great city of Dubai, spanning approximately 4,000 square kilometers across the desert, every street is alive with human activity. Megawatts pulsating through each intersection. A living organism of staggering complexity. How could we possibly see it all? The invisible network of thousands of computational nodes scattered across the city, each one a sensor silently witnessing its pulse. This is where quantum computing makes the invisible visible. A kind of intelligence that doesn't think as we do. It exists in a superposition, exploring billions of scenarios simultaneously. Watch the nodes flickering with possibility, evaluating, measuring, and scoring a scenario in the blink of an eye. And through entanglement, every variable touches another. A street rerouted in one district alters thermal comfort miles away. The orientation of a single building can significantly reshape the air across a whole neighborhood. Out of these entangled layers of trillions of possibilities, patterns emerge that are counterintuitive, elegant, and alive. This is quantum territory. But the city's intelligence runs deeper still. Every facade a living skin. Watch them pulse and breathe, tracking the sun, projecting heat and harvesting light. Each surface recalculates its position thousands of times a day. Not automation, evolution. Thousands of buildings, each one quantum tuned to balance energy, comfort and light, moving independently yet synchronized like a single organism. Dubai, one city, infinite adaptation, quantum resilience.
So this was the World for All model, and the reason I show it to you is multiple, to how we use neuromorphic quantum computing to do a baseline appraisal of a city of where it's at today. Then we take regenerative development tools, construction materials of how we build the built environment, and we plug those solutions in with quantum computer and run the different scenarios out over time with all different factors. The interesting thing about that is we can run 17.8 billion scenarios per second. That means wind, air temperature, heat, water, humidity, moisture, population, everything for the baseline of that appraisal. But then once we have that, we run here. What if we change the facade? What if we plant more trees in this spot? What if we do that? And normally in normal built environment feasibility studies, we can only run out a few scenarios, and the one that they only care about the most is it profitable for everybody involved in the deal? And if I were to take any feasibility study of all those buildings you saw in Dubai, and I were to take them and now plug those feasibility studies into the model that I showed you, it would show that none of those buildings are feasible today, and that they're all dying, not regenerating, that they have heavy moles, bad air pollution, and are eating and causing the temperature changes in Dubai. The other reason I showed you that is when you get that overview effect, that 30,000 feet perspective or even 3,000 feet perspective, and you look at Dubai or any city in the world from the top, did anybody think that it looked kind of like a cemetery, headstones? Do you realize that's where the majority of people in these large cities are living? In the graveyard, in these concrete boxes that are unhealthy, having moles and all sorts of other things. They're not living, they're not evolutionary or regenerative. They're stuck in a moment of time. So we need regenerative development, but people always say, oh, what is that? Well, it's the second world's largest economy, and it is a $280+ trillion economy, and it means basically balanced emissions, net positive balanced scenario. That money's available today. If you're interested and you want to know how much is available for sustainable development, because we're still 3 more years of the sustainability narrative, for sustainable development goals, there's $148 trillion available today. This is a lot more than that. For just regular development, not even sustainable, which is the high carbon scenario, there's $89 trillion available. And you can't see it here, but it's in blue, and that's over 1,700 7-year reviewed studies that show where this data and information comes from. So there's a big opportunity to build out the future of how we live life on Earth, and that is really this evolutionary process we're on, a regenerative living for a symbiotic civilization. And it's what we call simple evolution. There's a study, it's the HANDY study. It was done by NASA, and it was actually done three times, and I've got the older version of it in 2012, 2014, and then again in 2018. It asked the question, NASA asked the question, said, how many civilization frameworks have existed in our world before? And it came back that 32 civilizations existed. And then the other question they asked, what operating system or model civilization framework were they running on when they collapsed, and why did they collapse? All 32, Incas, Aztecs, Mayas, early Mesopotamia, Greeks, Romans, Egyptians, all 32 collapsed all 32 collapsed except for 5 based on ecological or environmental collapse. But those other 5 collapsed because of disease, disruption, or displacement. But all 32 of those civilizations collapsed running the exact same civilization framework model. What was that model? It's a hierarchy model. Everyone, early antiquity, Mesopotamia, Incas, Aztecs, they were all running a hierarchy model with one president, ruler, emperor, priestess at the top, and peasants, slaves, laborers, or farmers at the bottom. But that's not even the interesting thing. That every civilization's running the same model. Doesn't matter, today we're running the same model. But those peasants, slaves, laborers, and farmers at the bottom of that pyramid, none of them were indigenous to that system. And so it's a class system for the have and have-nots, upper, middle, and lower class. But I want to really emphasize on one point. Those peasants, slaves, laborers, and farmers, none of them were indigenous to Rome, to the Egyptians, to the Greeks, to the Incas, Aztecs, Mayas. They were all taken from some other culture or country and enslaved to build up that system. That is a huge problem. Today, we're running that same model in Dubai and other places around the world. We get those workers from, we don't call them peasants, slaves, laborers, and farmers. We call them farmers, hospitality workers, taxi drivers, construction workers. But they also come from some other place, Pakistan, Asia, China, Philippines. And if you were to ask any of them, do you have buy-in to the system of this civilization you're building up? Can you afford to live where you're in this civilization that you're building up? They all say no. They're sending their money back somewhere else. They live in worker camps. We need to change the way we build and way we work and realize that the bottom layers of that pyramid are the basic needs of life. We need to get out of the ego, where one or man is at the top, more into an ecological view. And we're on a transition to seva, which is an ancient Sanskrit word which means regeneration, selfless service to life. And it's a journey that we're on. And it's a very important journey. And that's why we've come on this tour with Alex to show you how a concrete jungle and a place that the majority of the buildings and the way they live there are unsustainable and coffins and not healthy for human beings. But there are developers out there that are changing that narrative. And I'd like to welcome Alex up.
Thank you very much. Let's, everybody listen to me? Let's wake up. Let's wake up. Let's go to real realization of what about Mark, what about Dina is talking. So because everyone knows what kind of problem we have in the cities. So buildings is destroying and ruining our life. So the air and the water is toxic for us. Even after all rituals what cities make with the water is still not flourish, not make us flourish. And during my 27 years of real estate development, 23 projects, 22 years in yoga, these questions was always with us. As can buildings change and extend the life of people on the planet? And a little bit.
In the beginning was a figment of imagination, a hint of story, a flight of inspiration, and our home was created. Then came man, the next milestone of evolution. Man pushed the act of creation further by constructing unique buildings to live in, to create in, to spiritually develop. We at our evolution take buildings to a new level so they become motivators for human self-development. We create buildings where dreams begin, families blossom, businesses thrive. We create living, breathing companions to our lives. We are equally bold dreamers and intellectual developers. We blend timeless traditions, future technologies, and boundless imagination for people's well-being, genuinely transformational opportunities, and a manifesto of their vision of life. This is our ultimate goal. Are you ready for a crazy ride through science and spirituality, ancient knowledge and modern architecture, development and storytelling, intellect and imagination? Then open your mind and open the door to our evolution.
This is a real picture of one of our projects, the House of the Flying Trees, where you feel the real pine forest, but it's allocated vertically on the facade. You feel the sound of pine forest because we allocate in the real forest, real pine forest, we allocate the microphones and they record for 2 weeks the real sound of real forest. And when you're inside the yard of this building, in 2 steps, you're in absolutely another reality which is supporting you, which make you calm, which focus on what is makes sense in your life, your personal self-development, relationship with your loved ones, your well-being, and which can make planet, communities, and the people flourish. Because the buildings is always the essence of the knowledge of each of the civilizations, where knowledge of our ancestors we collected, we try to implement Vastu Shastra principles, a lot of other principles. I will speak about it a little bit later. But in this essence of the knowledge where you can combine everything what was from the past and everything what proposed our now technocratic civilization is with one main goal: how to change people, how to change life of the planet and the life of the communities, and created a little bit evolution
did architecture begin?
Real estate.
We have to go back in time. The first generation, shelter and survival. Architecture began from fear and our need to feel safe in the world. The earth was our mother. We carved our shelter, stone, clay, firelight. We didn't live on the land, we were of it. And this is the beginning of the pre-electric civilizations. Then came the alignment. Sacred geometry, vibration, crystal, gold. Temples were built. Sound awakened the spirit. Empires rose. Beauty was defined. Domes mirrored the heavens. Arches bent gravity into grace. And then came the age of electricity, where we discovered. But we also forgot. Steel replaced soul. Light came from wires, not stars. Our bodies endured. and our spirit dulled. And then begins the fourth generation, sustainable, but still incomplete. We ran to heal the damage we caused, to measure, to offset. Technology learned to sustain and renew for the planet. But something is missing. Where do we go from here? Generation 5.0, where we have brought to life regenerative architecture and holistic living ecosystems. A design philosophy that moves from real estate to conscious habitats, building on the knowledge of all that came before, integrating ancient wisdom with modern technology, from the ancient science of alignment, Ayurveda and Vedic knowledge, to neuroscience, AI and environmental physics that listen, adapt, remember and heal. Sounds too good to be true? Well, it exists. EYWA signals a new species of architecture, a living, breathing, evolving presence. Every beam carries intention. Every element is tuned to the human body's natural rhythm. Quantum-enabled systems feature memory-based water, advanced everyday life. Welcome to a new standard of living, working, and elevating human performance. The first ever regenerative oasis that serves humans, communities, and the planet. This is Generation 5.0, where architecture becomes conscious. It becomes regenerative.
And this is reality. So this building will be ready in August 2026. In this building, first, what means EYWA for me? Yeah, EYWA, from Sanskrit, it means secret love. When one of our clients from Brazil, he told us that in one of Amazonian language, it means Mother Earth. Then when we started doing the localization for the MENA region, we understand that when you say EYWA, it means sanctuary. When you say EYWA, it means let's go. When you agree, accept everything. It's how universe give us the message that we are on the right way. Because at the same time, for me, it's energy, usefulness, well-being, and ancient knowledge. So, EYWA is example of regenerative development. Regenerative for the planet, regenerative for communities, regenerative for us humans. So we work on with all like layers of the pyramid of Maslow, and this is what we have inside. First, architecture. Always we speak about three main things. I use the language of architecture and design as a possibility to give the message to the outside world, but rich, soulful. And we always speak about three main things: nature, culture, and traditions. Biophilic design, narrow architecture, longevity of materials itself, because all our facades, usually I love the material, favorite material of Antonio Gaudí, glazed terracotta ceramic, and it's after 100 years, after 200 years, will be same colors with the so beautiful pattern of all the buildings. We use the ancient knowledge about humans, Vastu Shastra, the ancient science, how to harmonize the energy for the people flourishing. Ayurveda, yoga, we take the essence of this beautiful science. I'm yogi for 22 years. This 23 years unstoppable journey, research and development and implementation, a lot of tools, so that landscaping strategy, activation of 9 planets, again, we call it regenerative coefficient for the plants, for the super high-rise, minimum 0.5 square meters of the plants vertically to 1 square meter of the land plot site. For the villa communities, 1-to-1. So we are going for the villa communities, we are ready now even to go off-grid. So we are working that as less as possible energy we try to take from the cities. Even now, our EYWA building consume double less any type of resources from Earth than any other building in Dubai. And it's beautiful. Biophilic design, we decode nature always. The first building is about tree of life. Second building is about ocean, our fragile ocean, where you can see the giant stingrays, giant sea archie on the facade. And one of the ancient practice of Vastu is implementation of the crystals inside the structure of the building. In first building, we already implement now 16 tons, 18 different type of crystals in some of the floors. We have around 200 group of crystals which is connected with the cables with each other. This is the photo of second biggest Lemurian seed, photo from the construction. I invite everyone to visit it in real life. Now, when we finalize the structure, in 40 minutes, you start smiling. You receive the inner smile without unconditional, really. So I invite everyone to explore it in real life in Dubai, because this is reality. This is what exists now in the construction space. With all our rituals of implementation, 2 weeks we charge with the special sound vibrations. We have we call it temple of crystals in the construction. Water, by the way, 1 ton of crystals drink per day 1 liter of the water. So for us, it was like miracle, because we don't understand. We even put 20 liters in one room without the crystals and 20 liters in the room where we charge the crystals. 90 liters after 1 day here, 20 liters here. So it's it's very interesting journey, trust me. So we are creating the future when the essence of the knowledge of all civilizations, which was before, and all technocratic civilizations in well-being, longevity, sustainability, we implement in one building and make this scalable. It means in each city. So one amazing, beautiful man told me, actually what you create is the smallest blue zone on our planet in the size of the building. So, and our target that this type of, and no matter, this is the residential, offices, commercial, schools, student accommodation. So yes, now we start from top. I need that with us will be more influencers, more people who can really change the reality of thinking of all others. 2% we need to change 10%. 10% will change the meaning, the understanding of this reality all over the planet. Welcome, by the way. So, always, this is in EYWA Way of Water, the temple for meditation. Always the place where you can pray, where you can meditate. 3.5 tons of crystals on the floor. There is 7 different sectors where you can activate through your first chakra, your material reality, etc., etc. We work on sensorial level with all 6 senses. Special smell only through the essential oils. Touch, light, 2700 Kelvin light. life hack for you. When you inside your home, put to slow-mo the camera, and if you see that some light is vibrating, this is exactly what recognizes your brain. So you try to be calm, but your brain is in a disco club with stroboscope. And this is really very important. So we're checking all the even small items, and we create this scalable system. How in every city, the team, which will be educated from our company, can implement this in real life of real cities. Water, air, activation of the water. For us, filtration of the water is just beginning. The main tool is start from 18 different types of crystals, giant tube, together with the magnets, with the high pressure, water going like through the kilometers of the mountains. We restructure the water. We clean the memory of the water. Then we divide water to two flows. In one, we change the charge of the water, make it exactly the same as the charge of the water inside your blood. And it's help with this charge, you absorb more minerals, more vitamins from the food. Then we increase the level of the molecular hydrogen, and this we create inside the building. So that's the system is I can take the water from the city and transform it to sound vibration harmonized living water, pH 8. And the last treatment of the water what we drink inside all the storages of the water, inside the pools. Everywhere we prepare the water, special speakers which can work under the water, and gratitude and love. The words I love you in all languages of all people who live inside the building 24/7, 365 days. We charge the water with these beautiful sound vibrations. In my home, I use Gayatri mantra. 24/7, 365 days. The best, this is one of the Maha mantras which really change the structure of the water. But we have different nationalities. We need to respect all of them, and all our statements, they are mostly connected with the emotions of love and gratitude. And this is our last treatment, and plus we bring back the minerals to the water, electrolytes to the water. Same for the showers and bathrooms, only pH 6.5. And then all gray water, we again filtrate and bring back to the plants. 35% of the residents can fit all the trees on the facade. Can you imagine? I don't need any extra water. With automatic irrigation system, we distribute the water to all the plants. MER14, 0.3 microns. We can block all the dust, bacteria, everything. Then, very important. So, how to protect building from against the black mold, against the fungi? What is? So we learn how in Ayurveda they do it. We learn all the modern technologies, antifungal painting. By the way, 90% of them is toxic for humans. Because now in the construction, before you finalize the ceilings, you need to paint 360 degrees around everything with which protect, because black mold is really ruining our life. It's create toxin. After 3 months, you start arguing with your loved ones, and this is not you anymore. It's a black mold inside you, like a venom inside you. Yeah, no, really, so that's what I want to put the attention, that we try to evaluate each small item which can affect our life. And what happened after? So robotic system, each 3 months, you need to clean all the ducts from inside. Nobody even think about it. So that's and the target of us developers, we can easily make people flourish, and we can easily ruin their life, because beautiful architecture, quality of the materials is not enough for our daily routine flourishing. You must be bunker. You must change the world around you. But why you need to think, do you have a mold under the ceilings? Better focus on what makes sense in your life, and we will help you with everything what was collected during these 24 years. Hydroponic microfarms, 200 square meters minimum. We can produce from 15 to 20 tons inside the building, fresh vegetables, salads, with a delivery time to your plate, 2 minutes, full of prana. Clubhouse with the free kitchens, vegetarian, fish, meat, and in vegetarian kitchen, forks, knives, everything only for this kitchen. I'm vegetarian. I know what about it. This is very important. And then you can easily, through the EYWA app, you can order directly from how we support the communities, because you can order directly from the farms. You can order directly from the suppliers who is at least follow LEED, at least platinum certification, so that like-minded community where through the buildings, through the EYWA app, through the practical realization in your daily life, when your longevity concierge create for you the program, so that one time per 3 months, I want to give my blood test. After that, I want to receive the recommendation about my diet. And this, so like building like a mother, like your guru, like your guardian, will support you in everything. Yes, we start now from the not big buildings, quite big apartment, but next, our target to bring the consciousness in daily routine life, the rituals. Why the Thanksgiving Day or Day of Gratitude must be only one time per year? Why not one time per month? So why the sunset or sunrise, when the building itself, with all the rituals what we implement, is supporting you in this beautiful moment, which is between the past and before the future, where is our life exists. Rituality. So when with my daughter, even we discussed that when I read to her the book, this is our ritual. And immediately, so it's like during these 20 minutes, when we decide like this, it makes our time very special together. We are LEED Platinum, we are well Platinum certified building, and LEED Platinum is the top level of sustainability. We are in 94 points. So we have received minus points in our location because only we don't have the public transport. And regenerative construction strategy, because we are responsible, even in front of the planet. So but when we use zero carbon steel, when you use the zero positive concrete, the betons, beautiful concrete, what my recommendation to use for all developments. Again, the partners, communities which we support. 3D printing. A lot of things. Actually, I don't want to be boring because everyone who wants, I can send it. And welcome to us. Welcome to Revolution. We're open for any type of support, like-minded people. And of course, the soul of EYWA, the EYWA app and EYWA AI, when you can, with the voice, you can speak with your building. This will be ready in 8 months. Yeah, so that's our plan. That operation with EYWA app and EYWA AI start in November. And when you can, menu number 1, automatically it's going to the clubhouse. So then you can when customization of your personal experience, even, so what kind of light you want. So that really create AI, help us to create the real support of daily routine activities of the people. And offices, residential, mixed use, hotels, spa, retreat, this is really running projects. This is in Maldives, beautiful. This is Barcelona. Dubai, Abu Dhabi. We want to build through the EYWA, through regenerative real estate, the multi-platform ecosystem for designing human life. Unique platform which supporting you in everything. Please focus on what you love. Focus on your business activities, in your self-development. We will help with everything. And again, first, now we start from ultra luxury. This will be ready we finalize this year. 2 buildings plus all the platform. Then plan to go to increase to business plus, offices, compact homes, and of course we need the real people who will support us and real estate Jedi Academy. So to learn architects, to learn owners of the businesses, how you can implement the EYWA values in any city. Los Angeles, New York, welcome. Yeah, really, we play the real estate development, EYWA development in these cities will help flourish all over the world for this concept. Now, a little bit, can you reduce the light? Listen to the music. The song was created in our team. The words is from me. This is the hymn of EYWA.
You're so graceful, ocean inside you, and ocean around you. So many statements, so many answers, ocean of emotions, an ocean of vibration, manifestation of nature creation, oceans of love, an ocean of attention for your life goals and your wisdom and passion. Beautiful EYWA is so essential. Free the ocean inside you and ocean around you. Asking for our protection. EYWA invites you to share this mission and action. Free ocean inside you. Free ocean around you. Beauty of
Thank you. So, welcome to the EYWA movement. And I think what is the most important, that everything what we are doing is with love and gratitude to our planet, to humanity. And every time when I'm looking to my buildings, when I start to implement something in my buildings, I always, in my mind, I check on my family, my kids, my wife. Always through this heart. And when you create the true product from this place, it must flourish, because the people around you understand that this is about them, not about us. Thank you.
That was fabulous. Good job. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you. Wow. Wasn't that fabulous? That was amazing. Let's see. Whoops. Folks, my name is Paul Stamets, and we have been talking about habitats. And so I want to continue this narrative on something that could literally save your lives. So what I'm about to give to you is a breakthrough in pandemic response, and it's so critical to everyone here and your families. This may be the most significant talk of my life, and it is the culmination of more than 30 years of research. We have a breakthrough in preventing and responding to pandemics that's fundamental to the very habitats that have given us life. So this is a continuation of the Regenaissance, of regeneration. The Renaissance is a revolution based on the intelligence of nature. So I want to take you on this journey. And I like to give my disclosures. I do have a company at fungi.com. And I do have a nutritional mushroom supplement line, the most popular in the United States, called Host Defense. So I always want to give acknowledgement to my mentors. And my mentors are listed here: Dr. Michael Bude, Kit Skates, Daniel Stuntz, and Alexander Smith. Alexander Smith is considered to be the father of American mycology. Kit Skates was a second mother to me. They adopted me, in a sense, when I was about 18, 19 years of age. These are icons in the field of mycology. Mycology is the study of fungi. So this interest in mushrooms has swept the planet. It's really a revolution also from the underground, to understand that these networks connect all habitats together. They create communities. They do so by creating guilds. And so all habitats are infused with mycelium. This is the basic food the basic construct of the food web that gives us all the nutrients and collaboration between different guilds of organisms. So even though mushrooms pop up and you see them, it's a portal into a vast network underneath your feet. Virtually all habitats are infused with networks of mycelium, some more dense, some more dispersed. But the mycelium, as many of you know about penicillin, there are antibiotical properties, but there's also prebiotical properties, and the mycelium can be also probiotical. But they can, because of their selectivity, they can invite and reject different organisms. They set up vast cooperative communities. And this flow of organisms through the mycelial networks give rise to healthy habitats that provide us with our food, to be able to grow plants that then feed animals. It's a massive symbiosis between different organisms that are working in concert together. Habitat health, as Alex so eloquently presented, we can bring nature into our own living habitats, but ultimately nature is the gene bank from which we need to be able to resource these organisms. So I'm going to just show you, that's the mycelium growing out over 5 days, but it grows out three-dimensionally. This is a massive exponential increase of cellular mass. This is a fermentation technology when you bring it inside the laboratory. But this is exponential growth. Then every time these networks grow out three-dimensionally and they're forking again, it is an increase in exponentiality. It's not just a linear exponential growth. This is the self-catalyzing. And this means it's scalable. So I can take a piece of tissue the size of my, a tenth of the size of my little fingernail, and I'm not exaggerating here. I grow more than 10 million kilos of mycelium in about 6 to 8 months. Think of that. That's an extraordinary generation of mycelial mass. But let me give you a little history lesson. Some of you may know this, some of you may not. Most of us know that Alexander Fleming is credited with the discovery of penicillin. There's actually 2 other scientists that share credit. And he got the Nobel Prize, and he discovered it in approximately 1929 through an accident, which is as a mold showed up in a staph bacteria petri dish, and he noticed a zone of inhibition. That observation and further research led to the discovery of penicillin. But many people may not know, penicillin could not be commercially grown at scale. It wasn't until Mary Hunt, a lab technician in Peoria, Illinois, went to a farmer's market and found a cantaloupe covered with a golden mold. She brought it back, and it was her discovery of that moldy cantaloupe and that mold that we got Penicillium chrysogenum that produced more than 200 times the amount of penicillin heretofore known, allowing it to be able to scale. The United States and Britain had Penicillium chrysogenum and could generate penicillin. The Germans actually also developed it, but we bombed their factory during World War II. The Japanese did not have it. Obviously, this saved tens of millions of lives, and penicillin still is being used today. Well, we are now in viral storms. We're having more viral storms than ever before. So even though penicillin is active against bacteria, we have very few treatments against viruses. We have gone through a massive pandemic recently, the COVID pandemic. All of us know about it. And these viral pandemics now are crossing all over the planet because of habitat loss, the loss of biodiversity. And as habitat loss increases and factory farming increases and density of populations, then viral contagions could be more readily spread. So we are now entered into an unprecedented level of viral storms that are sweeping the planet. So we are now at the precipice of viral storms, and we're creating many nexus points where people, animals are co-infected with multiple viruses. This leads to mutations, horizontal gene transfer, and the pathogenicity of some of these viruses that were animal specific now are jumping between one animal to the other. It is completely out of control. We are suffering right now, in real time, a bird flu pandemic. Did you know that? Bird flu is jumping between animals. And scientists are now warning because the spread of bird flu, you think as birds are migrating, they go to ponds or water troughs, chickens are drinking there, cows are drinking there. It's jumped species in a way we've never seen scientifically before. Bird flu now infects swine. We knew that for a long time, but now cows, mountain lions, sea lions, seals. It is spreading and jumping mammal to mammal to mammal. Right now in the United States, the majority of the milk is contaminated with H5N1, bird flu. They tell you, oh, don't worry, it's pasteurized 160 degrees. What's the kill temperature, the Fahrenheit? What's the kill temperature of bird flu? 160 degrees. Nature's a numbers game. When you're talking about viruses, you're talking about literally tens of millions of viruses in a little droplet. You can't kill all those viruses at 160 degrees for 15 minutes when the milk is being pasteurized. Many of those viruses survive. Dairy farmers are underreporting this because they don't want their milk to be quarantined. They don't want their farm to be quarantined. They're worried. Respiratory illnesses among dairy workers now is at unprecedented levels. They are incubating when you get H1N1, H5N1. If there is horizontal gene transfer, they develop these new abilities to bind to receptors in your lungs, then we will have a bird flu pandemic that will sweep into humans. Well, COVID came out of China, and many of these viruses do originate in China because of the density of population and the loss of habitat. It doesn't mean that China's, responsible for this necessarily. This happens anywhere in the world where you have degradation of habitats and you lose biodiversity. My theme is biodiversity is biosecurity. But we have some solutions, and I want to bring these solutions to the forefront. Here in Europe, Dioscorides, recognized in the Greek culture way before Dioscorides, but in 65 AD, in the first Materia Medica, he described agarikon as elixirium ad longum vitam, the elixir of long life. And amadou. Amadou is Fomes fomentarius. It's a birch polypore. And Hippocrates described it for its anti-inflammatory properties. I'm going to go through 3 polypore mushrooms. These are these wood conchs, the shelf fungi. You've seen most of them. Agarikon you probably have not seen. It's on the red list of extinction here in Europe. So it's in the Alps and on larch trees. It's called Larissa fomes officinalis or Fomitopsis officinalis. And it grows in Slovenia and in Austria. It's on the red list of extinction. It's illegal to harvest now. It only grows in old-growth forests. So with the decimation of old-growth forests, we're losing the fungal libraries that have these resident strains. So as a young man, I was approached by a virologist by the name of Dr. Frank Pirano from the University of Wisconsin Medical School. And he was really interested in fungi against viruses, unexplored area. So I wrote an article, and I mentioned Frank's research here. He used a gypsy mushroom there, and he found a novel antiviral, RC148, I believe, that was active against herpes viruses. He published it in a medical journal. Frank, I actually sent him 20 or 30 pounds of gypsy mushrooms when I was a young man before he made this discovery. And I shipped them, to Wisconsin. He was able to do a bio-guided fractionation to find one molecule active against these viruses. So I did a survey, and I published this in a peer-reviewed journal, all the research on antiviral properties for mushrooms. It's less than a 1-page long for the photographs. Just about 6 references. Amazing that was not fully explored. Well, I published this, and then we had 9/11. And directly after 9/11, the U.S. Defense Department created the BioShield Biodefense Program, about $5 billion. Very scared about weaponizable viruses, in particularly bird flu, and smallpox. If these viruses can be weaponized, obviously it's a severe attack, and then if you have the antidote to it, then you'd have an advantage over your enemies. So because the BioShield physicians and researchers and virologists knew Frank Pirano and also saw my article, they approached me. And they said, Paul, we have a robust program. We're searching for new antiviral medicines to prevent bioterrorism. They knew I have a very large culture library. I have 132 employees. I have a massive culture library collecting strains from all over the world, including the old-growth forest. And they said, you can send any number of samples you wish. We'll test them for free. Oh, my gosh. I have a small mail-order business. I had 12 employees at the time, but I had a very big culture library. So I shotgunned it, which I mean is I just sent them as many samples as I could. Mushroom, hot water extracts, mushroom mycelium, various forms. They did 2,392 assays, and I hit the home run. It turned out that agarikon, that you see here, the selectivity index score you see here, against H5N1 is spectacularly high. Anything over 10 is considered to be active. This is more potent than ribavirin. This is an in vitro test with human cells. So amazing. This got some press, and you go to National Public Radio. Google Stamets and smallpox. You can hear the assistant director of the FDA, John Norris. You can hear Jack Sechrist, the head of the BioShield program, said we had extraordinary activity of more than 2 million samples. We were in the top 10 against pox viruses, and we were the only natural product. The other 9 were molecules. So what is it? 2,000-year history of use of this mushroom, and it turned out that agarikon growing in the old growth forest had extraordinary high activity against pox viruses. So this is an example. It's one of the longest living mushrooms in the world. That one's probably about 150 years old. They look like beehives. They morph from this brown form to a white form. So it'd be highly variable. So sometimes we have to do extraordinary efforts to get them because they grow high up in trees. We have now 120 strains of agarikon. It's an endangered species in Europe. It's also increasingly scarce in the United States. So what we do is we locate these and we take a small tissue piece out of the conch, and then we grow them in our laboratories and we make extracts. Those are basically 35-gallon drums, and we make extracts of the mushroom mycelium. That's what we sent to the BioShield biodefense program that had so much activity, is mycelial extracts grown on rice that's put into water and ethanol, 35% ethanol. So then we use it. This is basically solid state fermentation, exponentially expandable. Every week, I can expand one of these bags by a factor of 10. Every single week. You do the math in 52 weeks. You can see how much we can generate. We can grow enormous amounts of mycelium, of agarikon. And these are 4 agarikon strains. They're just showing their competition. Strains are different. And so an example of our number of strains of agarikon that we've collected is 32 strains. We now have 120. We've done full genomic sequencing on all of them. We're uploading them into a public database. We have an article that we've been writing. This is a lifetime of work. Some of you know one of my books called The Mushroom Cultivator. I created Agarikon Press in 1983. That's how long I've been focused on this old mushroom. Now, after I had discovered, and with the BioShield program, that agarikon is active against these viruses, the Vector Institute in Russia also independently discovered that agarikon was active against bird flu. Well, that's good. That means that another laboratory doing serious research on antivirals corroborated our results. Here's an example of the base pairs and the size of the genomes, an example of many of our strains. We have about 6 strains from Europe presently in our cultural library that we have tested. We put them in liquid nitrogen. We published an article showing how inexpensively that you can grow this. This is the most valuable possession of my life, is in these liquid nitrogen vessels with little ampules where we have strains of mycelium. That's a culture bank. It's preserving these strains because we will find a super strain. Just like Mary Hunt found a super strain of Penicillium chrysogenum that produced penicillin, we will find a super strain. That is, I'm absolutely certain of it. One strain will be more powerful than another. Another mushroom that I want to bring your attention to is turkey tail, the most well-studied medicinal mushroom in the world and subject of numerous clinical studies. A Lancet article published in 1994 showed basically a 14% increase in the 5-year disease-free survival rate with colorectal cancer in combination with conventional anti-cancer drugs. Hugely significant. So this mushroom has been well studied, especially for breast cancer and colon cancer. So it turns out that the mycelium, when you grow the mycelium, it has many components. But when you use lipases and you strip the lipids away from the mycelium or from the hot water fruit body extracts, it makes the product immunologically inactive, almost entirely inactive. What this means is hot water extracts of mushrooms eliminate the lipids. Most of you know fats are not soluble in water. And so when you partition the lipids away from the mushroom, mycelium or the mushrooms, you lose the immunological benefit that's most important. So some of you have seen my TED Med talk. My mother was diagnosed with cancer. She had just a few months to live. She had a 5-centimeter tumor metastasized through our entire body. And I, being her son, I can't make medical recommendations, but I reserve it for my mother. She was taking Herceptin, and she lived more than 10 years after giving basically a death sentence that she would only live a few months. This is widely spread. Many of you seen my TED, Med Talk, etc. So, and then it turns out that turkey tail can be a prebiotic for the microbiome. It actually sets up the gut microflora, inhibiting Clostridium, Staphylococcus, and other inflammatory bacteria, upregulating Bifidobacterium and other beneficial bacteria. So this was a randomized, placebo-controlled clinical trial with the patients who took amoxicillin, which is an antibacterial antibiotic that disrupts the microflora. So we had some really good, interesting evidence between agarikon and turkey tail. And then we published that, and not to get, when you get inflammation, then your body's immune system goes awry. All sorts of other opportunistic diseases can take place. Many of you know this, but it turns out that the mycelium, when it's grown on grain, induces these anti-inflammatory cytokines, interleukin-1RA and interleukin-10. Why this is so important is that when we applied to the FDA for a COVID clinical trial using agarikon on turkey tail, the FDA said, absolutely not. You're providing an immunostimulant, according to the scientific literature. The majority of people who die from COVID die from the cytokine storm. It's overexpression of the immune system. But we had published this anti-inflammatory aspects of the mycelium grown on rice. 2 clinical trials I'm going to report on, 140 patients in total. You go to clinicaltrials.gov and look this up. One is vaccine enhancement, which I'll talk about first, and the other one is with or without vaccines. So 90 patients. This is substantial. This is a phase 1, phase 2 study. So it turns out that we published in JAMA the concerns about stimulating interleukin 1 beta. This is the inflammatory cytokine. This is what kills people from the cytokine storm. Most people die from respiratory failure because they can't breathe. So we turned out that then it was well published that interleukin 1 beta causes the cytokine storm in COVID patients. The FDA then approved us because of our prior publications. So, and then in JAMA, the Journal of the American Medical Association, we wrote a preview article talking about integrative considerations for COVID, which basically we recommended nothing. But there is one paragraph that said, but mycelium of turkey tail looks interesting in suppressing the cytokine storm, potentially because of its stimulation of these anti-inflammatory cytokines. So this is a preprint. Gordon Sachs at the University of California, San Diego, Center for Integrative Medicine. He's the PI, the lead investigator, a dual MD and PhD. Acknowledge Gordon Sachs and his team. Andrew Shuboff, Christine and Shaw, and 2 of my employees, Zoltan and Chase, and Renee, who is no longer an employee, and other researchers. Dr. Stephen Wilson is a renowned virologist. And so it's been accepted for publication in BMC Immunology, a respected immunological journal. The peer review comments said meticulously designed, profound results. This is a major breakthrough in enhancing the efficacy of vaccines. So this is some of the statistics. I'm allowed to talk now because BMC Immunology, once they accepted us, this will be published in about 30 days, but we're now allowed to announce it. And basically, the 3rd day after a vaccine, most of you feel like you've been hit by a truck. So the black line is the inflammatory adverse effects of vaccinations, and the red line is in the combination of using agarikon on turkey tail at the time of vaccination. Literally recruited people in the lines getting their mRNA vaccines. Do you want to be involved in a mushroom clinical trial? And massive recruitment, 800 people or so signed up, and we only got 90 through the funnel, so to speak, because of pre-existing conditions. And so it turns out on day 3, massive reduction of adverse effects. This is so important because in the United States, 30% of people do not get vaccines for fear of the adverse reactions. So that encourages people to take vaccines because it lessens the adverse reactions. Dr. Stephen Wilson said something very interesting. Billions of dollars have been spent by the vaccine industry to decouple what's called reactogenicity, adverse reactions to the vaccine, versus immunogenicity, upregulating your immune system. We have shown for the first time that we can decouple the adverse effects from vaccinations, thus increasing vaccine use. And it's a double-blind, placebo-controlled experiment. But then something really interesting happened. And Gordon Sachs came up with this, and Stephen Wilson. This is something I did not come up with. I came up with a formula based on my research. But they have said, well, let's look at the antibodies 6 months out after vaccination. And after a short period of time of using the mushrooms, 6 months out, we had a multifold increase in the antibody reservoirs against COVID compared to the attenuation of those people who just got the vaccine without the mushrooms. This is extraordinary. We all said, where would this chart have continued at a year? We upregulated endogenous immunity. And this is what Stephen Wilson said. This could be a game changer for all vaccines. Because the vaccines have such great specificity. That's their advantage and their disadvantage because of vaccine evasion by the virus. So we have something that increases endogenous immunity. So this is a chart that's really the most exciting to me. And this is also a Garicon and turkey tail at the top, the red line, versus the placebo. This is the CDC's 10 most significant adverse effects associated with COVID infection, not the vaccine. And in this case, with this population, people presented themselves to clinics, even the people who got vaccines. But they were so sick, they went to the emergency room because they were having such a bad COVID experience. So they went to clinics in the emergency room, and we recruited them while they were in the emergency rooms trying to get treatment. Randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled, and look at the extraordinary results in the reduction of cough, sore throat, stuffy nose, runny nose, and as well as muscle weight to the treatment. So we're really excited about this. And this is symptoms of COVID-19. These are the symptoms of H5N1. Basically, the symptoms are the same except for loss of smell and taste with COVID. But H5N1 is sweeping the planet. We think we have an immunological defense based on nature. We try to do bioguided fractionation. You can fractionate to inactivity. Because it activates and docks with so many receptors, we have an entourage effect of a crosstalk between the receptors that upregulates endogenous immunity so it can customize, we believe, a response. This came from yesterday, folks. This is a Google search on a H5N1 search engine. And in Europe, you have 11 states now that have H5N1. They show genetic change enabled bird flu to adapt to cattle and other animals. Washington State man recently just died from H5N1. And then stopping bird flu has become a needless game of chicken, European scientists. We are on the brink of a massive bird flu pandemic. And you know what? The European Food Agency banned the consumption of mushroom mycelium by humans just a few weeks ago. We actually have this product as a nutraceutical. We've sold it to millions of people. We combined our two products for this COVID clinical trial. We know we have in vitro evidence that's active against bird flu. This is translational science, but because of a small group of regulators, you Europeans cannot buy this, and several mushroom companies have been shut down in Europe because of a stupid ruling. Mushrooms are made of mycelium. You've been consuming mycelium for thousands of years, and yet the European agency experts, quote unquote, did not know this. So I have 2 minutes. And so I took these thoughts of my beekeeper as well as a mushroom grower, and one day from my beehives for 42 days, I saw a continuous convoy of bees going from my beehives to my mushroom patch. And they were sipping on the little droplets coming from the mycelium. They moved the wood chips away. The varroa mite is vectoring viruses, and these viruses are spreading all over bees, the bee population. 75 to 100% of bee hives have been lost this past year. One bee pollinates 1,000 flowers a day. They used to fly for 10 days, 10,000 almonds, 10,000 apples. Now they're flying for 4 days, and in this case, they didn't fly at all. So the threat to food biosecurity is massive. So parasitic mites are the vector. They're like syringes. Here's the groundbreaking 70 to 100% loss. It's the worst loss of beehives in history. It's now contaminated flowers, and so wild bees have it. The USDA has not seen a virus-free bee in the past 10 years. Europe has had 36% loss. These are viral pandemics sweeping the planet. We have an interspecies defense using mycelium. So this is another example of the spread of the viruses. And look at these poor bees. They can't fly. It's from the deformed wing virus. So I'm happy to announce we published this in Nature, Scientific Reports. And Jay Evans said, never seen such strong activity against viruses I've seen with Stamis's extracts. I'm the lead author here in this Nature article. Look at those results in reducing, with one treatment in 10 days, 1% sugar water into the extracts that you saw were made into the sugar water, and reduced the deformed wing virus 800 to 1, the Lake Sinai virus 45,000 to 1, with a natural product, not with a molecule. It's the entourage effect. We have grown up in the matrix of mycelium. Of the 15,000 species that we have identified so far, our ancestors have narrowed down to about 50 species that interact with our microbiome so well. So mycelium can increase community immunity across species. The European I mentioned. I want to thank my colleagues and co-workers and our research division. We're at fungi.com. And stay tuned to this article. I'm speaking at the International Health Symposium in front of 2,000 physicians, February 18th and 19th. And this is going to bolster conventional medicine. And whether you get vaccinated or not, we hypothesize that this will upregulate endogenous immunity to protect you against multiple viruses, and it is translational medicine to multiple species. We have in nature, if we don't destroy our habitats, medicines that are in the mycelium that can create an entourage effect to upregulate your endogenous immune system. I want to thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. That was it. Show's over. Please exit safely and have a good evening. Yes, Rick?
That was really good.
Can you, of course you can, if you shout it quickly as we're walking out.
Well, this is the worst year for the bees dying, and your paper about a solution was in 2018.
Right.
So what is preventing
the FDA, the USDA and the FDA ruled that since you reduce viruses in bees, you have an undeclared antiviral drug. And so they have banned us from selling this to beekeepers because of antiviral activity.
Danke, Thomas.
We say we're supporting the immune system. It's not a drug that activates innate immunity. So innate immunity responds.
Yes.
That is a category that does not exist with the USDA. It's either food or drug. If it produces viruses and if you sell honey, then you're selling an undisclosed drug to humans that are consuming the honey. And if you don't declare the molecule, you can't sell it. So we say, no, it's not a molecule. It's a nutritional supplement. So that's the reason.
And it's likely to stay that way, or
what's that?
It's likely to stay blocked that way?
No, we're trying to get an exemption.
every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
Bom dia, and welcome once again to the COP30 studio here at in Belém. Sorry. We are delighted to have you with us again this day, and we're in the diplomatic zone of the climate meeting. So, Nick.
Yeah, this is our fourth day of broadcasting live here from Belém. It's been fascinating. It's also been fascinating as an operation, as a TV crew, also for the TV stations around as well, like CNN next door. Maybe what the people can't hear in the background is there is an air conditioning unit behind us, which now I'm convinced I know where the engines went when they dismantled Concorde. I think they're actually here firing 80 decibels into our studio. So it's quite challenging, but we know the people are working very hard here on the climate deal that will come next week sometime.
Indeed. And also the heat is sort of picking up, not just the heat in the studios and the venues here, the pavilions, but also the heat in the negotiations. So Nick, what can you tell us about what's been happening so far?
So it's very interesting. The issue of oil and gas, the issue of the phase out of oil and gas continues to be a very important part of the discussions here, and quite rightly too. I mean, oil countries like Nigeria and Colombia are both hosting Beyond Oil events today, Beyond Oil events hosted by the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance. So far, Brazil, the UK, Germany, France, Denmark, Colombia, and Kenya have signaled support for a roadmap on how to phase out fossil fuels, which all countries agreed on in COP28 in Dubai. And certainly at this COP30, the Brazilian government has been signaling loud and clear that phasing down and out fossil fuels is all hot air without national roadmaps on how to do it. So I think people need to be aware of this. This is the discussion. Will there be an agreement that there need to be national roadmaps for phasing out fossil fuels at the end of this 2 weeks here in Belém?
That's indeed very positive news you're bringing up here, Nick. So, and also another good thing that's happening here at our studio and also in general is the Science Pavilion. The Planetary Science Pavilion is here for the first time, mandated by the COP presidency, and we are indeed working with the team at the pavilion. And we have the scientists here in our studio regularly, and also we of course push for our Make Science Great Again campaign here at COP. So if you'd like to help us with our mission to strengthen the scientific community and to protect them, and also to amplify their message, of course, you can go just scan the QR code and you will end up on our webpage where you could support the campaign in various ways. And you can also join the Bucket Challenge. This is a really cool challenge, and we're going to see a film about it, and that will let you know what it's all about. So let the film roll.
How are you guys? Welcome. Have a great day.
Hola everybody from COP30 Amazonia.
Science is the overall view that we need to share in order to take the best decisions home.
I think science is important because it's one form of truth.
Today, as we stand in the world's largest rainforest, Amazonia in Belém, it is predicted by 2100 all the rainforests will be gone. Science is the key to solve this dispute.
I want to pass this off to Zoran Mamdani, the mayor-elect of New York City.
I pass the cup to the finest negotiators at the COP30.
I think we all, not just me, need to pass the cap to Mother Nature.
We also need a change in values to be able to do what the science is showing us that we have to do. What is a good life? What is happiness? What is it to be rich?
Science is important because decision making has to be based on data.
The best method that we have so far to make the best decisions.
Science is important because it helps us to develop new technologies, solve problems.
If I can find a leader who is brave enough to wear the cap, I'm happy to give it to that person.
As well, the fascinating Laudatio Si session with a 40-meter long blue ribbon, which was brought through the corridors to our studio by some really lovely people. Okay, it's now my pleasure to welcome on stage Ingmar Rentzhog, the CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time. Ingmar, we talk a lot about biodiversity and conservation in these sessions. Which seems like a good fit since we're in the Amazon, one of the biodiversity hotspots of the world. Is there any news from COP30 in this matter with biodiversity?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's easy to understand both why we need nature and what we need to do when you're actually in the middle of the rainforest. I hope that one day we will have a COP in the Arctic as well to see the ice melting. But I think both of this is very welcome, actually, even if it was quite a hassle to travel here. I would like to just give us some initial slides to talk about setting the stage a little bit. This graph is something I've shown previous days. It's really showing the kind of schizophrenic leadership for Brazil. The deforestation, I mean, we need the forest for biodiversity. Here we actually see the curves going in the right direction, but it's happening on the same time we see oil going in the wrong direction. And this is not only happening here in Brazil, it's happening in many places. I mean, most oil countries, they want to expand their oil to make more money. And they're not against the environment, but they don't want to end oil. They just want to they want to have the cake and eat it. But if we focus on the deforestation, I mean, this is great progress for Brazil. We should acknowledge that, but it's also way too little, because if we look at the broader macro picture, we actually see that Brazil is the worst country on the planet regarding how their forests are decreasing. Some countries like China are actually growing the forest. That's really good. You also see Russia there. But Brazil is really a bad example here. So just making we can't just decrease the deforestation. We need it to stop, and we need it to become nature positive and start growing again. And I have a last graph I want to share. And that's actually a hopeful graph in one way. It's happening a lot of things in nature policy, where we now see a decrease of emission from land use. So we're actually moving in the right direction, but the overall emission is growing. We're actually increasing emission this year with +1%. It's a new study. If we would just have been flat with oil, we would have seen a decrease of emission because of what we do in nature. No one of those curves are doing enough, but we really need them to start going down at least. So that's my main message here. We need to get off oil.
Come on. I mean, but there is some possibility, right, that this could end as a very important year, certainly in respect to China, in terms of its emissions starting to not only flatline, but also maybe starting to head down. So we have to wait to the end of the year, right? So it is a bit of a mixed picture. You're absolutely right. We have to get off oil and gas. But yeah, there are some good signs as well, Ingmar.
There's, I mean, as you saw there, the emission from land use are going down. If you mention China, for example, they are growing the forest, and they are actually decreasing their overall emissions. So there's good signs, there's bad signs, but this is a cup of the truth, and I think it's important to talk about the truth.
Yeah.
And yesterday we had the pleasure.
I was going to come to that.
Yeah.
Yesterday you did an interview with Andreas Eriksson, the Climate and Environment Minister of Norway, and then in the evening you were at dinner with the Colombia Minister of the Environment and Sustainable Development, Lina Estrada.
Yeah.
So what is the difference between the policies of these two oil countries, Norway and Colombia?
It's a big difference. One difference, Colombia is not a super rich country. They don't have enough, they don't have that surplus of money. Norway, on the other hand, they have so much money. And they are acting very differently. Norway, they reasoning that, I mean, they want, I mean, I talked to the climate minister, he's sincere, he wants to, you know, that we are going to handle the climate crisis, but he believes that it's just to capture the carbon when we burn the oil and everything is solved. And we don't really see that tech scaling. It's a tech that will be great if it's actually applied, but we don't really see it in the world. I hope he will prove me wrong, that Norway will be the first country that will capture more carbon when they are selling oil, but I'm quite skeptic there. But it's interesting to hear their arguments, actually. But if you, the same day I talked to the Colombian minister, and she's very clear. They just put in law no more oil extraction in Amazon. They will host a fossil fuel phase-out summit in April next year. They've actually invited Norway. The Norway minister said he's planning to come, he's thinking of it at least. And I hope that conference will take the discussion we have here and move it forward with the countries that have oil that really needs to have a plan to phase it out. Because, of course, it's very hard for one oil country to do it alone. We need to have an OPEC for fossil fuel phase-out, not for a higher oil price.
And do you think Norway thinks a little bit like Saudi Arabia, that they can be like, you know, hold on for a long time because there might be a low-cost producer? Is that the thinking?
I will say that there's a lot of similarities between Saudi Arabia and Norway when it comes to climate policy. Both are doing a lot of things in the green tech sector. Saudi Arabia is investing most in green tech of all countries on this planet. Norway is doing fantastic in electric vehicle and all that. They're also paying a lot of money to fight deforestation in Amazon, etc. But both are not, I don't agree with both of those countries because they think we have time. They think we have time to extract the last barrel of oil, and we can change when the oil has run out. They know they need to change then, but that's too late. And the same thing with the argument for carbon capture. Yes, we need carbon capture, but we need to fix that first before we are drilling more oil. We can't drill more oil and wait for a magic technology to scale that is not scalable yet. But with that said, I believe that we need to fix carbon removal, but we need to do it first. And when we have that tech scalable, affordable, I'm all for drilling so much oil, but I don't think it will be profitable to pay for drilling oil and pay for capturing it. And we have the energy from sun. We don't need to dig in died dinosaurs that captured the sunlight millions of years ago when we have the future technology to capture the sunlight today and store it with energy storage that are scaling so much faster than those magic carbon removal technology.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you, Ingmar. Let's move on.
Thank you.
So, look to the next phase of our show here. Let's talk a little bit first. Climate change doesn't just heat up the planet, yeah? It doesn't just change the patterns or fuel extreme weather events or harm the economy. It all threatens and destroys biodiversity upon which we all depend. Just think about food. Think about food on your table every day. The plants, animals, and organisms that make up global biodiversity are important everywhere, but in more handful of countries, biodiversity is unbelievably rich. Brazil, the host top 30, being, of course, one of those nations, a mega biodiverse spot. If we are to hand over a healthy, functioning planet to the next generations, we need to step up conservation efforts while working with rather than against nature. By doing this, we perhaps have our best ally against climate change now and over the decades and centuries to come. Indeed, the architects of the Paris Climate Agreement made it clear that hitting net zero by 2050 needed far-reaching policies, actions and technologies, but without conserving and restoring nature, collective efforts would fall short of the 2050 net zero target. We are calling this part of today's science briefing from conserving seeds to regen agriculture, climate and nature. And first we'll hear about the achievements so far of the Millennium Seed Bank Partnership, the longest conservation effort of its kind in the world that has just celebrated its 25th anniversary. And we are delighted to welcome with us Professor Alexandra Anelli, Executive Director of Science at the Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew in the UK. We're going to welcome him to the stage. He's with us already. You can see that, so that's already happened. Can I say Professor Antonelli? Do I say Alexandra or do I say Alex?
Tell me, Alex. That's perfect.
Great, Alex. Before we have a chat, I'm going to see a very short video starring the actress Kate Blanchett, an ambassador for the Royal Botanic Gardens, about the seed bank. Can we just roll that film, please, of Kate Blanchett?
The building that you can see behind me is the most biodiverse place on our planet. It's Kew's Millennium Seed Bank, the largest wild seed bank in the world, and it's a hidden gem tucked away in the heart of the British countryside here in Sussex. I'm Kate Blanchett, and I am Wakehurst's ambassador, and I would love for you to join me as I explore the seed bank's vital mission in a brand new podcast, Unearthed: The Need for Seeds. I'll be meeting scientists, experts and researchers from across the globe to discover how their work with seeds is securing the future of our planet. Unearthed: The Need for Seeds will delve into the origins of this remarkable bank and discover how it's already helping to protect the seeds of the crops that feed our world. I'll get my hands dirty alongside Wakehurst scientists as we collect seeds to be stored in the Millennium Seed Bank. And looking to the future, we will explore pioneering new ways of bringing seeds to life and the way in which scientists are working hand in hand with our partners from across the globe. So find and follow Unearthed: The Need for Seeds wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss an episode.
So amazing, Alice. And like Kate Blanchett is quite passionate about the Millennium Seed Bank Partnership.
Indeed it is, and thanks so much for having me here. It's just a pleasure to be here talking to you about this incredible asset that we have forward, but also for us, a big object of pride.
Yeah. So it's interesting because it's a seed bank, it's a collection of seeds, right? And in the 19th century, Europeans went all around the world collecting things and bringing them back to the countries. But this is a very different form of collection, isn't it? What is the purpose of the seed bank and how is it going?
Yes, so since it is a collection of seeds, it's a collection that we've gathered together with partners around the world over the last 20 plus years. And it's not a collection, the world's important collection of wild plants. It now contains about 2.5 billion seeds. Yes, from more than 40,000 different plant species, which is about twice as many species as in the whole of Europe. But it's still 10% of the world's flora. And it's an insurance policy really against, extinction. Some of the species which are trying to save in nature but may no longer exist in the future. We may have them in the seed bank. So that's the original purpose, at least.
So it's 5 years on, and marked its sort of anniversary. What is the future looking like? Is it about collecting more seeds? Is it about research on the seeds that are there? And maybe give me an example of maybe where it's been used to help nature. In other words, to something that's lost, perhaps. But yeah, it's a plan for the next 5 years, Fat.
Sure. It is a really exciting time now because as we're looking back into our accomplishment for this time period, we're also very excited about seeing, what are the best contributions we can make toward in tackling the great challenge of climate change, waste loss, and food security. So, we know those seeds are alive and can be used and generated because we do a lot of tests. It's a very high quality, well-tested protocol. So we basically dry the seeds at 15% humidity. We whip them in those -2 degrees volts. So we know we can bring them back to life and we can utilize them. So what we're thinking here is exactly that. So how do we utilize those seeds for tackling those challenges? And it is going to be about gathering more seeds, but very strategic. So we're focusing now easily on species that are threatened, that have very economic importance or cultural importance, that are narrowly distributed, and main success not only by how many seeds and niches we put into the bank, but how many we utilize. So we have 3 objectives looking forward. The first one continuing to be to prevent plant extinction, and we do know that we have already several species in the seed banks which are probably no longer native in the wild. You can't find them anywhere. The second one being how to use those species to restore ecosystems. And now that we're trying to find climate change, we absolutely have to bring those species back. An example I'd like to give you is that some of you may remember the terrible fires that affected Australia some years ago, the wildfires that swept over big chunks of land, and many species were disappearing because of that, and very hard to find for our Australian colleagues. But we happen to have many of those seeds in our seed banks. So what we did was to send back some of those collections of several different species, which both helped create healthy populations of those species which had been affected by fire, but also to restore some of those affected ecosystems. And you never know, Nick, when you put seeds in the seed bank, when you're going to need them. So it's not something that only happens in the future. We know climate change is here now, and therefore it's really important to have that insurance policy. But the third one is about how to create nature-based solutions to climate change, food security. And here there's some really good opportunities, I think, to look at where are the biggest alternatives, I think, to some of the most common crops that we are consuming today. It's very interesting to notice that we, as humans, eat basically only 3 plants. More than 40% of our calories come from 3 grasses, wheat, rice, and maize. So we're essentially eating just like cows. So we absolutely need to diversify food systems. We know that there are more than 7,000 plant species which are edible and used locally as crops. And therefore, we like to use our seed bank together with our partners in many different countries to provide more climate resilient alternatives to common crops. So those three are the main areas of research and implementation moving forward.
So I suppose there's 2 ways of looking at it. The wild seeds that you collect can be brought back, and also you can increase potentially the biodiversity, say, of agricultural food crops. But also, I presume that scientists are looking at the seeds to look closely at the DNA and the genetics to see, could some of these be adapted scientifically into the future to deal with perhaps new conditions that might be on planet Earth. It's kind of a double thing, maybe, yeah?
Absolutely. And that's also an area where we're trying to understand a bit better how much genetic diversity do we actually have and what should we have in the future. Because it's not only about the amazing diversity that exists out in nature for giving us food and source of fiber or building material, but it's also about the variation that exists within species, which is absolutely crucial, as you say, Nick, to really make sure that those species will survive in the future. So, for instance, if you eat apples of different varieties, that's because there are genetic variations there. And that's the same for any species, really, where some species are going to be much better adapted locally, even though, for the same species, you can get species with seeds which will no longer be viable. And we have seen that in our gardens, for instance. We have now a very vast collection of living trees at Kew Gardens in London. but many of them are threatened by the droughts and increasing temperatures. So we think that we may lose by the end of the century a very large proportion of our living treescapes, and therefore it's now the moment to use some of those seeds to trial what are the future urban trees for ourselves, but also for other cities in the UK and elsewhere.
Tell me, I mean, you're working at Kew Gardens, you're the chief scientist there, which is a really incredible position. But you're also a professor at the University of Gothenburg in Sweden. And you're also Brazilian, which is great because here you are in Belém, on the edge of the Amazon. And you have this project called is it Araka project? How does it fit together?
Well, they're very complementary. So basically at KU have now more than 600 science staff, about 100 scientists taking together postdocs, PhDs. So it's a big team working in more than 100 countries, all with one ultimate mission, was to understand and protect plants and fungi, to some of those big challenges for humanity, for our planet as well. My position as a professor really allows me to understand what we know in terms of the scientific advances that allow us to speak up and increase the impact of the work we do. And also, I've been somewhat frustrated being a scientist where, I think the limitation to whom I can propose others to follow advice. And I kind of wanted to take some things in my own hands into my home country. And I had seen of those, rainforests, it is in part of Brazil, it's up here in front of mine. So therefore, this non-profit Brazil Foundation, which is now trying to protect and restore, its own this ecosystem, which there's less than 8% left.
That's the Atlantic rainforest, yeah?
Exactly. Yeah. So everyone's about the Amazon. Yeah. The Atlantic forest is the little sister of the Amazon. It's about 1/4, 1/3 of the size. But it's much, much more degraded. And it's one of the most biodiverse places, but also one of the most...
Yeah, we were looking at some graphs just here, the deforestation rates in Brazil. And of course, they shot up under Bolsonaro. Then Lula's helping back the rate of deforestation down again, which is great. But actually, we need zero deforestation. It's not just the rate, isn't it? We need to get even further down the road.
Absolutely. So at the same time, it's great to celebrate a decrease in the rate. So the speed of which we cut numbers, of course, we have to stop that because there is already enough land, degraded land, on which we can grow our food, we can build our city. So there's no excuse to continue deforesting. And you're right, it's still going on. There are only other tropical rainforests around the world, in Congo Basin, South Asia, Indonesia, where we saw last year a record of about 6-7 million hectares being lost, which is both due to people cutting down the forest, deforestation, but also the action of fires that most of them human-made, were accelerated by drought and climate change. So it's absolutely unsustainable level of deforestation we absolutely have to curb.
Okay, let's stay with us here. So we've got two further guests, and I think that's a good link actually between, because a lot of that change in the Amazon is happening as a result of agriculture. And agriculture is absolutely clearly needed. 8 billion people to 10 billion by 2050, but we need to do it in the right way. So these two guests will be coming in seconds. I think we have a bump up. Wączkowski. Okay. And that sounds a bit Polish.
It is Polish, half German.
Half Polish, German. Okay. And he's executive director of the Instituto Belterra. Okay. Katie, look, let's kick off with you first. Tell us, what is She Changes Climate? And what do you do at Brazil lead for that?
So I'm happy to be here today. So I am the Brazil lead for She Changes Climate. And She Changes Climate is an international organization and movement that promotes women's leadership at all levels of climate action. So whether it's the COP delegates or women in local government or in the business sector or women on the front lines, women farmers, promoting gender equality in all aspects. Essentially, we believe that women aren't just victims of climate change, though they are often more vulnerable to climate change, but not because they're inherently more vulnerable, but because society that we've built makes women more vulnerable. But women are actually some of the most key protagonists and solution holders. If we don't have gender equality, we'll not be able to reach the climate change goals that we're to reach. So we've been doing mapping of nature-based solutions led by women across all the biomes of Brazil. So I've had the pleasure to learn and research and understand what's being done, what's special about women leadership. And on top of that, I just say I also am the head of partnership at Sinaldo Valley, which is a center for ecosystem restoration in the Atlantic rainforest in Rio de Janeiro. I've been there for 10 years, and we are a center where we prototype and pilot nature-based solutions in the Guanabara region. And we teach, replicate, and sell them throughout the biome. So I have kind of a mix of these two.
Okay, background there. And it's your work obviously interfacing maybe a little bit with what Alex doing to Cassia.
Araçá.
Oh, there you go. Araçá project. Portuguese hotel. But are you close? Are you neighbors in the operation, or are they somewhere else?
We're not far apart, and we were talking about yesterday, so we have to hit each other's sites.
You've already met. Okay, fine.
Yeah, we met, yeah.
Oh, Andre, so let's come to you. Tell us, what is the Instituto Belterra?
Sure. Well, thanks for having me here. Instituto Belterra is part of group, which comprises the institute and the business side. I'll mention briefly about the business side. So Belterra implements agroforest system on degraded areas with commercial approach. So Belterra rents the land from owners that have not been using land, or that have a very degraded that they're not able to use any longer, and it transforms that land into a productive system. We call it productive restoration because we actually help them build forests where there was previously degraded land, and this produces many useful things like fruits and seeds and wood, for example. Instituto Belterra works on all those aspects that Belterra Institute cannot work commercially, and there are perhaps two importantly. First one is working with indigenous communities, traditional communities, and very smallholder farmers that have an hectare up to 5 hectares of land. Belterra cannot operate commercially with them, so Instituto Belterra operates a philanthropic model to transform degraded land where these indigenous communities or smallholders live into productive farms. We also look at the very ecosystem for restoration in Brazil, for productive restoration in Brazil, trying to understand what are the main bottlenecks and how we can create some sort of active action in order to address these bottlenecks and allow the ecosystem to grow as fast as it needs to grow in order to achieve our 12 million hectares goal of restoration by 2030.
So this is in, obviously, Brazil. And are you anywhere near the Atlantic rainforest, or are you somewhere else in Brazil?
Mostly in the Amazon. Perhaps 2/3 of our operations are in the Amazon. We also have a large operation in the Atlantic forest, Atlantic forest in Bahia, and a smaller operation in the semi-arid region.
So I see there's a kind of connection here because, I mean, anyways, I think we mentioned it earlier, it is pressure of agriculture that probably is largely defining the changes in nature around the world. Has been some time, but is maybe accelerating in many cases. But there are alternatives, aren't there? I mean, you're mentioning an alternative. There are alternatives to this, more sustainable forms of agriculture. Talk a little bit about, Alex, how you see that.
Sure, Nick. Interesting. The production agriculture is the #1 driver of biodiversity loss and in the oceans. It produces 1/3 of all greenhouse emissions, and it's also a huge contributor to pollution. So the three prizes that the United Nations declared as planetary crisis. So it's a big problem, but we can also see it's a big solution, because if we are to turn it on instead of sustainable, we can also tackle all three elements at the same time. And it is also very good that there are alternatives. Sometimes there are which we don't have an alternative for, but when it comes to it, there are, instead of asking people to eat meat, you can ask them to eat more, for instance, and fungi, and that's really great protein-based source of proteins and the other nutrient-rich food which derive from plants which are sustainable, adapted, and I think there's some really good opportunities there. And of course, it will be great to hear Andres as well.
So I mean, there's two interesting features there. Is agriculture itself, but then there's a meat side of the story as well. If we were a little less, I mean, I haven't eaten since 2012 after being taken to an abattoir in Kenya. Cured me eating meat, so maybe we should always bus trips to abattoirs. People can see what goes on, they might go, oh, I'll just go for a plant diet then. Regenerative agriculture has really come forward, isn't it, as an idea? And it used to be in the past there was this polarization that the intense agriculture will be the big companies and the chemical. Then on the other side was the organic side fighting it wars. But somehow people seem to have settled a bit more into maybe these complex polarized worlds can somehow live together a little bit through the lens of regenerative agriculture. Is that correct? Your thoughts here?
Yes, I think we're in the early stages of a transition curve. There are many obstacles still to overcome. Perhaps one of them is that typically regenerative agriculture is much more complex to do than traditional agriculture. There's still lots of things we don't know about that and how, and particularly how to do it scale. We have very successful in doing regenerative agriculture in smaller plots, but when we're talking about farms that, for example, for soy that are as big as 100,000 hectares, we still have some technical challenges to do that. But perhaps most of all, I think it's a problem of culture. People still believe hard that it is more difficult to do, that it is more risky to do. Farmers tend to be very risk adverse. So I think what we've been trying to do is to demonstrate that it's very possible to do it, that it's profitable to do, so others will come on board and the movement can really take off.
And I can just add to that, I think he's saying about complexity is that our financial system isn't built yet necessarily to seek to that complexity. And so when you're transitioning to regenerative agriculture, often takes a few years to be able to reach that point where it is effective, where it's lucrative, but farmers not necessarily, or they are reverse, and also don't have the financial means to take that risk. Because if 2-3 years where it actually have to go down a bit in production or go up, we have a financial system that can actually, those loans support that. It doesn't have to be the farmers who are always taking the risk. I mean, the whole society needs to share in that risk. The stakeholder, the businesses, the financial services. I think we have to build an entire system that allows us to make transition.
Alex,
yeah, if I can add to the I think debate in the scientific community has been about whether to have like big protected areas, so land pairing and sharing. And I think some of this is pluralisms of agriculture, but the scientific evidence is quite overwhelmingly clear that we need a lot of protected areas because many threatened species occur in the areas, and there's sort of edge effect. You need to have those cohesive areas where species can have populations of species. In the case of Atlantic forests, about 80% of all the trees endemic to the Atlantic forest are with extinct, for instance. But that said, there's millions of hectares, literally, of degraded land upon which we can really go our foot much sustain. And I think it's not about the workforce needed to work agroforest, but it's also about the job opportunities that this can generate, and also the learning and working to get to towards climate action and change, which will enable people to have a more sustainable use of land. So I think there's some really opportunities. I think we can bring back some really interesting biodiversity value and also carbon sequestration by working out of forestry. And I think the question is always the scale and how do we do this in a way that's inclusive and is aligned with the objective of the landowner custodians land in those areas as well.
So it's always been with these large-scale challenges that there always were certain organizations whose jobs was to de-risk the kinds of investments that, spark change. I mean, often it's been in the past the World Bank, or some of the multilateral development banks in different regions. But I noticed that you talked about soya, and I was thinking not so much about soya in Brazil, but I know that the Unilever being one of the world's big food companies, as well as other things, their main mayonnaise is called Hellmann's mayonnaise, as you probably know, and it's made out of soya beans. And they get those soybeans from somewhere in the United States. It might be Iowa, or it's one of those states. And they ask the farmers there, look, can you go for regenerative agriculture? Because we need to decarbonize our supply chain. And you're not doing that because you're carrying on with your normal intensive agricultural practices. The farmers said no. And quite rightly, as you know, they're very conservative, because if you lose your crop, you've lost everything. And in developing countries, you might lose your life, right? Because you're starving. So it was Unilever that de-risked the switch from intensive agriculture to regenerative, and now it doesn't give them any money at all, I think, because now they're very happy with it. But it took them 5 or 6 years to get happy with the switch, Can
I respond to that?
Yeah.
I think you're bringing an extremely important point that companies in the private sector have to be part of this story and be pushing that. So a project that we're working at St. Aldo Valley is we're working with a corporation called Abuca, which is a B Corp from Italy, and they're a biopharmaceutical company that needs very high quality plants to be able to produce these very high quality health products. And they have this really high technology that uses kind of like all the molecules. I don't exactly know how it works. And they are partnering with us as we kind of work as the intermediary, where we're working with a group of farmers who are interested in producing food in a different way, in a regenerative way, but they need the market. So we did this partnership. Sinal is the intermediary. Abuca has promised to, or they've actually invested in a pilot of 3 hectares of land, and we're going to grow, we're growing acerola, which is, it's like the Brazilian cherry, and it has a very high vitamin C content. And so we've designed an agroforestry system knowing that if it works in the future, they will buy it and they're paying for it in that investment. And we're also intercropping with cassava and other plants that the farmers can use for food security and sell on a local market. And so this started last year, but the idea is this is 3 hectares. And if this works, the company is willing to scale up because they have this demand, and this whole region could be planting these crops. So I think that's a great example of how it can work and how the companies it has to come from the companies as well, because the farmer can't take all that risk on itself.
Very good point. I mean, yes, do come in. Yeah.
Yeah, we have an interesting example of that in Belterra as well. So we were pleading for a loan from the National Development Bank, BNDES. It's a large loan, 100 million reais. And what unlocked the loan was an agreement with a large chocolate company that committed to purchase all of the cacao beans that we will produce over the next 15 years. All of it will be purchased in a certain area, will be purchased by this company. So by making this commitment, this offtake commitment, we were able to unlock a very large loan from the National Development Bank. So this combination of public money with private capital or private commitments to purchase your goods, it can be absolutely transformative.
Can I just, on the question of risk, I think it's absolutely understandable why investors and companies would like to avoid risks, but there's also a danger if everyone just moves away from there. And therefore, I think it's very important to understand, map those risks, and then you're able to address them. Because even though, for instance, some countries, including Brazil, have deforestation linked commodities, there are others not doing. So I think, for instance, the work doing at Q is to use the chemical signature of different countries, including timber and soy, and we can do that for any other commodities like even meat, to understand where does it come from. So basically, based on stable isotopes or trace elements, it's now possible to verify any claims that are made on the sales. So I think that's one strategy of traceability helps us along the supply chain, so that companies can really understand their patterns and then approach that in different ways.
Sorry, can you say that again? So you're using isotopes to trace the agricultural products.
Yes.
What show they've come from a sustainable system.
Exactly. So there's a adaptation in international trade of any commodities, really, from timber to soybean and other products. But now we can verify any claims that are made in paperwork, and we can also know whether it's an area which was discovered by forest last year or anything that is being for 10 years dead.
Okay. Are guys using that at all in some land? Not so far, no?
No, not.
Well, maybe you guys should have that off. That might be quite
Definitely
interesting.
should.
It does allow governments as well and kind of regulate that impose the European personal law, for instance, which will come into force. One mechanism which companies will oblige to really know where their products come from.
Yeah. I mean, I know people have been using blockchain to trace traceability as well. There's obviously various mechanisms out there, but it's a very good point you raised there. I'm interested in this land of use. How much land is there in the Amazon that was once trees and then became farms and now has lost its activity?
We're talking about 8 million hectares of traded.
8 million?
80 million.
How proportion of the Amazon is that?
Perhaps 10% of the Amazon.
Right.
So most of it has been deforested over the past 50 years. I would say over 8% of it has been forested over the last 50 years. And typically, the devastation cycle in the Amazon starts with wood collection, then cattle. And cattle is in Amazon really, really low activity. So typically with a cow or even half a cow per hectare, which transforms into miserable financial return. So pretty much anything you substitute that with is 10 times, 15 times, 20 times more profitable than the current situation. So the opportunity, the financial opportunity and the environmental opportunity they have at the moment at the Amazon is really, really massive. And it's interesting because this is the first moment perhaps in history that investors with really large pockets, we're talking about 10, perhaps hundreds of $billions, have a real investment opportunity transform the land in the Amazon into productive forest. So it's a really interesting moment.
How do they get out of it? What are the financial mechanisms that you're tapping into, they're tapping into, that gives an incentive to this? Is it carbon markets or something else?
Yeah, so there are two types of reforestation strategies. What we call ecological reforestation, we try to build a forest which was as similar as possible to what was before. And for ecological restoration, it's pretty carbon. That's income. what we do, productive reforestation of agroforest systems, and in addition to carbon, have all products that can produce there, cacao, acai, mango, whatever you want, whatever is suitable for that environment, you produce in addition to the incomes of carbon. So the business model is there.
Anybody want to comment on that?
Maybe I can just say that now we are also proposing partnership with Terra and other in terms of understanding how we could also use the market biodiversity credits, being one of these international biodiversity credits, just try and propose a high integrity new market where diversity credits would means of investment conservation, creation of name, also agroforest. One of the models where we can only increase the various qualities of and such as absorption, also increase the biodiversity in those systems. So we know that have been failure in the carbon market, many different ones. We don't want to rip them, and regulation is going to be really important component. But now, besides all that controversy in some of the failures, there's also the issue that cannot use carbon credits to effectively both restriction online that is not very cheap. So basically, have areas in the Atlantic first, but others in the world where you just cannot afford bringing back those forests because the carbon credits really wouldn't be enough to enable them. So by combining biodiversity credits together with payment for services, with agroforest commodities, hopefully they are much higher interest for investors. I mean, actually support the restoration of some of those trees, but also the ecosystems on the planet.
I mean, with this issue of carbon credits, you're absolutely right. That it's got a whole history of, being dogged by very bad ideas that muddy the water for all the others, right? And I mean, we thought in Glasgow, the UN climate conference there, that whole issue of voluntary markets being solved, and there were all these new initiatives that were going to make sure there was full integrity. That really needs to, take wind right now, because a lot of poorer countries are really asking for investment, and this is one potential for it, right? And yes, at the same time, whether it be Greenpeace or somebody else, always finds a really bad example from the past, brings it out, and everybody, a company goes, oh, we can't touch those things, right? We all want to feel comfortable with carbon credits, don't we? And do you think these biodiversity credits can work and will achieve a result?
They can absolutely work, is my personal strong opinion, but they have to be very strictly regulated, and that's where governments have to show leadership and regulation. That's really the key here. Otherwise, will be the white weapon. And that's the case with carbon credits as well. And I think the disclosure of some of the problems and failures and, of the terrible that happened with some of the carbon credit funded project really brought a lot of damage to the system. And any really project which, saw their cut because of it. So I think we have to be a bit practical, because as there are all cash flow systems that will bring, from wealthy countries towards poorer ones, then those projects will not happen. And then people have to revert back to deforestation or hunting. So I think it's a real issue.
I just want to add something about that. As we build up these systems, we have to also be looking at how do we include people who are doing the work, the smallholder farms, the women are doing it. And it's very difficult because for these carbon credits, you have to have really large pieces of land, and it's very expensive to do this. And so coming up with models where you can centralize and do bigger, because many of these land, smallholder lands have small plots of land. So how can you group this in ways they can get the benefits, these biodiverse credits, carbon credits, even if they don't have hundreds of thousands of hectares of land? Because otherwise we're just replicating this model of capitalism and centralization of wealth that kind of led us into the situation.
Yeah, that's good. I'm doing a series right now on We Don't Have to during the COP on energy efficiency, and you would think, how does this act with biodiversity, right? But just that one project I think we're touring either today or tomorrow is in Germany. They've had a real problem getting heat pumps into houses because the heat pumps are quite expensive, and there's a lot of disinfection around. There's one project I have on the show where they are aggregating streets across cities in Germany, so that you get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of houses, apartments, lining up to heat pumps. Therefore, you're bringing down the price. So it's kind of a collective. It's a collective operation to get heat pumps in cities, getting lots of householders together. So it's the same with agriculture and biodiversity credits and whatever with small-scale farmers or whatever in Brazil. Sorry, it's a stretch of an analogy, but it just strikes as being a bit similar, actually. Collectivization, yeah, whatever it is, whether heat pumps or whether it's sustainable agriculture.
But I'm absolutely right, Nick. It's a coalition of the willing. It's about, we have innovated in this space. Action shouldn't be the enemy good. We need to somewhere. I think what it is saying is of really using like middleman and really ensure that it really benefits the industries. They can work together, and the solution that Ray is talking about, I think they can be transformative. We have to test, we try to support those initiatives, and they make really succeed and scale up.
We're at a very interesting hop here in Brazil. Let's face it. It's very different atmosphere actually to ones I've attended over many, many years. Even covered the first as a journalist with the Times newspaper in London. Angela Merkel was a young environment minister in Germany. Anyway, what happened after that? But I think it's probably quite solid that they had theirs in Rio and they had the business in Sao Paulo for the COP. so the guys can really focus on what they need to do, right? Which is move the needle times on climate action. But one thing that's also interesting about this cost, there's an effort to deal with disinformation. And of course, it's been rising quite a lot in the last few years. I think perhaps because one big sector economy maybe is aware it might be losing business model, i.e. fossil fuels, and they're now fighting very hard to hold on to that. But do you find there's another big lobby out there, which is the agricultural sector, right? The traditional agricultural industry, very big lobby out there. Do you think that makes your job harder in terms of regenerative agriculture, whatever, when you have a big agricultural lobby out there against maybe change?
Perhaps, and I would say it in a few ways. First, the pot of money needs to be distributed between smallholder farmers and large farmers, and you really need to be really smart about how you distribute that money in order to stimulate the development of regenerative agriculture in Brazil. And typically that will involve money from larger farms that do traditional agriculture, and that might be a bit difficult. But I also think that, at least in Brazil, there is a growing understanding that regenerative agriculture, especially one combined with reforestation, it's really a smart thing to do, both financially and in terms of environmental impact. So I think there's really a big momentum here in Brazil that is perhaps breaking the bubbles and allowing traditional farmers to really consider moving into this direction, because there's more and more evidence showing that it is possible, it is profitable. Perhaps it's harder over the first initial years, but it might be even more profitable and sustainable for the farms itself. So when we talk about things like water, the weather here in the Amazon and in the center of Brazil has been drier and drier and drier, and farms feel that in their pocket. Farmers feel that in their pockets. So I feel that there's an initial understanding that is slowly growing into a perhaps larger understanding that this is a necessary transition.
So this is about building resilience. It's not just about mitigating.
Exactly.
I mean, most people keep thinking about that, but we need to be resilient as well, yeah? I mean, if you think about science, you've written many papers, collaborated with many people. Do you ever find it frustrating that sometimes you present these findings to governments and they go, yep, really interesting, and they maybe implement 50% of the findings or 20% of the findings, or...
You're such an optimist. You know, I think it'll be very hard to get anyone to actually read a scientific paper.
Yeah.
And or even read beyond the strap lines, right? Of the news, if you ever get into the news.
Yeah.
So we do have a very problematic gap there between the evidence and what we know about, resilience and about ecosystems and what the challenge we're trying to tackle really, and what needs to be done. So I do interact in my role at the Q and our collaborators very closely with governments. So I also understand from their perspective, the immense number of things they have to deal with at the same time. So I think we need to make it simple, tangible, and lead by example, right? So we have to demonstrate the problem. This is how someone has tackled that, and therefore we believe this could be expanded or this could be, transferred to another system. So I think there's some really good examples of where, for instance, we have been working with the Brazilian government in terms of accelerating the thinking around bioeconomy transition. So bioeconomy is this idea that, also includes the sustainable use of biodiversity. So basically, how do we keep the forest standing and give more value to biodiversity? And that is about understanding how we can use different compounds and chemicals in species to develop new drugs or new sources of food and micronutrients, for instance. And I think there's a huge potential there. So at Q and our partners in the world, we're describing about 2,000 new species of plant every year, which is like
2,000 new species of plants every year.
Yeah.
That's absolutely incredible.
And we just
how wonderful.
And when it comes to fungi, it's even worse or better, or however I want to call it, where we have less than 10% of all species scientifically described so far. So there's a huge treasure trove. It's a main source of income to many countries in the global south, but we're not tapping onto that. So I think that there are some really good solutions based on biodiversity at the same time as there are tremendous threats. And we are now estimating that about 45% of all plants are threatened with extinction. All the flowering plants we see around us. So it's on the one hand a wonderful thing that we are discovering so much and finding new, solutions to our challenge. But on the other hand, it's a race against time.
I love you talking about below ground biodiversity. That's a whole topic on its own, isn't it? What's going on under the ground? Sorry.
Yeah, when we're talking about scientific evidence, there is an important gap in the literature. We did a research, a group did a research this year about research in agroforestry systems, and there's hundreds of thousands of publications. Everything about which crops are best suited to that environment, how do you manage the soil, how do you manage water. So there's loads of research going on about agroforestry, but they could find very little information about the commercial and the financial aspects of it. So even though we do have lots of evidence about agroforestry system and environmental sense, it is clear we need more research in terms of commercial ability, financial mechanisms in order to do it at scale.
Good. Sorry, I have to wrap up because we've run out of time. This conversation on flowers because it's really interesting. Katie, thanks so much for being with us. And maybe we should have done a little bit more into what you're doing. But I was really helpful, those examples you gave of the work you're doing with regenerative agriculture. Excellent. Alex, it's lovely to hear all your work in Sweden, in Brazil. And these are really examples of the work. The idea of somehow bringing dead Amazon land to life is just so fantastic to imagine. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Great to be with you.
So much.
And yeah, okay, thank you all. Let's this session. I'll hand over to our long-standing friends at the Exponential Roadmap Initiative for a very interesting session on women leading on climate. Don't miss it.
That was their concern. It's an unscripted talk. Exactly. It just so happened nobody uttered India in the last 10 hours. How was the session?
Only interested in banks.
I said to the image file.
Yeah.
The latest one.
Yeah.
I said to the latest one.
This is in Ahmedabad. Kite catcher. It was. This treated him like
Maybe visualizing.
the Prime Minister is very cultural power Yeah, it's going to happen. No, I mean, it was very simple. So what will happen is, there's another interesting geopolitical is that the G2 has been created. So we have to create the G8. In fact, this is what Mark Kearney, G2. In China, so we got to create a G8. I mean, I'm going to talk about it. I heard G8. That's what I'm saying. He's saying effectively creates the middle power, which is G8. The rest. That's what it is. I listened to his and read his whole speech, which was excellent. He's a very smart man. I like him. He's a real. He's been a central banker, he knows. Headwinds of all sorts.
I'd like to warmly welcome everyone to the Climate Hub Davos by GreenUp. Thank you for coming tonight. GreenUp is a small Swiss nonprofit with big ambition. As you can see, this is our third year running Climate Hub Davos. And we're very proud, to have our esteemed guests here tonight. Before we start, I just want to quickly mention that in the case of emergency, please calmly move to these emergency exits. There's one behind you there and two out this side. And with that, I would like to introduce you to the esteemed speakers for financing regeneration with the theme of mobilizing capital for climate action. So please welcome our esteemed speaker onto the stage.
So once all the panelists have taken their seats, we can get started. And I want to start by, first of all, thanking GreenUp and all of you for being here on a chilly evening in Davos. And I really liked what the person who started off this panel said. She said, it's a very warm welcome. And it is a warm welcome as we are sitting here in our cozy seats out of the cold that is outside. And of course, I'm sure the conversation we're going to have is going to heat things up even more. And we will have a very interesting conversation, really addressing some of the most critical issues that we as a global society face. And those are related to climate action and what we can do to mobilize capital to drive more capital to what we need to do to drive climate initiatives and efforts. So the way we are going to run this panel, I'll moderate it, but we are very lucky that we have three outstanding panelists here today. I'll start by asking each panelist to introduce themselves briefly. Then I'll set the stage by laying out, I think, 4 important issues that we should all be reflecting on with respect to climate action. And I'll ask each of the panelists to give me their views on those questions, and we'll go round robin style on those. That should take hopefully no more than 30 minutes, and that will give us plenty of time for all of you to ask your questions and, of course, engage with the panelists and make it a much more interactive session. So with those as the ground rules, let me get started by asking each of the panelists to introduce themselves. First, with my good friend Sameer Saran from the Observer Research Foundation.
Hi, I'm Sameer Saran. I'm president of the Observer Research Foundation, which is a public policy think tank based out of Delhi, now with affiliates in the Middle East and Washington, D.C. We focus on very vast number of issues, but climate remains central to much of what we do. Climate, energy, resources are certainly definers of India's journey in the days ahead and its partnerships globally, so it's an important question for us.
Terrific. Thank you. On to Christian.
Hi, everybody. My name is Christian Schmitz. I have been putting this together here with Pratibha, and I have known Raj Kumar also for quite a while. And today, actually, I put the pin on here. India, Japan. I'm not Japanese. I'm also not Indian. And I have never been to India so far. Maybe he says we have to change this. But I'm living in Japan, and there's a lot of activity also between India and Japan. Yeah, and I'm running an organization called PDIE, stands for Purpose-Driven Innovation Ecosystem. And with this Purpose-Driven Innovation Ecosystem, what we're doing is bringing together purpose-driven innovators who are focusing on tackling environmental challenges to fix these different polycrises climate, biodiversity, etc., by innovation. I'm looking forward to a great panel.
Thank you. Jochen.
My name is Jochen Wermuth. I come to you from Berlin, home of the free in Germany now, after the Americans have given up the position. So you're very welcome anytime. The German King Frederick the Great first invited Huguenots. My mother is Huguenot. And ever since we invited people to come to Berlin. We're now blessed by many, many Indians in Berlin and many Americans, many Russians, many Ukrainians, many Palestinians. Wonderful place. Anyway, I started out with physics, did math, economics, degraded to being a climate impact investor or an investor. I've actually upgraded in between from just investor to climate impact investor. And the way that worked is I was taken to the north of Russia once, where there was a river covered with 0.5 meter of crude oil. Every year, this much crude oil spills into the river. And we dug it up with shovels and quickly found out that you throw up after about half an hour. Went to the cancer hospital, saw people with 100 times higher cancer rates than a normal city. And then they took me to the embryo collection. And I saw 6-fingered babies, 2-headed babies. And I thought, really? Do I care to pay 1 cent less for my gasoline at the pump? And I cause this harm in the world. And that changed me from being just an investor making a hell lot of money to becoming an impact investor, to invest with positive impact. And we, together with Desmond Tutu, who gave me this pin here, built a movement based on the apartheid, divest from apartheid movement. 70% of the index was companies doing business with apartheid South Africa. Our university, Brown University, divested, and Desmond Tutu came to us and said, Nelson Mandela is free today because you drew capital away from businesses doing business with apartheid. And so, 20 years later, we invited him to lead the divest invest movement to divest from fossil fuels into climate solutions. Initially for moral reasons as described, but as market power came behind us, we went from 10 million to 50 billion today, over 40 trillion committed to divest and invest. And so I'm very happy to tell you today, I no longer have to wish you like a Jedi Knight, may the force be with you, but I assure you the force is with us. The force is behind decentralized renewable energy, circular economy. It's driven never mind what the orange guy says. And
Thank you very much, Jochen. And as I said, we are sure to have a sparkling conversation with these three very, very articulate and talented folks on the panel. And as I said, I'll just start by framing the 3 or 4 issues that we can discuss this evening. And so I think, what we should lay out as a framework for our discussion is really these 4 issues. Number one, how does the change that is happening in the geopolitical order affect climate action? What do you see? Does it inhibit? Does it accelerate? Does it stall? What is the impact of the change in geopolitics to climate action? Number one. Number two, given that many of the multilateral mechanisms that were thought of, including the Paris Agreement and COP and so on, have actually become quite paralyzed in a way and not much is happening. Can the coalition of the willing do more? Can they come up with new multilateral mechanisms, coalitions where more can be done? So that's question number 2. Question number 3 pertains to India and the Global South, which is without the support of the Global North, what can the Global South do and how much support do they actually need from the Global North to engage in meaningful climate action? And then finally, the area that I'm personally most interested in is how do we innovate when it comes to capital? How do we innovate, combining what the Global North has, what the Global South has, to actually accelerate climate action, whether it's impact investment or other such instruments? So I think those are the 4 questions that we can discuss. Obviously, we'll finish in about 30 minutes, and then you can ask us whatever pointed questions that you are interested in. So let me first start with Samir. You, of course, study the global world order very, very closely. We can all agree that it is changing, as Jochen has pointed out. How do you see that affecting what we are trying to undertake as far as climate action is concerned?
So, there were 2 speeches that were given in Davos, one yesterday, one today, one by Mike Kearney and one by Donald Trump. I would argue that both of them were very honest speeches. The first speech was an admission of hypocrisy and lack of real substantive action taken by those in power on anything that really mattered to humankind. That was Mike Kearney, who admitted it yesterday in his speech, that those who were in charge did not do enough to serve the responsibilities that they had been assigned. Today's speech was very honest as well. It was, I don't care. And I will not do anything more than I wish to do. Both were very honest speeches, and that is the geopolitical reality that climate action has to confront. Hypocrisy on one end and selfishness and narcissism on the other end. And I think somewhere between the two, we have to find a space for action. And I think that's the geopolitical moment we are confronted with. The good news is, at least now the gloves are off and everything is now bared open. And we now finally know that there is no cavalry coming to save us, and we have to do it ourselves. We are in an IKEA store. If we want to save our planet, don't rely on your governments, because they created a sham called the Paris Agreement and refused to do anything beyond signing one piece of document. I think that is the reality that has now come to light. So that's the geopolitical moment. Now let me go a layer below that. Let me go a layer below this broad emphasis. Look, there are 4 conversations happening right now in geopolitics. 4 conversations, and all important for climate. The first, of course, all of us know, all of us cannot but know, it's Donald Trump talking to whoever he wants to talk to. I call it the conversation about dominance or re-establishing dominance. And that's a perverse conversation, and that's not going to have climate as one of its objectives. Let's be very clear. That is not going to have a planet as one of its objectives or goals. That's the first conversation. Loudest, most prolific, and most time-consuming and resource-consuming conversation has no climate in it, has no room for climate. The second conversation that is happening is a conversation where, surprisingly, and perhaps with a little degree of disbelief, you have China becoming the responsible and mature adult in the room. So it's kind of dysfunctional to imagine them in this role, but they are playing this role. And we'll have to see whether this could be that China moment with other countries. It could be their moment. And that's the second conversation. The third conversation I will not want to waste time on. It's happening between the US and China. And I suspect climate is again not going to be a feature. But the fourth conversation, which no one hears about, but which is perhaps the most persistent, is happening between the other 189 countries, who are neither China nor the US. You mentioned the G18 to me backstage. I think it is the rest of the world who is talking to each other, who is finding ways of partnering with each other, where climate, energy, resources, efficiency, SDGs, human well-being, health, agriculture, food security are actually the principal objectives of those conversations. So let's focus on the rest of the world rather than worry about what the big two are doing. That's my first advice to you. I will close here because I don't want to take too much time. But I think we have to be creative in the way we now arrange the map of the world. For example, Donald Trump is not interested in the Quad. For example, the Quad. The US, Japan, Australia, India. He's not interested in the Quad because it doesn't suit his imperious purposes, right? But I think Quad is still a good idea. Let's think about a climate Quad. Let's think about India, the Gulf, EU, UK, perhaps even China. Maybe if you were to combine UK and EU into one actor and add China, perhaps you can think about a 5. You could think about a climate 5 and bring Canada in, and the pension funds and infrastructure funds. So I think, one, we have to reconfigure the map of the world in our minds, and there is enough capital available in these 5, 6, 7 different geographies to actually continue to move the needle till better sense prevails in Washington, D.C., which is still, I think, 3 years away, right? And I suspect Trump will have a long tail. So it's going to be a longer period of recovery for the U.S., and God bless them. Young country, they have to go through this tribulations and trials. Being an old 5,000-year-old civilization, I understand that it's too much to expect maturity from them, and they have to walk this journey. But I think right now, climate has to be a non-US, non-West, and non-power related conversation. It has to be about people, and it has to be led bottoms up. And it has to be a people's-led movement. It has to be a movement led by countries that are either the G18 or the rest of the world.
Fascinating, Samir. As always, very, very interesting to listen to your perspectives. Christian.
Yeah, so last year we went to New York, and we have this event called Future of Climate Summit. And then many people said, maybe climate, maybe you should get rid of the word climate. And then in New York, the Global Regenerative Innovation Alliance, GRIA, and then a little bit after that, maybe not because of our event, of course, but in the US, there was a large funding enabled for regenerative agriculture. So, and that's something which is even in the US positive. Another positive example, I met the founder of the Blue Planet Alliance, Hank Rogers, in Japan recently. And he creates this coalition. And Hawaii, where he's from, has committed to be net zero emission by 2045. And following this example, there are already 13 US states which have already anchored this in their constitution. So, yes, so they have to do this, no matter if there is an orange man or not. We don't want to pronounce the name here, maybe. And when I went also to Davos, I received a list of words which are positive towards the orange man and which we cannot say, basically. So climate is one of these words. And in terms of geopolitics, of course, I mean, our economy is driven by short-term thinking, short-term profit. And nowadays, I mean, last year, AI was a big topic, and it's still a big topic. And then the other big topic is now geopolitical tensions and spending on defense. Defense tech funds are coming up, and people are shifting their money to get short-term profits and to get into defense, which is, I think, not a very good development. It's a dangerous development, playing with fire, basically. So, and then for AI, of course, we need energy, and we need data centers. There's a lot of things going on, building a lot of data centers, and the question is then again how to power these data centers. In America, drill, baby, drill, or let's get the coal-fired plants running again. And otherwise, there are small modular nuclear plants, which could also be a solution for that. And then we tend to think that we can actually solve it with renewable energy, and that should be our pathway for the future.
Jochen, your perspective.
So back to geopolitics. So there was another speech actually by von der Leyen, and as thank you. So we had unfortunately not learned from German history, right? Chamberlain came to Berlin, to Munich to meet Hitler and tried to appease him, and he failed. And von der Leyen went to Scotland and fell to his knees and her knees and agreed to buy 750 billion of fossil fuels from Trump, and as a result was promised stable, low tariffs. And just 6 months later, she found out he just reneged on the rule of law.
Greenland was too attractive.
Yeah, well, anyway, so we believe that European values, or the values maybe we share with India or the world of the free, is love thy neighbor, compassion, bodhicitta, right? It is rule of law, and it is democracy, right? And as we share these values, I think we'll have a strong support. And I think that the key thing that happened in Davos was this speech. So von der Leyen, who'd been, sorry, okay, I'm not going to say the word, but he's too friendly to him, has now said very clearly, enough is enough. Europe will now stand up. And she said very clearly, we have the biggest free trade zone with the Mercosur South Africa states. We hope to include India, the biggest, most populated nations, the UAE, Australia, New Zealand, and we start building a global coalition of the willing. And the key geopolitical power tool that I think we need to pull is something which Al Gore says he invented, not like the internet, this one he may have actually invented, which is the carbon tax and dividend. And that's a miraculous tool. Assume I exist thanks to the Oktoberfest, where my parents met. It's a religious Thanksgiving activity. It does involve some beer sometimes. Now imagine I give out free beer to the Germans. I know you guys wouldn't drink, but the Germans would drink all day long. And that is the situation with CO2. An economist will tell you, if you have a good that's not charged, it will be consumed with no end. It just makes no sense. Now, if we do charge 200 euros a ton, one estimate of the externality, and we assume 12 tons of emission per developed country, that means every month I cause 200 euros of damages on average. I take the money back, don't give it to the government, and give it everybody in the pocket. A family of 4 will have 800 euros in cash. And because 1% of the population consumes 50% of the CO2, 3/4 of the population will be richer. And then we come to the question, how does such a structure help the global south? But basically what happens is, I was so proud because I forgot to say what we do. We have a family office that invests, and we have venture funds and the German Sovereign Wealth Fund, which we invest across asset classes with positive impact on climate. I was very proud about a portfolio company that use electric car batteries to stabilize the grid. They earn enough money a year, 1,000 euros a year, to pay for the electric car. But I save 3 tons of CO2 for a 30,000 euro car. Now, if I go to Africa, I find a woman most of the time, unfortunately, cooking on 3 stones. And I just put a metal cooker there. Nothing intelligent. 12 euros, not 30,000, and I save 3 tons of CO2. Now, if I have a global tax on CO2, think of the investment. 12 euro invested, every year I earn 600 euros on the...
Jochen, that's very interesting, and you're bringing up a very good point. I want to get Samir into this as well, which is this whole idea that can we create a coalition of willing with mechanisms where we can clear the global market for carbon abatement, right, for carbon mitigation. Samir, your thoughts on that?
2 short points. One on your point. I think you have raised an important issue. My carbon space, that means my poverty, is underwriting the market capitalization of all tech giants today who are riding the AI boom. They are building data centers, burning fossil fuels, creating market cap and stealing my development carbon. No, it's very important. If you are someone who's living in Africa, in parts of Latin America and much of South Asia, please understand your space to grow is being now converted into market capitalization of the big tech. So please understand carbon tax on big tech. And I'm telling you, Trump's behavior might eventually lead to, and Macron has been threatening it. I think Ursula von der Leyen hinted it might actually lead to serious digital taxation that is going to create, in some ways, like he said, a repatriation of profits for development activities. So I think that's something that we must think, and we must link your point with the AI point, because AI is a guzzler of carbon. And it is creating profits in a very concentrated fashion for a handful of companies around the world. And we must remain aware of this, that this is what is really happening. Our carbon is being stolen. There are T-shirts in Africa that my poverty is not your climate mitigation strategy. And I think remember that T-shirt. My poverty cannot be your mitigation strategy. And that must be the basis of any international coalition or any international mechanism, right? That's very important. Gender. You on your point. And I'll leave it with you, sorry. On your point, gender. Think about these 4 images. 10 years ago in India, as you drive from Delhi towards any suburb of Delhi, you would see a line of women carrying firewood. Right? 5 years later, courtesy his government, you would see every month a bunch of women carrying a cylinder. They would not carry firewood every day, but they would carry a cylinder on their head once a month. 5 years later, courtesy, by the time he had left the government, you would see women carrying solar lamps and also actually becoming solar mechanics. They were called solar mamas. They were actually running solar workshops. Right? You could see the transition of energy. What you did not see was the agency of the woman move at all. The woman was still the carrier of fuel. All over the world, a woman rides an SUV. Hydrocarbons drive a carbohydrate. In India, carbohydrate carries hydrocarbon. And unless that, and this is true, and please understand what I'm trying to say here. Humans are the mules. Humans are carrying hydrocarbons for the rich. The human mule has to go. There can be no mitigation or adaptation or development unless this equation is reversed. And therefore, I think when we talk about finance, we have to ask 3 questions. Is the last mile working? Putting big commitments into big banks is not important if the national pipelines don't have the capacity to redistribute to the last mile. So I think the last mile architecture is very important. Hence, I always tell people, do the deal on the last mile. Don't do it at the top. Otherwise, you will never have any movement where it's really needed. That's number 1. Number 2, and this is equally important, that this is a wicked problem. Climate or emissions never is going to be facilitated through a standalone solution. You will have to solve for a few issues to be able to actually achieve a mission. You mentioned cooking and emissions, right? Let me tell you about ecology. Very important. In a state in in Meghalaya, it's something that shocked me. I went to Meghalaya to hold a conference. I was told that there are trees in those villages in Meghalaya which have been assigned to families. So families have been made custodians of certain trees. Every year, someone comes and does the audit. If that tree still stands, family is given X amount of money into the bank. So conservation of trees is now in many ways seen as a carbon store, and therefore a value is assigned to it and a family is given purchasing power. That purchasing power allows them to now procure perhaps former electricity and formal fuel for the family from other sources. So suddenly you see a virtuous cycle emerge where you price carbon, give a certain cost for it, and see a green performance emerge from citizen choices. And I think that's really important.
Very interesting, Samir. Jochen, you want to come in on that?
Yeah, just a very boring technical points, but we spent lots of time in Europe creating CBAM, I know you're really excited. You get CBAM at the beginning.
And that's not an explosion, by the way. It's a trade barrier.
CBAM. So carbon border adjustment mechanism. So to have a carbon tax and dividend, you can't do it without having on your border controls. Otherwise, people come in and dump your steel without a carbon tax. Now, if we added India to the free trade zone of the European Union or the vice versa, we would jointly have a CBAM. And that CBAM would allow you to introduce the carbon tax and dividend. And that would really be a powerful thing. I've spoken to the UAE. They are interested in doing this. Canada, of course, already has it. Sweden already has it. France already has it. But we could do it at the order of the level. And I think it's really very important for actually women. I grew up with a mother who had a PhD in mathematics from Harvard. And in Germany, they thought she wasn't good enough for 30 years. She became professor at Harvard, at Princeton, at Oxford, in France, but not in Germany. So I care a lot about when my mother cried, she cried because men treated her badly. Now, the carbon tax and dividend is also a solution for women around the world. Right? Because first of all, they no longer inhale 40 packs of cigarette equivalent from burning wood, right? Second of all, the women that are suffering most in Ukraine, or men of course as well, will suffer less because a carbon tax and dividend that only Germany imposes means nothing. But a free trade zone that includes India, that includes Australia, New Zealand, gets us to 30% of global GDP.
No, and it's completely workable.
Fossil fuel demand goes down, Russian income goes down, Iranian income goes down, Saudi income goes down, and women are liberated around the world. And I've heard that if we had 3 women on the panel, our level of testosterone would go down significantly, intelligence would go up, and as Obama said, within 2 years, the world would be fixed. So I really think
that's very well put. That's very well put. And let me just build on that, because for the G20, as Samir knows well, which was hosted in India, we developed a very interesting position paper and a proposal that we did in fact provide to the G20 Secretariat. Some of that was reflected in the Delhi declaration that happened in the G20 that was conducted in Delhi. And the idea there was very similar to what you're proposing, was to actually create a coalition, a climate coalition, where what would be done would be a tax that would be imposed on carbon, but and then the proceeds would go to those that were actually below, let's say, a median per capita carbon emissions. However, in return for that, an India or a Nigeria would have to commit to a net zero target. So they would see these capital flows that would come from taxing carbon in the global north or just across the board, whoever was willing to play in that mechanism. But in return for that, you would also have to commit to a net zero target, a binding legal net zero target. And that's why it had much more teeth than, let's say, a Paris Agreement, which of course was just, whatever you were willing to commit to. So there are ways in which we can do it, right? There are definitely mechanisms that can be put together. But, and maybe this is the positive side of the change in the geopolitical order, rather than worrying about those that are trying to block this action, why not bring together the people that are willing to do it, the coalition of the willing, catalyze it and make it happen. Your thoughts on that, Christian? Do you think it's doable? Will the people of Japan support that?
Yeah, especially the people in Japan. In Japan, we have Shinto, and Shinto is one of the longest standing. I don't know if you can say.
Shintoism, yeah?
Yeah, it's not a religion, it's like animism. So every tree, everything, the river, the mountain, everything has a soul, basically. And there is this belief that we should be good ancestors. So we think about the next 1,000 years. And if you look at the corporate landscape in Japan, you have a lot of companies which are 300 years old, 400 years old, and which hopefully continue longer than that. And I think that Japan could do something more in this changing world order. And what is necessary for this, if you look at G7 or if you look at international events, you almost don't find Japanese people. Is there any Japanese person here in the audience, by the way? No. Okay, so they are not communicating very well. And I created also an initiative, Japan Global Leaders, to give them more confidence and to speak out and have responsible leadership, basically. And if some of these messages, which are prevalent in Japan, could also reflect back to the world, I think that would be a very positive aspect. And we discussed in the morning with Sandrine Dixon from the Club of Rome as well, that we have fossil fuels, we have the legacy systems on the one hand side, and then we have the whole new economy with innovation, with possibilities, with regenerative solutions. And it's being made difficult to shift to these new systems because the legacy systems put the policy measures are also made for these petrochemical systems. And we have to shift, we have to incentivize the new economy, and we have to divest from the old economy.
So Sameed, you of course have been seeing a lot of research being done in this area of blended finance and mobilizing capital and so on. As you have seen that research and of course participated in many of these types of conferences, what are the 2 or 3 best sort of financial instruments that you think can be used to get capital from the global north, which is capital surplus, to the global south, which is capital deficient? What are the 2 or 3 best ideas that you've seen?
Look, the minister, Jayant knows most of the pathways. He's been very thorough in his research on what works. And I think, let me take a leaf out of his work that he had done with ORF over the past years, which I think really merits certain degree of serious scrutiny and adoption. The first, of course, is that are we doing enough with the patient capital that resides with so many of our institutions, from sovereign funds to pension funds? Are we enabling them to invest in manners in which they are both safe, but they also get returns that allow us to serve our populations, which are aging now, and we will need to service a much older demographic, and therefore end-of-life infrastructure costs, right? So are we doing enough? There's a win-win situation here, that if you can free up over $150 trillion of such capital in Europe through enabling legislation and through certain protections and insurance schemes and MIGA-like instruments, could be done through European, the credit guarantees could be done through the EU's own banks, or could be done in partnership with the World Bank, which is, by the way, showing keenness to really put credit guarantees on testosterone. Using the level in this room to add some into the credit guarantees. But if you could get credit guarantees and patient capital into play, that is obviously one big chunk of money that's available. But that's not the only one. I think the second one that we are beginning to see really come into play, and we were just talking about it in many of these developing countries, is philanthropy capital. And they de-risk the initial period. The initial project risk is taken by philanthropy capital, and then it is blended with obviously more traditional sources of money. And I think that's obviously a very interesting instrument, especially in countries such as the fragile economies in Africa and in the island nations. And you're seeing philanthropy capital really come in because no one else is going to. So I think that's the second tool that is really beginning to. But the third is of course using the capital markets themselves. And I think since you have been in the business, green bonds and other new instruments are now being put into play by using the capital market itself, right? Through primary and secondary route, you are creating new instruments to surface, because we are no longer looking at 10 billion, right? We are looking at 200 billion a year for India alone. So we're looking at 2 trillion for India. We're looking at 8 to 10 trillion for the world in the coming decade, right? We are looking at literally $1 trillion a year if we want to supercharge our green transition.
No, that's exactly right. And you're 100% correct to identify the scale as being very daunting.
The scale is the important.
And we have an impact investor who every day, I'm sure, is making investing decisions about these kinds of ideas. Do you see the scale as being daunting? Are there ways in which we can get around it? What do you think, Jochen?
Yeah, so as I said, I think, maybe lighten up this, well, I don't know if we have the time, but imagine there's a bleeding person lying on the floor in front of us, right? And we're 2 sustainable ESG investors like Larry Fink. We'll say, this guy's bleeding. Let's not kick him. We do no harm, okay? Let's go. Now we're 2 advocates. They say, this guy's bleeding. Someone should do it. And you agree, someone should really do something. Let's have lunch, right? and the impact investor says, someone is bleeding, let's go fix the guy, right? I mean, I don't even understand how anybody doesn't see the difference between sustainability. Unbelievable. It's just inhumane and it makes no sense. From an economic point of view, if you imagine quadrants, right, where up you have positive return and negative return, and to the right you have positive impact. A philanthropist accepts negative returns but does good. An impact investor does both positive impact and positive return, and that really does work. And we have, you know, we have returned 20% or so per annum at our family office for 20 years. The Harvard and Yale endowment with an endowment type investment style has achieved 10% per annum, while the silly regulated European pension funds get to 3% per annum, which means nothing. They're invested in listed assets and are not invested as the Harvard endowment in 20% venture, 20% private equity, 20% infrastructure, 20% real assets. Once you do that, once you have real investments, you can have real impact. And that's the opportunity and the hope. Now, in terms of what I would love you to take home, is each of you is an investor as well. And believe it or not, you're also always an impact investor. If you give your money to your bank, and your bank finances a coal power plant or finances an oil refinery, you are causing these two-headed babies. So you can yourself decide to go to your insurance company, to your pension fund, and make a difference. And I cannot tell you the amazing stories we had. We came from 0 to 40 trillion commitments. And ABB, a trillion fund, said to me, well, you guys did this divest investing. All of a sudden, we get all these phone calls. How do I switch? How do I divest? I said, it's easy. You commit within 5 years, I divest. And I said to him, how many people actually called you? What do you think? Country of 6 million people, insured with ABB. One person. This is the first phone call they received. And no pensioner in Holland ever thought of calling them. And then the CEO said, let me do a survey. How many of you pensioners in Holland would like your money to go to things that destroy the world? How many of you would like to divest from fossil invest? And 90% of the population says, of course I don't want to destroy this planet. So I'm going to
have to cut you off because we need to give some time to the audience as well. And I want to give some time to Christian also. So Christian, are you financing any two-headed babies or are you doing the right thing?
No, I mean, he also said that, of course, the consumer plays an important role, and what we choose as consumer and the awareness. I mean, what's driving us to choose what we buy, how we move, where we live, is of course depending on what we know, the education, and we could make better choices, and then there could be a kind of a movement which gamifies. That's also what we discussed in the morning. So that nowadays. It's even incentivized, and there's how many billion? $900 billion available for incentivizing fossil fuel industry, but we don't have this for the new era, for the regenerative solutions, etc. So if we go in a supermarket and we can actually make decisions, what we buy, how we consume, then this could be a big leverage, I think.
Yeah, no, terrific, Christian. So let me throw it open to the audience right now. Are you making good choices? Are you going to the supermarket and buying the right type of produce? Are you driving electric vehicles? I think all of us have the power to make a difference because we make choices every single day, and our choices then reflect in the world around us. That's essentially what all the panelists have been highlighting. We'd love to hear your perspectives. Any questions? Please stand up. When you ask your question, I think we can hear you quite well. If you want to, there's a mic as well. If you want to ask a question, just very briefly tell us where you're from and then ask the question. No comments, please. Questions to the panelists. Short, simple, direct.
Hi, my name is Serhat Çiçekoğlu of Center Ventures. You mentioned about choices. And pick any country. It typically has 2 layers of capital, sovereign and institutional, and then private, family offices and such. And when you think around the world, most of those institutional and family offices invest outside of their countries. So I don't believe that the capital is locked. It's actually allocated to assets that are...
No, your question, sir.
I'm coming to that.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. Short, simple, direct, because we have a time shortage. So that's why I want to get the questions.
So I'm trying to provide the context. So if that's the reality, how do you incentivize your government to actually invest in your country, or your family offices to invest in your country, rather than the countries that actually adversely affect what we need to do for the next 50 years?
So to just rephrasing your question, you're saying, how can India make sure that domestic capital is going to these investments?
It's not an India question, but...
No, I'm just saying as an example.
Can I have a quick response?
Yeah, please, of course.
Look, I agree with you, but I think that is a conversation on the margins. Let's look at the bulk. Does not leave the home country. That's a reality. The Atlantic community, which was the driver of economic transformation in the last century. Today, the drivers of economic transformation are Asia and Africa, but the financial architecture still is anchored to the Atlantic community. And I think unless you really rethink the financial architecture, what you are saying will be leakage and not necessarily the real problem. The real problem still is that climate finance does not leave home. It remains at home until climate finance becomes as outgoing as all of us who have come to Davos. It's not going to serve. I always jokingly tell people that Paris Agreement may have been a great success, but the banks never signed it. Get the banks and the capital to sign the Paris Agreement and move around the world and solve the problems globally, then we will have a climate.
Jochen, you want to add to that?
Very quick. I forgot to mention before that I think AI and tokenization really give us lots of power. We are now able to have individuals own a part of a tree in Africa and earn these fantastic returns that we have. So tokenization is a great way to allow people from this room to invest directly in India and have, then of course we have currency risk, we have political risks, but then we can have MIGA to help us.
Oh, excellent. Question from you, sir.
I'm Satya Raghu.
Can you hold on for the mic?
I'm Satya Raghu from India. We build nature economic zones. My question is, why are we still talking about climate as a separate conversation? Why is it not becoming a lot more integral to the very infrastructure planning of a country, the way we look at airports or the roadways? Where do you think the gap is?
Understood.
In terms of money?
Christian, you want to try that?
Yeah, that's it's exactly what we also try to address with the Global Regenerative Innovation Alliance, so that we don't only focus on climate and emissions. We focus on biodiversity and nature, and building these city hubs with the surrounding bioregions, and then activating each of these cities, and then having this connected basically, and having an exchange, a knowledge exchange, and innovation exchange, so that people can know about what works and what doesn't work, so that we can build this kind of transition. And yesterday we were sitting here on the same panel, and we had infrastructure, we had innovators, and we had people who were talking about these kind of critical infrastructure.
Yeah, no, just to build on that, you're absolutely right. And increasingly, it's not just infrastructure, Raghu. It's development itself. So the real way to think about it is, how do we move towards sustainable prosperity, which includes all of this discussion that we were having around preserving our environment.
For example, I think we really need to rethink some fundamental financial assumptions of the past. I think it's time to discard the 25-year-old power purchase agreements, the 25-year-long power purchase agreements. You should not be locking yourself into infrastructure, which is going to be actually leading to long-term, continuous, persistent emission for your economy. And I'm sorry, but many of our countries are doing precisely that even today. And by the way, their countries as well, my country as well. Yeah. We are signing new agreements.
Next question. Yes, there's a
Can I
gentleman
just ask, are there any women in this room? Because in my political party, no man is to speak unless a woman speaks first. So I don't know how that works here. But
a lady to ask a question. Is there a lady there who's asking?
It seems to be only male audience.
There's one. Let's hand her the mic, because we need some of those voices also. And then I'll come back to you. Yeah.
So my name is Orshi Paskan. I'm based in Switzerland. I'm a tech entrepreneur, family office owner, and now looking into wealth management because of this question. So my very concrete short question is, How can we make as leaders sure that climate and sustainability is not a word anymore, and it's a no-brainer that we invest, it's a no-brainer that we have these innovations, and it's a no-brainer that this African lady is an entrepreneur and impact investor, because I think, and you are the experts, what business models do we need?
So Jochen has the answer. Jochen.
No,
It's really working, and it's not only.
No, I'm sure he's looking at all those models. Jochen, what have you found that works?
No, but as I said, I think this 12 euro steel cooker really killed me, right? So thank you. I think we need to find more people like you, people that say let's get together, let's pool our resources, let's collect capital, tokenize these tiny investments, and scale them up. I think if we can make the cost of transaction much lower, right, to get the 12 euro cooker delivered. I am very convinced today that the market force is behind us, the force is with us, and we can do it. There is no question. And there are people, I have a few examples of companies that are deploying these cookers. I'm no offense to India now, I'm going to say something wonderful, Pakistan, right? Unbelievably, without any government intervention, some YouTubers made it clear to the Pakistani population that if you just buy yourself a solar panel, in the equivalent of Lidl in Germany, in a local shop, they increased their solar capacity by 50%. In an island like El Hierro, we took down...
Work. I think that's what
work.
Jochen is saying.
But we have to,
so anyway,
we have to set another capital.
Jochen, because we want to give people time to ask questions.
There's a mic there.
Yeah, next. But you should just grab Jochen after the session. We have a reception afterwards, after our next panel, and I'm sure he'll give you lots of good business ideas and investment ideas. Yes, the gentleman there.
There's a lady there.
Oh, there's a lady there. Yeah, terrific.
Hi, sorry. My name is Dini. I come from Belgium, but I spend a lot of my time in India. And I do a lot of work in research and education. What I feel and what I heard slightly is that there is still this perception of a different layer or a different approach. And what I find very interesting every time I travel to India is that the culture is so embedded, and the net positive work that has been doing is so amazing. And I think that a lot of capital is going to places that maybe are working on old perceptions. How do you see this?
Samir, do you want to try that?
The question is that, are we seeing a cultural shift in India, which is pro-environment, pro-climate, is that what you're saying?
No. You've never been to India, but we are talking about investments into India, or investments into Asia, or investment into Africa on information which is maybe not as up-to-date as it should be.
Look, if you are saying that perhaps the stories from many of our lands are not well known to investors globally, I would concede it's true. And I think it's equally responsible for us to be telling those stories as it is for investors to be actually discovering those new geographies that can create sustainable investors, because they have the agency, right? I'll give you a very quick example. Let me just end with this example. Swiss Re chairman once told me that every year I go up and I promise my board and my AGM, my annual general meeting, that we are going to move X% of the portfolio to sustainable destinations. He says, every year I fail because my fund managers don't know how to find sustainable destinations. So we keep talking about doing capacity building in the global south. We need to do capacity building in the global north so that we can understand what new sustainability means. A very interesting point.
Very well said. Very well put. Yes, the gentleman, I know we've been waiting for your question.
No, it was always ladies first. Okay, so Chandra Nagpal, originally Indian, but been here 20 years in Europe, in Switzerland 15 years. My question, maybe if I could say, is I'm working with the business leaders across Europe and India as well. The geopolitical crisis and the way political leadership is behaving seems to be becoming a kindergarten and like a trust deficit issue. Public institutions to kind of business leaders and public institutions to citizens. How do you plan to bridge that gap? Not the global south to global north gap, but globally.
Well, I'm not sure that really pertains to climate as much as it does to politics, but Christian, maybe you might want to take a crack at it?
The question was, how do we bridge the gap? The trust deficit. That's actually a very difficult question, I think, in this current environment, which I often call a VUCA scenario. You know what that means? So, and VUCA comes from the military. It's volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous. And in these kind of situations, you have to stay calm and you have to make the right decisions. But what gives us trust? That's always a question. So maybe we had a science fiction author at one of our events. She's also a professor for sociology. She wrote a book called Infomocracy, and it projects into the future where the world doesn't anymore consist of nation states, but it's
platforms.
Platforms and people who actually exchange information and who are more similar and trust each other. So I think that, for example, building these...
Talking about Zuboff. Talking about Zuboff's book.
Malka Older is a Malka Older. You know her. Okay. Yes. Great. Yeah.
I would recommend driving licenses. In Germany, for example, you can't drive without a driver's license, but you can be finance minister without ever having known 1 + 1 is 2. Unbelievable. Driving license for politicians.
As a former finance minister, I can tell you I know my arithmetic. But anyway, in any case, we're rattling along really well here, questions, but we haven't gotten any questions from this side. Anybody here who wants to ask a question? A lady preferably. Anybody? No? All right. The gentleman, oh, there's a gentleman.
I already have the mic.
But let's get it over this side. We'll get you your question, but I want to balance it over on this side. The gentleman with the beard.
The mic is here.
Yeah, he's all set. Then your question, sir.
Please, go ahead.
So, good evening to all. Wonderful session, wonderful panel. I'm from India. I represent IFA Sustainable Steel Manufacturing Association as a president. We have 1,800 steel.
Your question, sir.
Yeah. We have 1,800 steel We discussed everything, but about the manufacturing side, I want to bring to your notice that we are very much keen and interested with the transition phase, but the problem is affordability.
So you're saying, how do you make green steel affordable? That's your question? All right. All right, Samir.
We are coming out with a report on, especially on medium enterprises, small and medium enterprises, basically those who are feeding into large supply chains globally, not only in India, but global supply chains. We are coming up with an idea for a PLI, a performance-linked incentive for SMEs that will actually give you those, where the incentive is tied to actually the green transition. So they actually are underwriting your ability to become a green manufacturing hub and then tie yourself into the European supply chains because the CBAM is kicking in. So to be able to participate in a world where you're going to be tariffed if you emit, we want to be able to give incentives. So I think that is something that we should be thinking about.
And I think the last question of the day over there. Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Goran Jeras. I'm originally from Croatia, but I manage international team piloting growth agnostic community banking model. I have two questions, very short.
We'll just get one question because we have to finish up.
How can we deal, we were talking on the panel about investments, but how we address the very fundamental issue that investments mean that there is return, and the whole fact of charging interest and return is actually mathematically demanding.
No, we all understand as investors that we have to get return. So, Jochen, are you making money on your investments?
Very much so, yes. But and also in green steel, just to say, and we haven't mentioned something about banks. I think you saying the bank. My father always says, "Why don't banks just finance stuff?" And we quote Bertolt Brecht, who wrote the Three-Penny Opera. To rob a bank is nothing. A real professionally, with your exclusion, Goran, opens the bank, right? so we need really venture capital. We need people who take risks. And I need to remind you that if you just have 10,000 euros or just 50,000 euros, you can really make a big difference. Now, we're in the middle of financing a green hydrogen factory, 100 million factory, and it's insufficient capital of 50 or 100,000 euros. So please think of yourself of being able of really making a big difference. You all have the power in your hand. The force is with us, but you've got to get yourself into the driver's seat after you get the license.
So on popular demand, no Raj, I'm sorry, it's 8 o'clock. We got to finish up. On popular demand, we'll have Samir have the last word.
So here is the case, a genuine case. 10 years ago, we built something called the Bombay Stock Exchange Green Exchange, where we actually listed a bunch of companies that were exhibiting green behavior. And we had a complex methodology to assess them, and we put them alongside the Sensex, which was the outstanding 30 companies that were defining India's economic journey, and we put the Green 25 alongside it. Each year, we have outperformed the Sensex by 20 to 25%. If you are green, it means you are good governance. If you are green, it means you know how to manage resources better. If you're green, it's a proxy for being a better governed institution. Green means better governance. If you have green standards, you are generally likely to give greater stakeholder.
And Samir, so finally, the last word should be the color of money is green. Thank you all.
And the
oh yeah,
I got it.
Yeah. From Davos to the world, this is Regeneration.
Global regenerative innovation.